Hello guys and welcome to Novel, my Necromancer class. Video posted on comment request. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 1. A strong wind caused a tree branch to beat against Jay's window, stirring him awake. Finally, today is the day of my class awakening, thought Jay as he got out of bed with a spring in his step. He freshened up with some water before making his way downstairs for breakfast. Cooking up a fish, Jay began scoffing it down, as he thought about how his life was going to change, getting more enthused with each passing second. For a moment, he gazed out the window at some mist sheep in a nearby field, watching as they phased in and out of the mist, disappearing and reappearing. Since Jay watched the sheep every morning as he ate breakfast alone, he began to feel a little sentimental. This might be the last week I live in this village, he thought with a solemn smile before cleaning up his plate. Today was the day he would get his class. It would open up new opportunities in his life and allow him to leave this small, quiet village. And nothing was going to stop him from enjoying every moment. The wait is almost over, smiled Jay, thinking he could finally start killing monsters, leveling up, and officially start his journey as an adventurer. But the first step is touching the mana conduit. Getting up from breakfast, Jay left his small house, which was a 2-story butchery. He started walking towards the only building in town with a mana conduit, the Adventurers Guild. The mana conduit was a large magic crystal that gave adventurers their class when they touched it. By law, everyone who turned 18 years old that year must place their hand on a mana conduit on the 7th day of the 7th month. This is done in order to gain a class, and no one would ever break this rule, as getting a class benefited everyone. After all, not getting a class would mean you would get no skills, abilities, or magic power. Without those, you would have to live a quiet, boring life, a punishment for someone like Jay. Looking at the dark cloudy sky as he walked through the stone streets, he frowned slightly. Just my luck, rain better pull over my hood, he thought as he pulled up Black Hood. The rain sucks, but today is still going to be great though. A little rain won't dampen my mood, he encouraged himself with a chuckle, smiling under his hood. Walking along the muddy path towards the Adventurers Guild, Jay was tempted to curse at the dreary weather as it started to sprinkle a little more heavily now. Meanwhile, more thick, dark clouds gathered overhead, blocking out any chances of sunlight gleaming through. Jay pursed his lips. He would have stayed home if he had the choice. However, if someone failed to reach a mana conduit, then they wouldn't get a class. They would be cursed to live a life as a mediocre civilian, at the mercy of the beasts, monsters, and other races in this magical and medieval world. So on this special day, even snow would not stop Jay. With a sigh, Jay pushed on. Halfway up the mountain now, nearly there. I hope my practice with the knife gives me a cool swordsman class, he thought to himself. Surely the system will take into account that I've been using a knife as a butcher for the last few years, yo. Maybe it will even give me a rare passive ability. His eyes became more excited. Jay walked faster, thinking about the possibilities, excited about becoming a powerful swordsman and having legendary adventures. No more was life going to be mundane, making money as a butcher to get by. After Jay's father moved to another village to start a second butcher shop, he took over the business here in Losler. There was little contact between Jay and his father, who may as well have been dead, since Jay never received as much as a letter from him. Part of him felt abandoned. Jay cast these sad thoughts aside and kept walking, each step bringing him closer to a new life. The muddy road to the Adventurer Association curved up around a hill which overlooked the village, dodging rocky outcrops, as it led to the Adventurers Association gate. There were a few other people walking up the dirt road too. Some spoke to each other and walked together, but most kept to themselves, the dark weather suppressing any chance of a warm conversation. The hill was large, and the path was long, causing Jay to start sweating slightly as he started to pant. I'm pretty unfit, he thought as he started huffing. I should have started training or something, oh well. He shook his head. Suddenly, a deep man's voice called out from behind, startling most of the young adventurers on the road. A large, bulky man clad in armor was riding a horse ahead of a carriage. Make way for nobility, he called out. His raspy voice had the airy authority of a war-torn veteran. With a short sword strapped to his waist, he rode on a black glade horse ahead of a luxurious carriage. As he continued to call out, the man didn't even turn his head towards Jay, expecting anyone to move at his call. The safety of the young noble was clearly his only priority. The knight was overqualified for his position. Anyone could tell that the knight was bored just by looking at him, yet he still emitted a kind of dangerous pressure when he came closer. As he rode past, a trail of steam followed him, his sword's sheath releasing steam when droplets of rain landed on it. Must have a ruby gem. Heh, must be nice being rich, thought Jay secretly, not risking to say it out loud. In this world, gems gave weapons attributes. In this instance, there was a ruby gem socketed into the short sword, which gave the sword +3 fire damage. A passive effect was that it felt warm to the touch. When drawn, the sword would glow red hot, able to carve through flesh like paper, and only leaving a cauterized wound behind. A wound such as this would block instantaneous healing abilities. One would have to cut off the cauterization before even attempting to heal it. It was common to see these gems socketed into larger objects, but to put them into smaller objects like swords required great skill. The fire attribute had to be channeled into the blade and not into the handle, lest it burn the wielder. This is what made the weapon so expensive. Generally, the smaller a socketed object, the more expensive it was. Jay did his best to move to the side of the path, getting out of the way of the rich knight. The hill was steep at the edge of the road. It had been built up to make a slightly wider path, though over time it had degraded. Standing on the edge of the road to give way to the carriage, Jay realized that he didn't have enough room, but it was too late to do anything about it. Having no choice but to dodge the oncoming carriage, he stepped backwards towards the edge. Suddenly the side of the path crumbled, and he started to slip. The rain helped in making a bad situation worse, as it was all turning to slippery mud by now. Shit. Jay attempted to plant his foot firmly on the ground, but the mud caused Jay to just slip further down. He began to lose balance as he yelled, hoping someone would hear him, and someone did. A chuckle came from the carriage, and as Jay fell, a mocking smirk flashed at him ever so briefly through the carriage's curtains. Wow, it's like they were almost glad that I'm being pushed off the road and into the mud, little bastard, he thought as he tried to gain his balance, yet unsuccessfully. Jay fell over onto his shoulder as he slid a little way down the side of the hill. You asshole in your shitty carriage, Jay yellowed, gritting his teeth in anger as he slid down. He only began picking up more speed and sliding faster in the rain and mud. Spotting a shrub as he slid down, he grabbed at it to stop himself from sliding further. Grah! He grasped the small bush with all his strength, yet neither Jay or the bush came out unscathed. Jay finally came to a stop as half of the plant's roots were pulled up. His hand began stinging as it turned red, hurting more than his shoulder now, as he just stripped away half of the leaves from the plant. Using the shrub as balance, he stood up slowly, yet was quickly filled with anger. Damn it, will they even let me in now? I'm so filthy, they will think I'm a beggar, and that little bastard in the carriage was basically laughing at me. Prick, he snapped in frustration, clenching his fist as he noticed the carriage wasn't even there anymore. It didn't even stop to help. Little fucking bastard, his brows furrowed in anger, swearing through his clenched jaw as he looked at the brown slide he made down the hill. Walking back up the muddy hill to get to the road, Jay's anger still seethed, yet this only caused him to lose his concentration, and with it, his balance. Fucker, little carriage bastard, fucker semicolon. Oh, wait, shit. Once more, he fell backwards. Shit, she. Dash. The back of his head landing squarely on a rock, and Jay instantly lost consciousness. His unconscious body continued sliding down the hill for a moment before stopping near some bushes. Sadly for Jay, no one saw him fall, or even heard him yell in the pouring rain. He was alone, knocked unconscious and caught in some bushes. What? A silver crow shocked Jay awake, flying away when Jay's eyes opened widely. Jay sat up quickly, trying to make himself look more lifelike, as he realized the crow was about to start eating him, as if he was some roadkill. It was still close to winter, and at this point Jay was shivering, his clothes drenched with rain. He couldn't tell how long he had been unconscious as it was still overcast, but it didn't matter very much. Right now he was freezing. I need to get warm, so cold, need warmth. His teeth chattering, his lips blue, and his fingers white. He could hardly form sentences. Survival instincts kicked in as Jay started to jog to the village inn. He would have gone home, but he knew that his shivering hands wouldn't have been able to start a fire. I'm so hungry, so thirsty. How long was I knocked out? He asked himself as he jogged, trying to warm himself up. It was still overcast and early in the morning when he finally made it to the only inn in the village. Stumbling through the wooden door of the Smicaravan Inn, Jay quickly walked towards the innkeeper standing behind the bar, ready to place his order. However, the middle-aged bald man with a twirling mustache took the initiative to speak first. "Hello, I'm Devon. How can I help?" the innkeeper asked, squinting at Jay as he wondered whether he should kick this dirty, mud-covered bum out or not. "I'm not getting paid enough for this shit," the innkeeper thought. Looking at the tracks of mud Jay was making through his establishment, before realizing he was his own boss. One room please, and a hot bath immediately. "I'm freezing," Jay said through his chattering teeth. "Sure, that will be 25 gold. The innkeeper eyed Jay's waist for a coin pouch. "It will cost you more if you stay for longer though. And about your bath, it will cost 5 gold for the ruby bath, which heats up water instantly. Otherwise we normally heat up water over the fire, which would take quite some time," the innkeeper explained, casually peering at the thick mud on Jay's clothes. "Ah, would you like laundry service too, for 5 gold? Obviously I want the fucking ruby bath. I'm literally shivering in front of you, you absolute food." Jay thought for a moment before he exhaled angrily, and then smiled with dead eyes, replying with an almost sarcastic tone. "Yes, I would like my clothes washed, and I would like the ruby tub too, please," he said through gritted teeth. "Sure, 35 gold, Devon said before he called out for his employee. "Tamara, we have a customer. Get the hot tub filled right away." "Yes, sir," a young female voice sounded from a room behind the bar. Jay paid 35 gold as a young woman came out from a door next to the bar. "Room 3, but take him to the ruby bath first," Devon said as he took the gold coins and went back to cleaning glasses. "I wonder what they did to the new recruits to make him come back like this," Devon thought as he shrugged, putting a clean glass down and grabbing another to polish. It was not the morning as Jay had thought. He had been unconscious all day. Devon merely assumed this was some sort of training. "Old guild leader Sully must be experimenting this year," he shrugged with a smile. "Oh well, not my problem." Chapter 2. Tamara led Jay down a hallway to a room with the ruby bath in the center, gesturing to Jay to enter the room. The bathtub was as big as any other bathtub yet, with a small ruby gem socketed into its base, a metal cage covering the gem to stop petty thieves. Tamara pointed to the corner of the room. "There's a basket there to put your dirty clothes in, along with a change of clothes on that shelf. I've left a towel and some soap there too. If you need anything, just call out down the hallway, and I'll hear you." Jay nodded as Tamara closed the door, leaving Jay alone in the room. Checking that the door was locked, Jay turned around to start undressing as he noticed wisps of steam dancing on top of the water. Enticed by the warmth, he hurriedly took his clothes off and threw them in the general direction of the basket before hopping into the bath. At first it was hot, but soon his skin adapted to the heat, and it felt comfortable. As his muscles untensed themselves from the shivering, he could finally relax. "Ah, 5 gold well spent," he smiled in delight. Suddenly, he panicked. Grabbing the sides of the bathtub, he froze. "I still need to reach the mana conduit. Shit." Jumping out of the bath, he grabbed the towel and wrapped it around himself. He remembered that the sun was about to set as he was shocked awake by that crow, so he's really cutting it close. Opening the door, he yelled Tamara. Hearing footsteps, Tamara appeared. "Yes. I need to get to the Adventurers Association as soon as possible. Can you please request a carriage for me?" Jay blurted out. Yeah, sure, just isn't it closed today?" Tamara said quizzically. "No. Why would it be closed?" "Well, yesterday was the 7th of the 7th, and they will have a lot of paperwork to go through. After all, the 18-year-olds have their classes now, so they're normally closed on the 8th of the 7th. Question mark. Jay felt his heart squeeze tightly as he unconsciously held his breath. Yes, yesterday he looked like he had seen a ghost. Never mind. Closing the door slowly, Jay completely forgot about Tamara standing there. Thankfully, the door closed before his towel fell down. Standing naked in the room staring at the closed door, a few moments passed as reality caught up with Jay. "I missed it, my one opportunity to escape this hole. How? Why? Gritting his teeth, he began to get angry as he slowly walked back to the bath and got in, not wasting the water, I'm going to be a fucking butcher forever ha dot dot ha ha dot dot ha ha ha. He thought about the new adventurers, a root of jealousy growing in his heart, as they were now training and learning about the system and their classes. What's that word they say? Oh yeah, status, he said bitterly with eyes half closed and a defeated smile, knowing he will be a butcher forever. Necromancer level 1, HP 45/45, MP 25/25, Strength 15, Dexterity 25, Vitality 15, Energy 25. Skills. Raise feeble creature level 1. Class utility passive. What? With a furrowed brow and half-opened eyes, Jay took some time to process what he was seeing. Rereading it again, then a third time, Jay felt his heart jerk him awake before he paused in shock. I'm a necromancer, he yelled to himself as he sat in the bath. Isn't this supposed to be a monster class? Looking around, he felt a strange mix of embarrassment, excitement and fear, but most of all, he was thankful no one heard him. Why I just wanted to be a swordsman. Shit, even a pugilist class would have been fine, even a fucking monk class. I would accept that too. I've been using a knife most of my life working in the butchery after all. Aren't I supposed to get a class that suits me? Jay thought about why he would get a weird class like this, before realizing he spent a lot of time looking at dead corpses, cutting them, hanging them, gutting them, analyzing the meat, and learning the bone structure of many different kinds of forest animals. A slight feeling of dread came over Jay as it dawned on him. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, I guess. Kinda perverted when I think about it like that though, he reasoned. A necromancer, I have only heard rumors of these types of monsters. Aren't most of them powerful undead skeletons? He wondered, looking at his hands. He then felt silly because obviously he was still alive. While he was happy to have a class, he didn't know what to feel, fear of being hunted down for having a monster class. Happiness that he's not a butcher anymore. Excitement for the future adventures he would have. Though the strongest of these emotions was currently fear. Should I tell someone? I guess I have to reason at the moment. But I should build trust with someone before telling them in private. In the meantime, I will have to pretend I'm a support class with only a self-buffing ability. Maybe a slight speed buff or something. Since my dexterity and energy are high. Open quote. He stroked his chin as he sat quietly in the bath. Well, at least this means I'm kind of an adventurer now, he smiled, trying to look on the bright side. I guess I can test my abilities today and check out the Adventurer Guild tomorrow to see current quests. Or maybe find some low-level monster zones or dungeons. Jay realized the association would still be closed for quests due to the rush of new adventurers from today. So he had time to plan for now. Cleaning the mud off his skin, he got out of the bath, put on a provided gown and went to sleep. Jay slept for the rest of the day as he recovered, only waking up early in the morning the next day. Jay changed into his clean clothes waiting outside his room, and left the inn. Walking along the street, he raise feeble creature level 1. Imbue a skeleton with necrotic energy, raising it to fight for you. 0/1 raised. Raise. Cost 5 mana, plus 3 mana per level of feeble creature. It sounds kind of cool, I guess. I wonder how strong it will be, Jay thought, wandering through the cobblestone streets. It didn't take long before he found an opportunity for his only skill, a desiccated rat corpse in a quiet alley. The rats in Losla were large, about the size of a cat. Women hated them the most due to the rats being able to prey on babies, and sometimes even toddlers. He walked up to the dead rat casually, then checked the alley, making sure no one was looking. He pointed at the corpse, casting his spell. Raise. 20% of his mana left his body in one go, and Jay felt a little dizzy. Some green gas formed around his hand and drifted over the corpse. The green gas circled around the corpse, but now seemed to be waiting a moment. Raising a brow as he stared at the corpse with the green cloud around it, he was wondering what was happening. Hey, are you gonna do anything? Can you hurry up? He wanted the skill to go faster before someone entered the alley. Suddenly, the green mist entered the corpse through its mouth. It was like it was being inhaled. So I guess I'll get an undead rat as a buddy. It'll be fine as long as it doesn't touch me, thought Jay, not wanting to even smell the large rat corpse. Desiccated rat corpse is disgusting. Even a living rat is pretty filthy. Suddenly, the rat corpse pulsated, its chest rising up and down as its skin roiled, and boils of fat and pus appeared on the surface of its skin. Amazed, Jay stared at it, and then before his widened eyes, it suddenly exploded. Bits of flesh flicked everywhere, a lot covering Jay, some landing near his lips. Hum. Wanting to scream in anger and disgust, he didn't dare open his mouth in case some rotting flesh entered it. He quickly wiped the pieces of flesh off his face. Fuck, I want to die. Fuck this. I'll be a butcher for life. I don't even care anymore. This is the worst day ever. No, actually, the worst 2 days since I was knocked out for nearly a full day, thanks to that smug prick in the carriage. Wanting to die after having desiccated rat flesh land on his face, Jay made a mental note to stand back after casting this skill next time. Looking at the corpse, he realized that only the flesh, hair, muscles and organs were gone, splattered all over the alley around him. What remained was simply the bones floating in a cloud of green mist. The mist wrapped around the bones as they shifted and morphed. The cartilage cracked and popped as the rat bones reshaped themselves into a humanoid skeleton creature, with a hunchback and tiny horns on its head. The green mist was solidifying, acting like a jelly at the joints of the bones. The creature was about the size of a small child. It had long spindly bone fingers with tiny claws at the end. If Jay were to guess what it was, he would naturally think it was a goblin skeleton. 2 hollow eyes with tiny green glowing spheres floating in the middle of the eye sockets looked up at Jay from the rat skull with anticipation, as if to say, I'm ready to kill. What can I kill? Where is my target? With its creepy spindly-like hands ready to slash. Freaking out, Jay wanted the creature to get away from him, and as if it read his thoughts, the green jelly on the joints of the creature all dissipated back into the mist and disappeared, while the bones crumbled back onto the ground, some turning to ash and blowing away, while others turned back into what looked like normal rat bones. Freaky analyzing the bones, Jay gained some understanding of the process. So it seems like my power is semi-autonomous. It responds to my thoughts immediately, but also can act independently when I don't focus. Interesting. The creature was made up of bones which clearly didn't belong to a rat, especially since it increased in size, and some of these bones turned into ash. Perhaps that's part of my magic too, to fill in the gaps where a creature is lacking. Jay squinted at the remaining bones. Maybe that's why I can only do smaller feeble creatures at the moment, because I would need to fill in more gaps for the larger ones. I guess I should level up quickly and find out. I would like to test this on a dead bird and other corpses too to see if I get the same creature or a different one. Jay considered combining different creature corpses as he walked to the Adventurer Association. If a bird corpse made a different creature, surely combining a few different corpses would make something stronger. Of course, he will need to find a few different corpses first. So far, he has only managed to find a desiccated rat. Well, I guess I can kill something in one of the Adventurers Association's quests, he thought with a sly smile as he attempted his second trip to the association. Chapter 3. A town guard walked by an ordinary alley, turning his head as he noticed a vile smell. Walking towards the rancid odor, he approached cautiously, gripping his spear tighter. He knew this smell well, it was death. He quickly found the source of the smell, and it only got worse as he got closer. At first, he was shocked. It was like a blossoming flower of desiccated flesh surrounding a pile of ash-white bones. He couldn't hold back his vomit. Leaving the alley, he wondered if he should report it or not. I won't bother reporting it. It's only a rat after all. Probably just some new adventurers testing out their skills. Interesting skill though. Explosive magic maybe. I hope I never cross them in the wild, he thought. A shiver ran up his spine as he had an instant flashback of what he'd just witnessed. On the other side of town, Jay suddenly had the urge to grin mischievously. Weird. He shrugged. It was early morning, not afternoon as Jay had previously thought. He knew he missed his chance to access a mana conduit and acquire his class. Yet he had become a necromancer. However, this wasn't the problem. He would still need to register as an adventurer, and they would find out his class if he did. Thoughts kept flashing through Jay's head. Will I be rejected for not being there to touch the mana conduit? Will they even realize I wasn't there? Will they assume I don't have a class, and hence cannot participate in quests or training? He frowned slightly. I guess I should be more scared of them discovering my class and executing me on the spot, he frowned. Jay simply had to lie his way into the guild. Then he would get access to all the dungeon locations, quests, and other services. He slowly walked to the guild. The sun had a comfortable warmth, and the early morning air was crisp, which Jay appreciated as he made his way around the dirt trail curving up the mountain. At least something was lifting his mood. His excitement for becoming an adventurer was gone, but remaining a lone butcher was out of the question. The Adventures Association came into sight. It was more like a small castle rather than a functional organization building. A wooden palisade wall surrounded the compound, along with an occasional large rock or boulder, making up part of the wall. The nearby fir trees had been cut to provide vision, as well as to construct the 10-meter walls. The gate arch was composed of large floating boulders, each of them rippling with a pale blue aura and deep blue glowing veins which kept them floating, ready to deposit them into the gate gap if need be. Who needs an iron gate when you can simply enchant some boulders? Jay thought the fancy floating boulder gate was betrayed by the wooden palisade walls around the compound. However, it was situated near a small town after all, and he didn't expect much in the first place. Small villages like his were not even taken into consideration in regards to defense or war, so they wouldn't receive any sort of military budget. Besides, the country was only at war with one of the other 6 races, and the war front was on the north side of the country. Jay's village, Losler, was situated on the deep southwestern side of the continent, where nothing exciting ever happens. It was more like a retirement village. Approaching the gate, Jay saw a familiar face. It was Paul, a regular customer of the butcher shop. Hey, this will be easy, Jay thought to himself as his lips began to curl. Hey Paul, how are you? Jay waved. Yeah, good mate, you're here to start your classes, huh? What did you get? Jay feigned a smile. Melee, I'm a swordsman. Pretty keen to get started, he lied with a nod. As they were chatting, a few other people lined up behind Jay, while some just continued walking past and entered through the gate. Noticing the queue, Paul decided to cut the chatter and return to his duties. Ah, good on you, mate. Well, the melee instructor is right over there. He's a bit loud, but he means well. I hope it goes well. See you later, mate. He gestured to Jay to enter. Thanks, Paul. I'll catch you around. Jay held back a nervous sweat as well as a smile of delight, resulting in a straight face. He wasn't used to lying, but successfully doing this also gave him a strange feeling of elation and excitement. Jay felt like he was better, even superior to his fellow man, despite being level 1, while Paul was level 24. Wow, I should lie all the time, Jay carelessly thought. Walking through the floating stone gate, Jay felt a little cautious as the huge stones could crush him into a meat paste. Thankfully, they didn't respond to his necromancer class at all. The whole courtyard area was about the size of a park. A cobblestone path led to the main building a few hundred meters away, and this was where Jay headed. The main building was a 3-story tall wooden barrack, with a large round cobblestone tower protruding from the back left corner of the compound. A large black window was on the top floor, looking over the courtyard. Most of the courtyard was dirt with small patches of grass that had been trampled over the years. It was filled with aspiring adventurers being trained in their various disciplines: melee, ranged and mana craft. There were about 300 recruits all up, the majority of them being a melee-type class. The new recruits had bright, excited eyes and sunny looks on their faces, even as they were yelled at by their new trainers. They were being told to forget everything they knew previously about their respective disciplines. In this way, Jay stood out as he was the only new recruit who had a look of seriousness, similar to the veteran trainers. Little did they know it was because he was currently hiding something, though most would assume he simply didn't want to be there or wasn't happy with his class. Among the 3 disciplines were subclasses. Melee had swords, axes, spears, each with its own respective abilities, health and mana pool sizes. People could learn different disciplines to evolve their class and merge them. A melee class such as a swordsman could learn mana craft and evolve their swordsman class into a spell sword, a mage slayer, or even a quint blade if they had other prerequisites. New abilities could also be acquired through personal testing, discovery, or finding a rare skill scroll. There was also a chance of attaining a unique class. These classes were rare, having a 0.7% chance of acquiring. In the group of new recruits and aspiring adventurers, only 2 people so far had attained a unique class, or so they thought. The unique classes were usually considered special, but were not always blessings. For example, the Tripto-Ornamentalist class. This class was a mage craftsman type class, which had a peculiar ability to craft objects, which would follow the current owner around. Though not very practical, it would creep some people out when they unknowingly purchased one of these goods. A victim of such a merchant would be sitting in a pub on a rainy night, enjoying a drink quietly in the warmth of the tavern. Staring out at the rain, he wondered when the storm would end. Suddenly a flash of lightning strikes and his Tripto ornament in the shape of a tiki doll's head would appear in the window he was looking through, making him figuratively shit himself and ruin his calm mood with high blood pressure. Buyer beware. The 2 unique class adventurers were not present at practice. It seemed they were given special lessons, or shipped off to a more advanced guild in a thoroughly developed city. Jay mimicked confidence in his walk as to not draw suspicion, while he approached the main building and entered the lobby. There was no one at reception because everyone working here would be busy handling the paperwork from yesterday. Oh yeah, Jay pursed his lips. As went to the exit, he noticed a colorful map on the wall. It was a dungeon board, showing all the closest dungeons to the village. This was probably only meant to be seen by the new adventurers after enough training. He was level 1, so he knew he probably shouldn't bother looking, but he did anyway. It wouldn't hurt to know, he smiled. Looking at the map, he found a single level 1 dungeon, Stink Rat Marsh. Perhaps they get people to train up in the courtyard so they don't have to go there. Obviously marshes stink, and rats stink, so Stink Rat Marsh must be an absolute shithole. It would be a stain in any adventurer's memory to start here, but I suppose I have no choice. Jay sighed. The less attention I draw, the better, and there will be no one there to witness my class in action. A small smile appeared on his face, thinking about his bone goblin skeleton tearing the rats to pieces. There were various other dungeons on the map, but they were not instance dungeons, meaning anyone would be able to go into the dungeon and find you there, whereas the instance dungeons would create separate pockets of reality, in which only you and your party could enter. Jay added the location to his map along with a level 5 dungeon named Wolf's Quarry. Gosh, I wonder what kind of monsters will be at Wolf's Quarry. He chuckled to himself in the lobby. His poor attempts at humorous sarcasm had no restraint. Thankfully, it fell of deaf ears as no one was in the lobby today. Jay decided to grind to level 4 in Stink Rat Marsh, then head to the quarry to level up some more before returning a few days later. He thought that hopefully by then, he will have a better chance at succeeding, when he would have to lie about his adventurer paperwork being lost. I may as well get some training in while I'm here, he thought as he exited the building. Looking around the courtyard, he noticed people with swords, clubs, shields and hatchets were on his right, sparring with each other, while some of them attacked helpless training dummies. Others nearby did push-ups and sit-ups under the guise of their trainer. Perhaps they're being punished for losing, Jay reckoned. On the left side were people with javelins, daggers, whips and bows. They were all attacking targets from their respective distances. Some of the more talented rangers would attempt to attack wooden birds that an assistant mage had summoned, while the ranged trainer looked on, periodically giving pointers to the slightly more inept. The assistant mage looked bored as her whole job was to collect scraps of wood from the melee training dummies, add magic to them, and convert them into wooden birds, which she sent to fly around the archery range. Damn, some magic sure is cool. Sucks to do something so boring with it, though Jay wearily smiled, continuing to look around. I wonder where the mana craft training is being held, Jay thought before noticing in the far right corner. Beyond the 150-strong mass of melee disciples was a small garden where people were sitting as still as statues. There were about 60 of them, sitting cross-legged while the trainer sitting cross-legged floating. A few small rocks seemed to defy gravity around him. As soon as Jay looked at him, he suddenly heard a voice in his head. Stop being lazy and start training, recruit. The voice was blunt and to the point. Jay shivered and immediately looked away from the trainer, hopefully breaking mind contact or whatever that spell was. He took 3 steps forward, pretending to listen to the voice's instructions, as he considered where he should go. He had to think fast so as to not look suspicious. Desperately wanting to go to the mana craft area, He knew he would not be able to demonstrate his skills, which were grotesque to say the least, not to mention they would get him into trouble or even killed. Jay went with his original plan and decided to join the melee training, as even a simpleton could do push-ups, and he has been cutting up meat since he was a kid, so he was good enough with a knife. As he walked away from the main building, he felt a pair of eyes as sharp as daggers staring straight at his back from the building behind him. He felt a cold sweat as the tangible pressure mounted on him. Deciding not to turn around, he resolutely made his way to the melee area. As he went to grab a wooden short sword, his hand was rudely slapped away. "Just what do you think you're doing? This has to be earned." A snooty voice resounded with vitriol in Jay's face. I'm here for training." "You have to earn it," he said with a sneer. "You can't just start with a wooden sword. You don't deserve it yet." Jay realized this was the same prick in the carriage who smiled gleefully as he tumbled down the hill into the mud. The exact same little shit who smirked at him as he fell. Knowing he couldn't smack someone who was a rich noble brat, Jay simply clenched his jaw as he death stared at the melee trainer, letting his rage out a little. The melee trainer had heightened senses compared to most, and immediately responded as he sensed the passive threat level rising. "You there?" He pointed at the brat. "Quit talking and get back to sparring." "And you?" He pointed at Jay and glared for a moment. "You're late, so you're doing push-ups, jogging, then dummy training. No sparring today since you're late." Some spit left his mouth as he screamed, "We don't tolerate tardiness." The noble brat sneered with a smug smile as he went back to the sparring area. Jay immediately felt thankful for the trainer, even though he was yelling at Jay with a vein popping out of his head. He went to the push-up area and began working out. Jay began doing push-ups with the other recruits, as the trainer continued to bark at them. As he began working out, he was amazed at how his own body now was not tired in the slightest. The only thing that changed for him was that his energy status went down from 25 to 23, even though he had just done 200 push-ups. The standard training regime for new melee recruits was to do 200 push-ups, jog around the outside of the compound twice, and then repeat until the instructor was pleased. However, as Jay began to get up, the instructor Winston screamed at him once more. I didn't say you were finished. You're doing 400 to make up for being late. He doesn't need to embarrass me like this. This is all that noble Douch's fault anyway. Basically pushing me down the hill yesterday," he thought as he gritted his teeth in frustration, deciding to channel his rage into his push-ups. After the first rage-filled push-up, Jay instantly received a notification. New passive skill unlocked. Stress response. Left bracket, you get stronger when you're angry, and angry when you exercise. Left bracket plus 5% melee damage bonus when stressed or angry. Sweet. Jay smiled as his mood turned positive again, and he lost the passive buff. The trainer seemed angry as he saw Jay enjoying what was meant to be a punishment, and Jay continued to smirk to himself as he finished the extra 200 push-ups. Hopefully being an underdog always plays out like this. After the push-ups came the running. He had to do 4 laps around the compound, lowering his energy to 17/25. Thankfully, he did unlock another passive, though he wasn't that impressed. Running level 1. Left bracket, you can run faster, further, and use less energy doing so. Left bracket plus 1% speed. Coming back to the trainer, he was greeted with a light smile. "Good job, recruit. Take a wooden weapon and start on the dummies." The trainer seemed less annoyed now that Jay had put in the effort without complaining. He seemed to respect hard work. Jay was encouraged, and happily went back to the weapon rack and grabbed a wooden short sword. Jay smirked proudly as he noticed the brat glance at him, before going back to sparring another recruit, not willing to test the trainer's booming voice. Jay happily went to one of the training dummies which was closest to the mana craft garden. He started sparring lightly, and whenever he heard the mana craft instructor teach the lucky few in the mana craft group, he approached the dummy, pretending to inspect his damage, as he tried to glean any scraps of mana craft training he could get, listening attentively. Twist and pull the rope in, making it a part of yourself. Imagine you are the tree, make your bark, your shell, stronger. It sounds like some bullshit a fortune teller would say, he thought with a raised brow. Nevertheless, he committed each and every piece to memory, as he pretended to analyze the training dummy nearby. After a few hours of training, Jay leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points to spend. He realized that his base class attributes had most points in energy, which increased mana, so he put them all into energy, raising it to 30, and his mana pool to 39. His dexterity was quite high, but he assumed it was due to his skills with the butchering knives rather than his class. But he couldn't be sure as he checked his status. Necromancer level 2, HP 48/48, MP 39/39, Strength 15, Dexterity 25, Vitality 15, Energy 20/30. Skills. Raise Feeble Creature level 1, Stress Response passive, Class Utility passive, Running level 1 passive. Awesome. I'll have an easier time when I visit the dungeon. Jay smiled in satisfaction. After training till midday, a bell sounded from somewhere in the main building, and the recruits were dismissed, told to come back tomorrow at sunbreak for more lessons. Jay looked at his trainer, who nodded back, then began making his way home for some lunch. As he left, he noticed a familiar guard on the way out. Paul, how was your training, mate? Ready for tomorrow? It was okay. It seems like they drill us pretty hard, but I think they mean the best for us. I'll get used to it, Jay answered, tactfully ignoring the second question. Paul lightly chuckled. They won't let it get easy, mate. If you get used to it, they'll just make it harder. He smiled with a nod. But hang in there, it'll be worth it, and you'll be glad for going through it someday. Yeah, Jay nodded and looked at the ground knowingly. I'll keep coming back, don't worry. Anyway, I'm exhausted, so I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, that's fair enough. See you tomorrow, mate. Jay walked down the hill as the Douch Brat's carriage whizzed past once again, this time without Jay slipping. Asshole, he thought. I'll out-level him soon enough by getting a head start on these dungeons tonight. I'll leave this loser in my past where he belongs. Jay grinned. After walking home sprightly, Jay cooked himself up some sausages and tomatoes seasoned with ground tussle root and enjoyed his meal. Surprised, he noticed he got a passive buff from Consum. Chapter 4. Jay took his cooking knife with him as he went to leave. Something will be better than nothing, I guess. As Jay walked out the butchery, he left a sign hanging on the doorknob. Be back after lunch. Of course, he wouldn't be back after lunch. He chuckled, thinking about the people lining up only to lose patience and leave. But Jay didn't care. He was an adventurer now. Sometime soon, he would leave this city behind and get rich killing monsters for a living. He was quite a sadistic person in this way. With a spring in his step and a sunny smile, he began walking down the cobblestone street. Checking his map to confirm the direction of the Stink Rat Marsh dungeon, he abruptly stopped, turned around, and began walking back the way he was coming from, this time in the correct direction. Jay blushed as he hoped no one noticed. His first mistake as an adventurer was embarrassing, to say the least. Imagining his melee trainer bursting a blood vessel if he heard of this, Jay chuckled. He will never know. It was about 15 minutes before Jay reached the south side of the village. On his way out, he noticed a merchant arguing with a stable boy. Not caring for the argument, Jay continued to walk by as he gazed at the merchant's caravan. Wow, those are some nice weapons. I guess he must be here to cash in on the new adventurers. But I won't need a weapon with my class, Jay snickered quietly to himself. The merchant noticed someone seemingly laughing at his stock. He paused and gave Jay an obvious fake smile. Hello, sir, you like what you see? Well, you're gonna have to wait till tomorrow. Ha ha ha. I'll have the booth set up by lunchtime. The short, fat merchant let out a bellowing laugh from behind his mustache. Jay inspected the merchant. Bertram level 13. HP-100%. MP-87%. The only details Jay could get was his name, level, and current health and mana percentages. This was the same for everyone. You would either need to party up to see someone's class and their actual health/mana, or touch a mana conduit. Jay shrugged at the merchant's teasing and left as Bertram pulled a pipe out and began to smoke it, periodically puffing smoke out. As he went back to micromanaging the stable boy, Woe at this point had a red face and looked like he was about to tear up. Poor kid, Jay thought. The cobblestone path ended and turned to a patchy dirt grass path as he walked away from the village. It was nearly the middle of winter, no flowers were blooming, and most of the trees in the surrounding forest were missing their leaves. Though it didn't get cold enough to snow in this part of the country, much of the vegetation still suffered through the winter. Jay checked his map as he walked. Okay, just a little further on the path, Then I have to cut through the forest to the southwest. After making his way down the path, he turned and began working his way through the forest's vegetation. It was quiet as he walked through the winter forest. A light breeze waved through the trees, the only sound coming from the old twig he snapped underfoot. Approaching the map marker with expectation, Jay was confused. What? Where is the dungeon? Jay expected a cave or perhaps a crystal to teleport him, yet what he found was a small brown pond surrounded by head-high grass. The water was murky, with lily pads scattered throughout, quite contrasting to the surrounding fir-wood forest. Jay walked around the pond as he checked his map, but the marker kept pointing directly into the pond. Fine, you win. I'll walk into the filthy pond and get my shoes wet, then head back to town with wet shoes in disappointment. He gritted his teeth in utter frustration. After sinking his shoes into the mud and the water reaching knee-high, a notification appeared before his eyes. Enter Stink Rat Marsh Level 1 Dungeon. Yes/no. Oh, Jay was pleasantly confused, but still, he accepted the dungeon invitation. The wind swirled around him, and for a moment Jay couldn't breathe. Before he realized it, he was suddenly sucked down under the water and into the mud. Anyone looking at this would think he was just pulled under the water by an ancient eldritch monster. Suddenly, Jay was ejected from the mud again, as if being vomited out from the earth itself. You have entered Stink Rat Marsh Level 1. Unlocked dungeon you may leave at any time. Landing in the same murky water again, he was assaulted by a foul smell and another notification. Stink debuff applied. Dash persists until you leave the dungeon. Stink. Dash you are distracted by a horrendous smell, -5% dexterity. 5% is nothing to someone as low level as me. Jay scoffed as he examined his surroundings. He really thought being low level was something to brag about. The air was sticky, humid and thick. It was warm and definitely not winter anymore. Around him were decaying trees, waist-high grass and black murky ponds littering the black mud landscape. While walking to drier ground, his feet produced bubbles with every step, the bubbles adding to the stink. This would definitely deter anyone from becoming an adventurer, he grimaced as he held his nose, though it did nothing to stop the putrid smell. Jay began exploring, avoiding murky ponds and bubbling swamps. Soon enough, he came to an enormous log. Jay approached the side of this gigantic decaying log. It was only getting bigger as he came closer, and as it was finally within spitting distance, he realized even a carriage could fit inside the log, if it were hollowed out. It was as tall as a house. Wondering how he would get over, he looked to each side. The log appeared to go off into the distance forever. Must be some sort of soft lock to stop idiots getting in or just really drunk people. Looking right, he spotted another decaying log which had fallen onto the huge log, forming a ladder of sorts, though its base was submerged in another murky pond. Jay sighed, damn, let's get this over with. He walked back into the murky brown water, frowning as he felt the slightly colder water enter his shoes again, and more bubbles being produced with each step. Reaching the log, he found that it was stripped of bark. The wood had turned black after absorbing the muck over the years, and it was beyond dead. You slippery bastard, Jay said as he spread more water over it, though no muck washed off. The slimy surface seemed to be a part of the log now. Jay attempted to crouch walk up it, but this was a sad mistake. After getting about halfway up, he lost balance and fell face first into the murky water below. HMMM. He couldn't scream or the muck may enter his mouth. He quickly clambered out of the water, causing another stir of stink bubbles. Wiping his face in frustration, he used his shirt to wipe his lips and spat. Fuck. He yelled through a clenched jaw. He felt like his face was grimacing since he was in here, but in this situation, he realized he could break through his own limits and grimace even harder. Perhaps his nose would implode. I'm sick of this place already. It's no wonder no one would come here. For a moment he felt hopeless, but he pressed on. He made his way back to the log. This time, anger and frustration helped him ignore the slime and the possibly impending fungal infections. This time, he didn't take any chances, gripping the log and laying on his stomach, as he slowly shimmied up the log until he was at the top. Finally, he exhaled and checked his energy. Energy-24/30. Looking around, it dawned on him that he had to jump down the other side, and seeing no logs to get down, he decided he would walk along the log looking for a pond to jump in. He didn't want to risk a sprained ankle and being surrounded by monsters. Pausing for a moment, he first took in the view. The marsh went on for as far as he could see. Although it was humid, thick dark clouds hung overhead, placing the whole landscape in shadows. Thankfully, he spotted movement nearby. Approaching slowly, he walked along the log, then slid himself off the side on his belly, till he fell onto the ground. He didn't have the luxury of jumping into a pond, as that would have alerted the rats, so he decided to take the risk. Happily, he didn't take any damage, though his chest was covered in decaying wood and moss. Not that it mattered at this point. He was filthy. Jay walked into some nearby swamp grass and crouched. He blended in almost seamlessly since he was practically covered in half of the swamp by now. He pulled out his cooking knife and made his way to where he saw the movement. Stealthily sneaking through the waist-high reeds and swamp grasses, he approached the source of the movement. Through the swaying reeds, Jay finally saw it, his first monster. His first victim. Chapter 5. As Jay approached the oblivious soap rat, he realized he couldn't really make use of his necromancer class, since there were no corpses around, only rotting wood and swamp grass. I guess I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way, smiling slightly as he equipped his 1-damage cooking knife. Squinting, he clenched his jaw a little as he held his knife as he prepared himself mentally. He imagined he was like an assassin hunting his prey, thinking of himself as being much cooler than what he actually was, a person covered in slimy shit, holding a cooking knife in the middle of a swamp about to ambush a fat rat. He looked more like a homeless person looking for dinner. Inspect, he thought, gazing at the rat with predator-like eyes. Soap rat level 1, 10 HP. Skills. Slippery, passive. The rat uses swamp slime to its advantage. Crowd control skills have no effect. Bite. 1 pierce damage. Claw. Bleed. 2 flat damage over 3 seconds, can stack 2 times. Poison resist passive. 80% poison resistance. Description. While the name suggests that it may be clean, it is the furthest thing from it. The rat's large, about the size of a pig, but with a slender body and a long tail, thought Jay. It was covered completely in a slimy sheen of black fur. Studying it, Jay was in the process of sizing up his prey. It's hardly a rat, more like a mutant dog. A large muscular head was sticking out from the rest of its body. Shit, it could easily crush a pumpkin between those jaws. Trying his best to be stealthy, as good as a level 2 necromancer can be, he was sneaking over as the rat appeared to be distracted while eating something. Its choice of snack appeared to be decaying wood, causing Jay to pity the oversized rat. Sneaking ever so closer, Jay wiped the grime off his cooking knife and held it in a reverse grip, preparing himself mentally. Kill or be killed, he thought to himself. Sure, Jay could have just left, but in his eyes, returning to a mundane life was as good as being dead. Now was the time. Stepping forward and then jumping with the grace of a pregnant elephant, Jay broke cover, pouncing at the rat while stabbing down as hard as he could. Unfortunately, his prey reacted in time. It turned to its side and hissed as Jay's knife left a deep gash on its ribs. A damage number appeared over the rat. -1. The rodent hopped back and then used its momentum to plant its paws in the ground and leap, pouncing at Jay's right hand. Jay pulled his wrist back and slashed at the rat's face, leaving a gash across its snout. -1. Ree! The rat screeched as it leapt at Jay again, slashing back at him with its own knife-like claws. Jay braced himself and held his breath. He raised his arms up into a boxer stance, with the bloodied knife gleaming in his right hand. The rat's claws gashed down his arms. Jay successfully protected his head and torso, but deep cuts on his arms began to bleed. Jay dropped the knife from the pain as his arms were turning red. You bastard! Jay clenched his jaw as his anger and adrenaline helped to dull the pain. You are bleeding. 0.7 damage per second for 3 seconds. You are bleeding. 0.7 damage per second for 3 seconds. A double fucking bleed. Kicking and stomping at the rat's head a few times in frustration, Jay forced it to back up. This was Jay's first fight, and it wasn't long into it before he realized that he needed to be a bit more tactical. He picked up the knife, preparing to dodge and counter-attack the rat's next attack. Jay taunted it. Stress response passive activated. +5% melee damage. Nice, smiled Jay with a predator-like grin. The rat lunged and snapped, but Jay backstepped and stabbed at the rat's head. Take this, bitch. Planting the knife right onto the rat's head, it didn't penetrate the skull, but thankfully still did damage. -1. Unfortunately, Jay's damage was not high enough to factor in the extra 5% melee damage. The rat was aggravated from the attack and went savage. It knew it was kill or be killed. It didn't let Jay pause, continuing to attack. Its survival instincts completely kicked in. While its head was still numb, it didn't retreat as an intelligent creature would have. Stepping forward, it sunk its teeth into Jay's leg. Jay released a primal, guttural roar from the pain as he clenched his teeth. He was almost falling over as his leg was being pinned down and gnawed at. The rat's head shaking as it tried to remove a piece of flesh. -1. Ah shit. Losing 3 health all at once, Jay's blood boiled with rage. Fucker. Responding with his own survival instinct, Jay went into overdrive and stabbed down repeatedly, as his life depended on it, his vision going red while stabbing the rat like a maniac. -1. Grrrh. He made a barbarian noise, still stabbing at the rat. The knife was now completely red, after finding purchase in its flesh. Shaving away more health from the rat, it began to die. Loosening its grip, it stopped shaking its head. Jay grabbed its fur and continued to stab, but only got his hand covered in slime. Nevertheless, he continued stabbing in a mad frenzy. Just die, you fuck. -1. 15x. The rat had died at this point, but Jay continued. He wasn't keeping track of the rat's health. All he knew at that moment was he needed to stab to survive. He stabbed more but began to slow down, the pain stopping as he realized the rat was dead. He let out a sigh. Finally, Jay checked his arms for damage, but they were completely healed up. I guess my HP went down instead of me taking actual damage. Though I do feel a strange sense of weakness after losing all that health. Panting at this point, he took a few deep breaths in. Calming himself, he began to feel accomplished. Tough rat. Jay exhaled as he showed the dead soap rat some respect. You sure wanted to keep your life, huh? He shook the slime off his hand. Slippery little bastard. Finally catching his breath, he decided it was finally time to practice his mana craft. Holding out a hand over the corpse, Jay chanted his spell. Rise. Again, Jay felt a little lightheaded as green gas materialized around his hand and spread around the creature. He didn't realize this before since it was daytime, but the gas was luminescent. Cool, said Jay as the green glowing light reflected off his pupils. He seemed like a true necromancer as he watched the beautiful dancing gas. Yet this magical moment was cut short as when the gas penetrated the creature and disappeared, its body starting to spasm. Jay's eyes bulged, realizing the rat corpse was about to explode and flick little bits of flesh all over his face. No, not again. Never again. Jay gritted his teeth as he sprinted to the nearest log, jumping behind it. Poof. The corpse exploded. All Jay heard was a muffled explosion followed by a light rain from the other side of the log. Smiling behind the log, Jay waited an extra moment after the rain noise stopped. Nope, I'm gonna wait. There are probably still some smaller bits of flesh raining down that I can't hear. He still shuddered at the thought of what happened last time, vividly remembering it. Peeking his head over the log, he was happy that he missed getting a face full of gore. Viscera, organs, intestines, black fur, unidentifiable flesh and fatty residue was left all over. It temporarily changed this part of the marsh from black-gray to a deep crimson red. It was probably the only part of the marsh that wasn't black. The green gas forcefully expelled all the flesh from the rat corpse, leaving only the bones. It seeped into the bones as they rattled, cartilage popped and snapped as other bones began sticking to each other and floating. A solid dark green cartilage was forming at the joints. The bones began to assemble and form a humanoid body with a hunchback, however this time it was slightly bigger, about the same height as the soap rat. The last part to move into place was the massive soap rat skull, still gleaming with blood and interstitial fluid. It found its home at the top of the creature. It didn't morph into the same humanoid goblin-shaped head that it did before. It seems like the rat skull was sufficient for its purposes. Yet 2 small horns still formed at the top of the skull. Jay analyzed it while it was self-constructing. It appeared to have a much smaller amount of the dark green material making up the skeleton and filling in the missing gaps. Perhaps it was smaller before because there were less bones to form it. After it's self-constructed, Jay received a notification. Chimera Research -1%. Chimera. Jay was confused and pondered. I've only heard stories of such creatures. I thought they were myths. An evil grin appeared on Jay's face. I can't wait to make a freaky-looking abomination with tentacles, scorpion stingers, antlers and scales. They will tell tales of its horror. Mwahaha. Laughing alone in the black marsh, he truly seemed like a psychopath. But why did I get this research? Jay inspected the creature. Feeble creature level 1, 10 HP, base damage -1, skills, bite, -1 pierce damage, claw, bleed -2 flat damage over 3 seconds, can stack 2 times, undeath, passive, immune to cold, poison, bleed, hunger, stress, fear, pain, description. An abomination, its existence spits in the face of life and death. Execute with extreme prejudice. Nope, nothing out of the ordinary. The status gave him no clues as to why he gained Chimera Research, but he was more surprised at the description. Wow, execute. That's not very nice, but I suppose it makes sense. Jay shrugged. Anything that messes with a corpse is probably detestable to nature. Say the least. He looked at his own hands. Wait, what does that say about me? Jay frowned. He didn't want to be a necromancer, but this was his lot in life. Reasoning with himself, he made a decision. I won't raise a human corpse. That's where I draw the line, unless it's an emergency, and they were utter scum. Then maybe I won't feel as if I'm the abomination. Yeah. No one is forcing me to be evil after all. He sighed, looking at his new companion. Seems like you have the same skills as the rat. Well, except the slippery passive since your slimy fur exploded. But I'm not complaining. Before he planned his next steps, he looted the remains of the corpse. Fur scraps X3, marsh bones X2, soap rat teeth X3. I probably can't do much with these. Maybe I can sell them to that fat merchant. What was his name again? Something. I'll just examine him next time I see him. Jay realized he should probably learn the merchant's name. At least all he remembered was his smoking, his mustache, and his weight, though this wasn't very specific. Most merchants and nobles were overweight in this world. Obesity was not frowned upon at all, but instead, it was among gold and jewelry. As sign of luxury and success, its symbolism was attractive to some, though it wasn't for everyone. Looking at the marsh bones, Jay wondered why there were bones left over after he raised the creature to undeath. The bones were blackened, slimy and damp. Evidently, they have been decaying here for years. Then realization dawned on him. The rat was eating these bones, and not some decaying black wood as he initially thought. It turns out even bones are not immune to the blackened stain of the stink rat marsh. Jay realized what happened after he summoned the rat. So combining bones of different creatures does make a difference. Though you did still turn out as the same creature. It seems like I may discover another skill eventually, man. Being a necromancer is so cool. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head in disbelief as he started talking to his new companion, now that no one else was around. But with the marsh bones from another soap rat or another creature entirely. Seems like I'll need to do more testing before I jump to conclusions. Starting to feel pain as his anger died down, Jay checked his status. Necromancer level 2, HP, 43/48, MP, 34/39, Strength, 15, Dexterity, 25, Vitality, 15, Energy, 24/30. X, 15/150, skills, raise feeble creature level 1-1/1 raised, stress response passive, running level 1 passive. I'm not too banged up, said Jay, looking at his health before glancing at his minion. At least you can protect me now on. The creature moved over to stand in front of Jay, as if waiting for orders, its green glowing eyes gazing at him. Jay ignored it. Standing up and gazing at the marshland around him, he posited this will be easy, now that I have a summon. Jay took out his water bottle from his knapsack, and used it to wash his hands. He took a drink, and then began eating some wild nuts. Probably too early to treat myself, but I should keep my energy up. Noticing his bentussel roots as he was grabbed more nuts. Oh yeah, he popped a root into his mouth, chewed and swallowed it, getting a notification. Mana regen buff 1%. Dash lasts for 1 hour. Eyes squinting over the marshland grass. He looked at his surroundings as he put his water bottle away. He seemingly looked like a giant as he peered over the surrounding waist-high grass. The wind paused for a moment, and the grass stopped swaying all, except for a patch which seemed to be getting closer. It must have heard me fighting. Looking at his creature, he wondered if he should name it for the sake of practicality. Don, prepare to fight. The creature, now called Don, looked confused for a while, perhaps even angry, as its new name had no thought put into it. It even seemed to scowl at Jay, before assuming a fighting stance to make best use of its claws. Having similar stats to the soap rats, Don had one main advantage to tip the scales in its favor. Don was an undead biped. Sure enough, another pig-sized soap rat came to investigate the shouting. Parting the grasses, it glared at Jay and Don. Jay examined it. Soap rat level 1. Having a smug grin, Jay spat on the ground as he death stared at the rat, and provoked a rat in a deeper voice. Do something. The rat took a few steps forward, hissing as the rest of its body slipped through and exited the grasses. Surprisingly, Don pounced at the rat, immediately responding to the rat's intention to fight. Before the rat could respond, Don's teeth were already sinking into its flesh. Don shook its skull head from side to side to rend the flesh, while its skeleton claws were just as damaging, slashing at the rat and digging them into its flesh. The rat didn't hiss, but squealed. It was in immense pain. Conversely, Don didn't make any sound, perhaps because Don had no voice box, though Don appeared to be bored. Jay gasped as he subconsciously took a step back, being shocked at how savagely Don was fighting. The rat tried to shake Don off, but only made its pain greater as it propelled Don to rip a chunk of flesh out of its shoulder. Don was flung on the ground with a chunk of flesh in its mouth as its prize. While Jay stepped forward and stabbed at Rat, it then died after suffering only 1 damage from Jay. 15x. Jay was completely surprised. Wow, you did 9 damage. You're an absolute savage, he praised Don, amazed as he gathered the loot from the soap rat corpse. First scraps x2, soap rat teeth x3. Man, that was the easiest kill ever. I barely had to do anything. I probably could get away with ignoring the fight entirely. While cleaning the dirt from my fingernails, Jay said with a proud little smile. Looking at his blade, it had begun to dull, and the point had chipped off. Hope these first scraps are worth something. Maybe I can get a better knife or something. Don gazed back at Jay with its hollow green eyes as it swallowed the flesh out of a natural reflex. Jay gave Don a puzzled look as the flesh left Don's empty skull, slid down Don's spine, and plopped out on the ground nearby. Don seemingly not noticing anything unusual. Haha, you're weird, Jay chuckled as he began looking for movement in the marsh. Failing to see anything, he began walking in the direction the last rat had come from. It took a few minutes before the unlikely duo came to a small clearing within the reeds and grasses. The dirty, homeless-looking man and a waist-high hunchback humanoid skeleton with a huge rat skull entered the clearing. Alone in the middle of the clearing was a slightly fatter rat sprawled across a log, uncaringly surveying the duo. The rat seemed to be an alpha in these parts of the marsh, having its own little territory marked out. To Jay, it seemed like a battle-hardened warrior. As Jay and Don approached, it lazily stretched and jumped down from its log as if this was a common occurrence. Jay squinted, examining the confident soap rat. Soap rat level 3, 15 HP. Skills. Slippery, passive. The rat uses swamp slime to its advantage. Crowd control skills have no effect. Bite. 3 pierce damage. Claw. Bleed. 4 flat damage over 4 seconds, can stack 3 times. Poison resist, passive right parenthesis -80%. This is gonna be a harder one, Don. Wait till it attacks, then we strike. Jay, Don, and the rat each went into their respective combat stances. Each party waited for the other to strike first. The rat, seeming to know some basic strategy, circle around behind it, draw its attention. The rat tried to back up as it switched focus between Jay and Don, still in the process of encircling it. Realizing its predicament and pouncing at Don, it hoped to kill the smaller one quickly, so it could 1v1 Jay. The rat bit down onto Don's collarbone and shook its head, immobilizing its right arm. -3. -1. Don took no notice of the pain as it happily bit back at the rat's neck and started rhythmically clawing it and shaking his head. -5. Big mistake. Jay smiled as he stabbed down at the rat's back. Critical hit -2 damage. Since Jay was so low level, the critical hit seemed like nothing, but he was happy with the preceding notification. Dagger proficiency level 1 acquired. +2% damage when using daggers. +2% speed when using daggers. Dash can backstab for double damage. Not having time to enjoy the upgrade, Jay stabbed at the rat's back and ribs to kill it faster and save Don. -2. -2. Meanwhile, the rat continued to bite Don, damage numbers appearing over his creature's head. -3. -3. Don's horsepower depleted quickly, but still clawed one last time at the rat, stacking one last bleed on it. -1. The rat died to a backstab from Jay, before another damage tick from the bleed could kill it. 40x. Damn, that rat had so much damage. Looks like I'll need to find another place to take cover and heal. Jay looked towards the log throne before turning to the bones and the level 3 soap rat corpse. Looting the corpse, he got 5 more fur scraps and 3 rat teeth before he placed the corpse over Don's bone pile, then held out his hand. Rise. Sprinting to the log and jumping over it, he took a moment to rest, having some more wild nuts and water as he waited for the explosion and rain to clear. Chimera research -2%. Sweet, 1% closer to shocking the world, Jay joked to himself. Jay had grown used to talking to himself. Sadly, he had been alone for the last few years, as his father, Frank, was setting up another butchery in a nearby village. While his mother had died shortly after he was born, raised in the butcher shop, he worked with his dad and learnt the trade. He knew his father cared for him, but he never talked much, and Jay was the same. After giving him the whole shop, he left for another city, promising to return after his second business was up and running. Though this resulted in Jay being alone, his only communication with the local hunters and customers, and most of the time it was either empty small talk or price haggling. At first he was sad thinking about this, but he came to accept it, and eventually embraced it. While he didn't have anyone to talk to, he still had things to say. As Don reconstructed, 2 more rats entered the clearing. They were both level 1, so Jay wasn't worried. He controlled Don to kill one as he went for the other. Confident in fighting the rats now, Jay waited for it to attack. As it lunged, Jay sidestepped and stabbed at its neck. The rat screeched as Jay continued to stab at it, not giving the rat a chance to retaliate. He didn't stop for a second. All that mattered was doing damage before it could retaliate. The rat managed to claw at Jay once, causing 2 damage in total before it died. 15x. Jay looked over to Don's fight. The rat was bleeding out as Don was prepared to counterattack. Though before it could attack, it died, succumbing to its double bleed debuff. 15x. I must be getting close to leveling up, thought Jay, checking his experience. X. 110/150. Close, only about 3 more, and I can level up. Jay wanted to grin, but he was tired. He began to appreciate the hard work that went into being an adventurer, realizing it requires perseverance and discipline to get results. He felt completely normal, even though his energy level was dwindling. It was 24/30 before the last 3 fights. Now it was a measly 12/30. Deciding to take a moment to rest, he quickly looted the 2 dead rats, gaining 4 more fur scraps and 6 more teeth. However, this time he gained a stink rat tail too. I'll check it out later. Walking over to the same log that the level 3 rat was relaxing on, Jay gave orders to Don before sitting down. Protect me. Don entered a fighting stance and began circling around Jay, peering around the small clearing. Sitting in a cross-legged position, mimicked the Minecraft trainer, closed his eyes, and began thinking about the advice he committed to memory, while also guessing and filling in the parts with his best guess, while also keeping in mind that some of it was similar to that fortune-telling carrot card bullshit. Yes, carrot card. Jay never paid them enough attention to be corrected. Imagine a mana rope flowing from the gentle river of mana. Pull it into your mind, make it a part of you. Jay began to sense the ambient mana. Fuzzy was the only way he could describe it. Attempting to form it into a rope, his effort was in vain. At most, it would be like the swaying grasses on the marsh. Of course, he wouldn't get it in the first 10 minutes, so he kept concentrating and changed his approach. Imagine a deep well at the bottom of the mana river, sucking in and filling up all ambient mana. He felt the mana coalescing and moving and forming a slightly more dense spot. I'm doing it, yes, Jay thought. He distracted himself with his excitement, and the spot became slightly less dense. He recovered his focus and imagined the bottom of the well moving into his body. Suddenly, he felt full, not full in the stomach sense, but more like he was full of energy. Maintaining his composure, he continued to channel the ambient mana into his body. The extra energy began to make his forehead sweat as he started to rock back and forth. It was an hour before he stopped. Checking his energy, he was pleased with himself, as it took great concentration to get more energy back. Energy, 18/30. So about 100 push-ups is equivalent to 1 energy. Meditating 1 hour gives 6 energy - 1 per 10 minutes. Jay proceeded to calculate how much longer he needed to meditate to get to full energy. Though he decided to only get to 29/30 energy in case some sort of accident happened. He had no clue what would happen if someone meditated while their energy was full. Would they pop like a balloon? Jay meditated for the next hour and 50 minutes. As Jay was meditating, another soaked rat attacked, though it was easily killed by Don. Jay was able to stay in his meditation state. 15x. Finishing meditation, Jay was pleased with Don as he saw another corpse. Only 2 more rats and I can level up. Smiling, he jumped down from the log, looted the fresh corpse for another 2 fur scraps and 3 teeth, then made his way through the marsh. Approaching another clearing, he noticed a lot of movement this time. Crouching, he crept towards it, the clearing coming into sight. There were 5 level 1 soap rats. Doing some quick calculations and planning, Jay thought he could beat them. They would take out 2 quickly, leaving only 3 vs 2. Jay knew he could tank some damage from 2 of the rats, while Don killed another, resulting in a 2 vs 2 which they would easily win. Jay thought this was either the most genius or most idiotic idea he could come up with. Nevertheless, he implemented it. Jumping at the closest rat, he backstabbed it 3 times, dealing 6 damage before it could retaliate, biting his calf muscle as he continued to stab its neck area. -2. It counted as a backstab even though he wasn't directly behind it. Perhaps it was the anatomical difference, he was still stabbing its back after all. Don jumped at another rat and did his thing, biting, clawing and rending flesh. The other 3 rats jumped and hissed, startled by the ambush. They didn't respond at first due to shock, but soon attacked, defending their comrades. Jay was fighting 3 rats at once. He ignored the pain and stabbed the last rat in the throat to end it. -2. 15x. Don likewise killed his first rat and began to work on the second. 15x. As Jay proceeded to fight 2 rats, he leveled up. Ignoring the notification, he fought tactically to preserve energy and health as they lunged. He dodged backwards, and either stabbed them necks or slashed them on their heads. Both rats lost 3 health each, before their survival instincts kicked in, and they rushed Jay. They charged at him, intending to bite. Jay slammed his heel down onto one rat and jumped over the other one, plunging his knife into its lower torso. Ree! The rat squealed as Jay pulled out his knife. Its liver was executed. Not giving the rat any chances, he continued to stab. -2. -2. The rat only had 3 health left, before its mate could jump and claw at Jay. You are bleeding. 0.7 health per second for 3 seconds. Accepting the pain, Jay kept stabbing like a madman. -2. Stress response activated +5% melee damage. -3. The rat died as it squealed to death. 15x. Jay had 1 more rat to kill. Looking across the clearing, Don was halfway through the second rat, the skeleton's teeth holding onto another piece of flesh. Jay played with his last rat, tactically dodging as he waited for Don to cull its rat. Not attacking, Jay kept being defensive and backstepping as the rat got frustrated. 15x. Don finished off its rat and came over to attack Jay's last rat. It took only a few seconds before the last rat was dead, riddled with knife holes and scratches. Anyone would feel sorry for it. 15x. The fight was finally over. Jay kept his guard up as he looked around, holding his knife in a reverse grip as he panted, sweat covering his arms. He didn't see any enemies nearby. The surrounding marsh had a few decaying logs around it, along with a few piles of reeds and grasses that seemed to be dried out. Relaxing for a moment, Jay checked his notifications. He had 5 attribute points, but was surprised to find that he had 1 skill point. Awesome, he grinned widely. Since I only have 1 skill, Raise Feeble Creature, I may as well upgrade it, and I'll dump the attribute points into Vitality, so I can take more hits. Jay checked his stats. Necromancer level 3. HP, 52/58. MP, 35/39. Strength, 15. Dexterity, 25. Vitality, 20. Energy, 26/30. X, 20/375. Skills. Raise Feeble Creature level 2-1/2 raised. Stress Response passive. Running level 1 passive. Opening the Feeble Creature skill, he found more detailed information. Raise Feeble Creature level 2. Cast on the corpse of a small creature, raising it to fight for you. Damage 1-2. Life 15. 2 Feeble Creature total. Mana cost 5. Must be cast on a small corpse or nothing will happen. Jay was elated. Haha, no way, I can have 2 now. That's so overpowered. Immediately, Jay walked to another corpse, holding his hand over it, and cast his spell. Raise before running over to a nearby decaying trunk. Waiting a few moments, he realized it was a great skill, but each creature didn't upgrade very much, having 5 additional health and the possibility of 1 extra damage. Oh well, it's still awesome being able to do nothing while my minions kill everything. Maybe one day I'll be able to stroll through a warzone looting corpses as intense warfare rages on around me. Jay let out a gleeful smile. Well, I guess this is gonna be easier than I thought. Imagine having to actually do stuff to level up. Jay laughed to himself. Don looked at Jay in confusion, probably not understanding what laughter was, then glanced at the new minion. Oh, right, Jay said with a devilish smile. Let me make introductions. Don, this is Don. You're both named Don. Ha 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 ha. Don. Jay laughed loudly, almost uncaringly in the stink rat swamp. He thought this was a joke that transcended the cosmic plane, even touching on the ranks of being a godlike joke. Yet he was the only one laughing, alone in a swamp, still covered in mud, blood and shit. Anyone who saw him would think he was a psychopath. After taking far too long to calm down because of a mediocre joke, he planned his next steps. I'll hit level 4 and then leave this shithole, perhaps head back to town and buy a dagger. Then depending on the time, I'll make my way to Wolf's Quarry. It's not set in stone, but I'll see how it plays out. With a spring in his step, he looted the 5 rat corpses for 10 fur scraps and 15 rat teeth as he dodged the new patch of organs and flesh, staining the used to be black marsh. Man, I'm gonna need a jar for all these teeth. Ugh, this is disgusting. Some of the teeth were blackened and smelly. Oh well, time waits for no one. Looking around, he spotted another clearing. He began to solemnly walk towards it, with his dons leading the way. Chapter 6. Jay announced his presence as he entered the next clearing, leisurely walking into it with his hands behind his back. He cleared his throat to get the rat's attention. *AHEM*. Jay didn't need to sneak attack anymore, and he was enjoying this sense of superiority. The 3 rats present looked up and hissed, a warning not to step any closer. Jay, with a proud smile plastered on his face, held up one hand and snapped his fingers. Without hesitation, the dons both dashed out from the reeds behind Jay, their glowing eyes creating green lines as they sped past Jay. Snapping the reeds as they sprinted at the nearest rat, they stabbed their claws into its jugular and bit into it. Before Jay could even lower his hand, the first rat was deceased. 15x. The other 2 rats each tried to fight the dons, but were culled almost as quickly as the first rat. 15x. Oh man, this is too easy, Jay bragged, glad no one heard him. He was having a hard time when he had to fight alone, and was beginning to respect adventurers, but now it was like a walk in the park. Hehe, they will probably want to kill me out of pure jealousy. Disregarding the fact that I'm a necromancer, he shrugged. Time to loot. Fur, scraps x6. Soap rat teeth x9. Jay continued like this for the next few hours, leisurely strolling to a clearing, taunting with a whistle or a cough, then having his minions slaughtering anything moving, unknowingly making a large dent in the local soap rat population. His knapsack was getting heavy with fur scraps and rat teeth, and before long, he decided not to carry any more. Getting bored, he was not even bothering to taunt the rats anymore. His strategy had changed too. He would simply send his minions ahead. By the time he entered the clearing, there would be 2 or 3 soap rat corpses, waiting for him to loot them. Man, I'm getting lazy. Maybe I should try to get another weapon proficiency or something. Pulling out his cooking knife, he wondered what he could do. I could start throwing it to get knife throwing proficiency. As the soap rats were being decimated by the dons, he began to throw his degraded cooking knife at them to little effect. He either missed at worst, and at best, hit them with the handle end of the knife, doing no damage. Sometimes he missed completely and had to fish his knife out of a murky pond. Getting frustrated, he was slowly giving up. Ah shit, what's wrong with my throwing? Jay pondered, looking at his incredibly dull cooking knife. Perhaps it's the knife, it's probably not balanced for throwing, I guess. Oh well, I guess it is just a cooking knife. I'll find an actual dagger or throwing knife once I get back to town. Maybe that merchant sells them. Oh yeah, I should probably get another cooking knife too. He chuckled. Well, I guess I could also start punching. Maybe get a fist fighting skill or a hand-to-hand combat proficiency. Looking at his fist, he thought this wasn't a bad idea, but ultimately decided against it. Nah, I'm a necromancer, a caster. I shouldn't be engaged in melee combat. If only I had a spell or something. Maybe I can secretly learn something from other adventurers. Doing a cheeky half smile, he re-equipped his knife and decided to stop throwing it. The slaughter had been going on for a few hours now, and Jay was beginning to notice his knapsack getting heavier and heavier, while the dons were each missing a few health. The stink of the marsh was just as pungent as when he entered. He was not growing accustomed to it at all. Close to leveling up to 4, he marched on, eager to leave this putrid marsh behind. As he went from clearing to clearing, he had noticed a small dirt mound poking above the reeds. Probably a den with the dungeon boss in it, he thought, deciding to avoid it as he went along. I'll hit level 4 before I investigate it, then get out of this dump. Looting the first scraps from his latest victims and beginning to leave the clearing, he noticed one of the dons had a crack trailing from its jaw to the back of its skull. Yo, looks painful. He winced a little. You're lucky to not feel pain. Giving Don a quizzical look as he moved closer. Strangely, it isn't being reinforced with solidified green gas. Perhaps that only happens where they're first being constructed. Gripping Don's skull and tracing his finger across the crack. It looks pretty bad. I wonder if I can repair you somehow, he said as he held out his hand over the fracture. Rise. The green gas left his hand before dissipating again as a notification appeared. Must be cast on a small corpse or nothing will happen. I'm not trying to raise something, so I guess that won't work since it's already risen. Holding out his hand, he tried again this time, thinking about how he channeled the ambient mana into his body. He imagined a well again as he waved his hand, this time the bottom of the well being Don's skull. He felt a sort of current forming between his hand and Don's skull. Instead of chanting rise, he said mend. The green luminous gas left his hand once again, though this time it was moving and taking shape, forming a miniature cyclone of sorts, appearing as if it was being sucked down a drain. Jay was surprised as it twirled and danced, but maintained his concentration, guiding the green glowing cyclone over the skull fracture. As he moved it, a solid green seal was formed between the cracks. The process took a heavy toll on Jay's mana pool, and he was beginning to feel a little weak. His mana had passively regenerated to 32 in the last few hours, but now it was down to 20/39 and still dropping. He pressed on through the lightheadedness and concentrated, gritting his teeth a little as he guided the glowing cyclone over the remainder of the crack. It was a sight to behold. It looked more like a dark curse, or a necromancer binding a helpless undead to his will. As soon as the crack was filled, he snapped his hand away, panting while placing a hand on Don for support. He was rewarded with another notification for his effort. Skill acquired. Grinning, he checked his new skill. Shell restoration level 1 acquired. Restore. 1 hit point restored per 2 mana per second. Level this skill up for a better horsepower MP ratio. Description. Caster can channel mana to repair constructs, golems, living statues, gargoyles, magic weapons among other things. Awesome. But living statues. Freaky. Excited and creeped out all at once, Jay checked the now repaired Don's stats. Feeble creature level 1, type undead, HP-13/15, skills, natural bite, -1 to 2 pierce damage, natural claws, -bleed -2 flat damage over 3 seconds, can stack 2 times, undeath, immune to cold, poison, hunger, stress, fear, pain. Description. An abomination, its existence spits in the face of life and death. Execute with extreme prejudice. Not completely healed. You must have a few other cracks, also shouldn't you be level 2 now, since I leveled up the skill. Jay was confused as he pursed his lips, checking the skill again. Raise feeble creature level 2. Cast on the corpse of a small creature, raising it to fight for you. Damage 1 to 2. Life -15. 2. Feeble creature total. Mana cost -5. Must be cast on a small corpse or nothing will happen. I guess I leveled up the raising skill. But that doesn't actually level up the quality of the monsters I raise. Damn, fair enough. I wonder how I can increase their individual levels. Jay pondered for a moment before realizing he hasn't completely healed Don. Restore. He held out his hand again, remembering the spell name correctly. The ability was slightly different this time, perhaps because he discovered the skill. The gas still left his hand, but this time it was a much larger amount, slowly forming a larger cyclone around Don's whole body. Don was in the eye of the storm, looking at Jay cautiously, perhaps wondering why they weren't doing anything. Don didn't even seem to notice it was being repaired. A moment later, Jay cast Shell Restoration on the other Don. Since he had the skill now, he didn't need to concentrate at all. The only cost was to his mana pool. 8 mana points later, the mist dissipated, both Dons now fully repaired. Jay was satisfied. Good, I won't need an endless supply of bones now. I can just keep fixing these skeletons. He patted one of the Dons. Let's go. Only need about 8 more rats to hit level 4, he said to the Dons as he spotted the next clearing. The trio kept trudging through the mud and over decaying wood, pushing away reeds and sometimes landing a foot in the swamp water, Jay's shoes squelching as he culled the soaked rats. It was getting harder to find the rats, due to how many they killed, but before long, enough died for him to hit level 4. Level up. 5 free attribute points. Jay sighed, finally. Status. Normally, one would be excited to level up, but he had been in this stinking marsh for hours, not even fighting most of the time. He was bored, no longer appreciating the effort that went into killing each rat, his morale low. Necromancer level 4, HP 59/59, MP 13/41, Strength 15, Dexterity 25, Vitality 20, Energy 17/30, X 5/800. Skills. Raise feeble creature level 2-2/2 raised. Shell Restoration level 1. Stress response passive. Running level 1 passive. Dagger proficiency level 1. Chimera research 2%. Eating some Bentussel root to get some more mana regeneration going. He thought about where to put his attribute points. I haven't been fighting much myself. Some more health would be good in case I get hit. But I think for now, I'll put them all into energy, raising it to 35, after adding the points. Likewise, his max MP rose to 51. A higher energy stat meant a larger mana pool after all. Satisfied with his choices, he left the clearing, beginning to make his way to the large mound of black marsh dirt and decaying wood that he had been avoiding till now. Time to kill the king, he said, squinting at the mound of filth in the distance. Chapter 7. Jay stealthily snuck up to the clearing, scouting for any threats or enemies. As Jay watched, a large fat rat exited the large burrow. It began feasting on the remains of a level 1 soap rat. Jay had shivers seeing the rat eat its own kind like it was any other snack. Then suddenly he got a notification. Hidden quest requirements met. Alone. Under level 5. Quest acquired. Slay Stench Rat Molidus. Reward 1 level up. Reward 50 gold. Haha. The dungeon thinks I'm solo. My dons must not count. The rewards are pretty good too, especially since I was planning to do this anyway. Smiling, Jay checked that rat's status. Stench rat molidus level 5. 50 HP. Skills. Slippery, passive. The rat uses swamp slime to its advantage. Crowd control skills have no effect. Piercing bite. 5 pierce damage. Tearing claws. Bleed. 4 flat damage over 4 seconds, can stack 4 times. Toxic aura passive. The stench of this creature poisons those around it. -1 HP per second. 3 meter radius. Poison immune passive. Description. Both king and dread of the soap rats, living in the stench swamp, it has become one with it. You only adopted the stench, I was born in it. Jay raised his brows at the description. Weird, it's not much different from the other soap rats, well, except for its massive health and its dangerous passive ability. And those big ass fangs. Maybe it's better at fighting, like that other level 3 soap rat. I should come up with a plan. The rat was about the size of a cow. Its belly scraped the ground as it walked, while half of its long tail was still in the burrow. It had 2 large fangs pointing out from the middle of its top jaw, while its fur was thick, filled with slime, green mold and decaying wood. If you looked closely, you could even see small mushrooms nestled in some parts of its fur. Jay decided to get the dons to circle around to the other side of the clearing. Entering the clearing first, he got the fat rat's attention. Ho, rat. Jay was not very creative with his taunt, but it worked. The rat stopped chewing on the corpse, dropping it from its jaws and stepping on it, as if it was just another decaying log. It hissed at Jay as its fur on its back rose. Jay noticed a slight mist around Molidus. Jay took another few steps forward as he controlled the dons to break cover and attack Molidus from behind. Molidus charged at Jay before the dons could attack, so the ambush failed. Jay dodged the charge, stepping to the side as he slashed at its side. -1. Likewise, Jay took 1 damage after coming into contact with the rat's toxic aura, his skin burning slightly. The dons caught up to Jay, bones rattling. As the giant rat turned around, they pounced on it, but slid off due to its fur. The rat clawed at one of the dons as they got up to attack it. The don didn't suffer a bleed since it was undead, and had no blood instead. It was merely slowed down before retaliating with a bite and endless claw attacks. The other feeble creature had already started attacking. Damage numbers started appearing above the rat's head. -5, -6, -4, -5. Each feeble creature could do 2 to 3 damage per second, but the Rat King wasn't going to let them just attack for free. Turning to the side, it planted a foot on a don, a cracking sound coming from the feeble creature's ribs. The pressure forced the hunch out of the feeble creature's back, making it go flat and straighten up, though it didn't seem to take any notice of the pain, which surprised the rat as it never stopped attacking its attacks, being just as fast as the other minion. -5. Annoyed, it smashed its large tail against the other feeble creature, sending it flying off into the swamp. Guess I better step in. Running at the rat, Jay twirled his knife and stabbed at the rat's forearm. Pulling it back, the feeble creature was released. It continued to bite and claw at the rat. -1, -2, -2. The rat was starting to die. It was already down to 20 horsepower. It started to panic as the other don ran back from the swamp and was about to slash it. But to everyone's surprise, another soap rat was chasing after the don. Thinking quickly, Jay had the incoming don attack the soap rat, while he began to distract the rat boss. As he was bitten, he felt bones being crushed in his offhand. He grabbed his knife and stabbed in through the rat's eye. Critical hit. -2. The rat was now blind in one eye and started being more defensive, though there was still a don which had been attacking it the whole time. -1, -2. The rat boss slashed at the don to no effect. It was a bleed attack. The dons had no blood. Jay noticed the don still had a cracked rib cage from when the rat stomped on it. Shell restoration. The green mist swirled around the don as the king rat stepped back in shock, wondering what was happening, though the don continued to attack. Jay noticed the rat's toxic aura stopped burning him as the mist swirled. It must disrupt the mist somehow. Hammering on, the dons killed both the soap rat and then began to finish off the Rat King with some help from Jay. As it was about to die, Jay decided to have the last hit as he jumped at the rat with his arms wide open, stabbing into the rat's skull. Panting as he caught his breath finally, "We did it." It wasn't too hard to be honest. but I guess you're meant to fight this bastard solo. That would suck, if you weren't me. Ha ha ha, he said, laughing as he opened his notification. Quest complete. 1 level up. 50 gold. Suddenly, he felt stronger, smarter. His corroded skin healed along with his broken arm. He felt like he had a stronger link to his undead. Then he received another notification. Level 5 class skill acquired. Necrotic ring. Description. Bone storage. 2 ring functions. Transplant bones are added to or extracted from the ring. Bones can be extracted from corpses and added to the ring. Shift the ring changes form. No mana cost. Bone storage, huh? Sounds useful. It would be nice to have a more detailed description though. Hopefully I won't have to carry around the bones from these guys, he said, patting one of the feeble creature's skulls. Looking at the huge rat corpse, he looted it first before casting necrotic ring on it. Molidus coat melee attackers are poisoned. Molidus claws gem add bleed damage. Scales with weapon. Poisonous moss. Large fangs x2. Distracted by the loot, he didn't notice his spell having an effect. Immediately, the skin twisted and roiled as parts bubbled and popped. Shit. An explosion happened in the marsh, making the surrounding reeds and swamp grasses become temporarily flat as the force spread over them. Blood, organs, viscera and goo covered Jay once more. In frustration, he almost willed the Dons to kill him, ending it all. Quickly, still holding his breath and closing his eyes, he jumped in a nearby stink rat marsh pond he noticed while fighting. The water was as filthy as ever, but still better than his current condition. Coming up for air, he took a breath and screamed. You fucking fuck! Perhaps the whole marsh heard him roar. Breathing heavily as he angrily spat out these fucking skills, causing blood and piss to squirt everywhere all the time. What the hell is wrong with necromancers? Why do they do this shit? Freaks. All of them. I will be avenged. It was on this day that Jay swore to eliminate every other necromancer he would come across. After taking a moment to calm down, he noticed the skill was working. The bones from the Rat King were all floating around him along with small wisps of the green gas. Similar to the ring of Saturn, they were in his orbit. He read his new notification. Necrotic ring function 1. Increased defense 5%. Transplant enabled. Well, I guess that's pretty damn cool. It still doesn't make up for what just happened though, he pouted. I'll try the second function. Shift. Suddenly, the bones all merged and somehow compacted into a small ashy grey-colored ring with a skull imprint. Jay was amazed at the impossibility of it as the ring then flew onto his finger. Then he got a notification. Necrotic ring function 2, passive. Increased agility 5%. Wow, amazing. I love it. It's so cool. He smiled as he decided to prolong his anti-necromancer crusade. For now, I guess a bone stockpile and summoning other necromancers bread and butter. It sure beats hanging out in a cemetery or a mass grave all day long too, or even carrying around stinky bones. You, reasoned Jay as he looked at his ring. I'd better hide you from that noble brat, in case he wants to take you. My special ring. My precious, Jay devilishly grinned. Noticing the rat's burrow, he strolled over to it, hoping for some good loot surely. You gotta have some good stuff being the king and all. Checking the burrow, it was mostly decaying piles of junk. Clearly, not many adventurers have been here for a long time. Picking up an old battered shield from the muddy pit, he analyzed it. Decayed shield. Wow, it has no stats. Absolute junk. He tossed it aside, then noticed a book underneath. It was a peculiar book as it had no folds in its cover. No signs of aging. Neither was it blackened or wet like most things in the marsh. It was as if it had just been printed. Looking at the cover, it was black with a golden ring, though the ring had a crack at the bottom of it. Flipping over the cover, he found the book name. Escape the Circles. Weird book name, he said as he began to read. After reading the first page, he found that all the other pages were black. He received a notification. Immortality research 1%. What? Immortality. He reread the first page again, hoping to gain more knowledge. Yet nothing happened. The pages behind them were still blank. Perhaps I need to understand it, and not merely just memorize it like a parrot. Author here, if you would like to read the first page of Jay's book, it will be the chapter after this one. I will make all the chapters for Jay's book free. You can read them if you're curious or skip them. Thanks, AER 182. Jay stashed the book away, deciding what to do next. He had already been here for hours. and wasn't willing to spend another second here. After looking around the king rat's area, he found nothing else except more decaying wood and 2 more dead rat skeletons to add to his necrotic ring. This will be enough to summon 2 more of my feeble creatures, he thought. Well, I guess there's no point in staying here. Immediately, Jay was sucked under the mud without warning, the dungeon seemingly responding to his thoughts as it spat him out again, landing in the same spot he entered. The clouds were dark, and he hadn't braced himself for the cold weather outside. He was still covered in murky swamp water as he began to shiver. Shit, not again. He began to sprint back to the inn before he caught hypothermia, but before he could take his first step, out came the Dons, both landing on him. The Dons caused him to eat the dirt once again. Annoyed, he was going to desummon them, adding more bones to his necrotic ring inventory. But he took a moment and decided to heal his Dons before he sent them into the woods to hunt monsters, so he could passively level up. Smiling as they left, he cheered himself up. Yeah, this is what being a necromancer's all about anyway, making your minions do all the work. In a flash, the Dons scuttled off into the woods as if they had already picked up a scent and were chasing their prey. Just don't come near the city or other humans, he yelled after them, squinting at their bone spines. Jay muttered under his breath, weirdos, before he began the run back to the inn, as the grey clouds above cluttered out the remainder of the sunset. Time for another ruby gem bath, he half smiled, dodging trees and bare branches as he dashed through the winter forest. Chapter 8. This is a free auxiliary chapter. This is the book Jay was reading. You can skip it and still understand the story. I just thought it would be fun to add. Thanks, AER 182 *. An epitaph of my former self, now dead. So, you've escaped the circles. Or at least you think you have. The circles being things that you keep doing which lead to nothing but another repetition of the circle. You toil all the week, looking forward to its end. The end arrives. You do the exact same thing you did on the last end. Somehow you still enjoy doing this. Why? How many times do you need to have this experience before you get sick of it? You're caught in a cycle, a circle. You've stagnated, you're wasting away, and you don't realize it yet. This isn't the only circle you're in, you're still caught in others, but you just don't realize it yet. While being in the circle, you're disregarding the future, at least in part. Maybe you do save some money that goes to the future, but you are still losing time, not thinking clearly or making yourself better. You've simply become a cog in a machine you've continually made with your own actions. You're not free from yourself. How do you break free of such a cycle? Well, stop doing the exact same thing you've been doing, and think about where your life is going. If you continue to repeat such a circle, consider this. You don't ever see any elders drinking themselves stupid. Why? Because this is a circle that is forcibly broken by your physical health. However, it's better if you can break it first through realization, save your health, your time, and your money, and hopefully discover the next circle you find yourself in. Maybe you don't have anything better to do, but how would you know? You haven't tried, have you? Isn't that depressing? Will your life change or get better by continuing the same process? If not, maybe you are crazy. Maybe you do this to alleviate pain, but the pain will just continue on if you don't directly address it. Maybe it's boredom. Could boredom itself be the end of escaping or breaking of the cycles? Maybe you've found peace. Perhaps you embrace it like a fool. Do you start a new cycle, something to occupy the time? Will your old, tired eyes be satisfied chasing the same thing around in circles once more, a way to fill the gap in between the necessary activities? What are you ignoring while you're busy? If you don't find something, then what? Upon pondering these things I seek for wisdom. She hears my plea. I find myself in prayer. For now, I have but one mission. For now, I need to control my tongue. Avawalk, the hidden conqueror of himself. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit for more content. Chapter 9. On the exquisite upper floor of an inn, in a room with large rectangular rose glass windows, luminous orbs gently flicker on the ceiling, bringing warm light to the room. Sitting at the head of a dining table below an orb, a man with a brown mustache and a large belly chews some cartilage off a missed sheep thigh, sucking out the bone marrow. He wipes his mouth with a caladrius feather, before washing it down with some oaken barley beer. The feather appeared to not even realize it had been tainted, as the tracings of food stains disappeared within a moment. "Ah, I have earned this meal. All that traveling and setting up shop was hard work. Good thing this inn is still open at this time of night," he thought, looking out the window at the torches and luminous orbs illuminating different parts of the village. The sunset had passed by hours ago. Noticing his gravy boat was empty, the rambunctious man called out for his personal servant. "Boy, come here." Spittle and small pieces of food fly out of his mouth as he yells. A frail young man with glasses entered the room, seemingly shivering. His black hair was in a top knot, and he was dressed in expensive servant clothes, though his posture and skinny arms exposed him as the nervous, panicky and fidgety wretch that he was. "Here's a new pitcher of beer, sir." "Hess, more gravy," the man bellowed, slamming his fist down on the table as he threw the gravy boat's silverware at Hess, then continued to eat his large portion of rat-tail steaks. He had not expected something so delicious to be served from some unimportant inn, and for only 5 gold apiece. It's a shame the innkeeper refused to reveal which farm he sourced these from, he thought as he chomped down another piece. "Why, yes, so," Hess squeals in urgency as he picks up the gravy boat off the ground, leaving the room before wiping off a speck of gravy from his glasses. Every day, Hess dreamed of running away. But he was a slave, no. Worse than a slave, he had a quintessence contract, binding his very soul to his master for as long as they both lived. This contract stopped him from even committing suicide, lest he breach the terms and conditions and serve his master in the eternal afterlife too. While Hess was not even sure if there was an afterlife, but this was not something he wanted to risk. It was a gamble that was not worth the payoff. Servitude for eternity. It would be hell. Why would he throw his eternal life away for some small temporary respite? Besides, his master was old, fat, and ate like a king. It will not be long till he is free. After scoffing down the last of the numerous courses of food, Bertram began to review his plans as he quieted down. MHM. Good. That checks out. Yes, good MHM. As he worked through his papers, his demeanor changed. Gone was the boisterous, bellowing beast that he was before, replaced by a quiet and contemplative tactician, a mastermind of sorts. Bertram was by no means lazy when it came to accounting and trading. He was more like a wolf. If anyone examined Bertram when he was like this, you would not think that he just stumbled into his wealth. It would be clear that he had earned every single gold coin he had, though to him, this was not work, it was a competitive sport. He relished every moment of it. Even Hess had started to respect this side of Bertram. It was like watching a master craftsman create beauty from wood or stone. "Hess, check these papers, tell me if there's any problems." "Yes, sir." Hess was more comfortable around tactician Bertram. While he hated Bertram, he knew that he could be treated much worse. Besides, he may still learn a thing or two, so he worked hard for him. "Sir." Bertram didn't even look up. "Won't the local lord have a problem with this?" "Ha. He won't say anything. I've made sure of that." Boy, Bertram tapped his large coin pouch. "I see. What about your reputation?" "We're in a small, distant town where these commoners never leave. Besides, I'm the only merchant who bothers to come here. Their opinions mean nothing." He slapped his knee. "Oh, I see, so I suppose there are no problems then." "No problems at all." Bertram smiled and looked up from his paperwork. "I'll make another hefty sum of gold from these new adventurers, and then we'll leave after the coin dries up." Jay was sprinting back to the village when he received a notification. 15x. He smirked. I wonder what they caught. Getting back to the south road, he drank the rest of the water from his bottle and washed his face a little. He was hoping the stinky mud would dry up and fall off, but it seemed like he smelt just as bad as before. Storing his bottle away, he kept running. Slowing down would only make him begin to shiver as the sky began to darken. Jay felt eyes on him as he neared the village. 5 spearmen blocked the road while a woman behind them held a crossbow, aimed at him. Standing leisurely by her side was an athletic-looking muscular man. He was not big and bulky with too much muscle, but was more like a hunter who could both chase down his target and execute it with brutal efficiency. Wearing medium armor composed of thick hide, leather fastenings and dark blue buck's beetle shell pauldrons, he appeared to be bored. "Eyes on target, Captain. It just left the woodline. Permission to fire." Wait till it gets a little closer, the captain said with his arms folded. As Jay approached, he was wondering why all those guards seemed to be glaring at him. Curiously, he slowed to a walk, wondering what was going on. It slowed down. It could be intelligent. The captain narrowed his eyes. Stay vigilant. Only take a shot when you're sure about hitting it, the captain coached the girl. She nodded, holding her crossbow a little more tightly as she braced herself and prepared to fire. She aimed at Jay and slowly squeezed the trigger. Suddenly, the captain yelled, "Anya, wait." The yell startled Anya, and she squeezed harder, releasing the bolt. However, the unexpected happened. The captain grabbed the crossbow before the bolt could leave it, gripping it so tightly that the bolt couldn't escape. Anya was shocked, but looking at her captain's expression, he still seemed bored even while the veins in his hand were bulging, as they threatened to snap the crossbow into two pieces. "It's human," he muttered. "Return to duties," he said casually as he disarmed the crossbow and gave it back to Anya. The spearmen all raised their spears. Then with a salute, they all left. The captain gazed at Jay, checking his stats. Jay level 5. HP 100%. MP 100%. Level 5 already, huh? Impressive, kid. Sullivan's gonna have his hands full this year, he smiled. The monster continued to approach, covered in black muck with traces of flesh and blood sprinkled throughout. But at this point, Anya couldn't care less. He may as well have snapped it, the damage is too extensive, thought the girl as she pouted, looking at her crossbow with finger holes in it. Jay continued watching as he walked closer. Huh, that was weird. Must be drills or something. Oh well, I need a bath, he said casually, not realizing he looked like some sort of man-eating mud monster, and was nearly killed. Jay picked up his pace to jogging speed as headed toward the inn with the dreamy ruby bath. As he casually ran past the captain and the girl with the broken crossbow, he received a death stare from the girl. Huh, what's her problem? Jay thought with a confused look on his face, as he ignored them both, and kept running as if nothing ever happened, his bag making jangling noises with each step as the soap rat teeth rattled. "It will be best not to tell him," said the captain. "Sorry about your crossbow, but it's better to lose that than to end a man." The captain looked back to the forest with remorse. "Yes, sir," said Anya, a little unconvinced, as she nursed her broken crossbow. Suddenly, she felt the urge to vomit as a strong smell wafted over to her, though thankfully, it left as quickly as it came. Her face was riddled with disgust from the smell as she looked up at her captain. However, his expression changed for once, as the smell hit him too. His eyes bulged, and he pursed his lips, as he began to run to another part of the village. It was the first time she saw the captain break his composure and retreat. Anya furrowed her brows and frowned. "I hope he doesn't think that was me," she said as she squinted in the direction Jay left in. Jay approached the inn this time. He wasn't as close to freezing to death as he was last time, though he was 1,000 times more filthy. Since he wasn't shivering, he had the energy to look up and check the inn's name. Minus Necromancer's Hollow Dash. It was commonly called the Necromancer by the locals. Above the words on the hanging wooden sign was an image of a black feathered snake with wings and a beak. It appeared to be winking. Why name it after a beast like that? No one likes those horrifying things, he thought as he entered the wooden door. Before he could be rejected for his horrendous stench, Jay pulled out 35 gold, as his smell greeted the innkeeper before he could even close the door behind him. Quickly approaching with gold in hand, he exclaimed his order before he could be rejected. "1 room, a ruby bath, and laundry service, please." Devon was slightly hunched over from the smell as his nose twitched a little, but it seemed like he was tolerating the smell quite well. He did work in an inn after all, so he dealt with the occasional vomit. "You're 10 gold short, but these were the prices last time." Jay squinted. "You're extra filthy this time, lad. 5 extra gold for washing, and 5 extra gold for the muck you'll leave in the bath." "Sure. Here you are." Jay immediately pulled out the extra 10 gold, not willing to test the innkeeper. "Tamara," Devon yelled out to his daughter, "get the ruby bath ready now." "All right, Dad." A yell came from somewhere down the hall. In a few moments, Tamara came down the hall. It was clear that she could smell Jay too, as she was trying her best to stop her face from cringing. "This way, sir." "Thanks," Jay said, analyzing her as he followed. Tamara level 14. HP 100%. MP 100%. Level 14, huh? She's pretty strong, Jay thought. He wasn't planning on asking how old she was, but if he had to guess, she was about 24, 6 years older than Jay. She had a voluptuous figure with braided waist-length brunette hair, and was about half a picture taller than Jay, who was average height and lossler. Maybe I will ask her what class she is after I stop smelling like the definition of stink, he thought. Entering the room again, everything was prepared the same way as last time. Jay thanked Tamara, locked the door and removed all his clothes, dumping them in the laundry basket in the corner, before sliding into the ruby gem bath once more. Ah, finally, he smiled in delight. His entire body relaxed as he closed his eyes for a moment, seemingly forgetting to open them. Waking up 30 minutes later, Jay was satisfied with his nap, wrinkly, but satisfied. Taking some soap, he washed his body and hair as bits of dirt sank to the bottom, and pieces of flesh floated to the top. "You, gross," he said as he attempted to shoo away the floaties. The more clean he got, the more disgusted he was by the smell coming from his laundry basket. With a final check for mud behind his ears and a soap scrub under his armpits, he got out of the tub, dried himself with the towel and put on a robe. Jay decided his bag would need to be cleaned too, so he removed all his items from it, and gave whatever he could a rinse in the soapy bath water, before putting them on a shelf to dry, though he decided to place Molodus's coat in with his other laundry. The remaining mushrooms, nuts, and bentussel root were all spoiled at this point, so he wrapped them in his stinking shirt and placed it on top of his laundry basket for Tamara to dispose of. Grabbing the stink rat tail, he wondered what he should do with it. It was nearly 2 meters long and as thick as a fist. Analyzing it, he realized it was top quality meat. The fat streaks formed elaborate and evenly distributed branches throughout. The marbling could have been the most beautiful that Jay had ever seen. "I wonder." Jay squinted at the meat. Jay opened the door and called Tamara. "Coming." A voice sounded from up the hall. In a moment Tamara appeared. "How can I help?" she said with a smile. "Here's my laundry. Also, I left some rubbish in that shirt, so please throw that away. Oh, and I was wondering if your father would like to buy this rat tail. It's quality meat, and I would butcher it, then sell it myself. But I'm going to be too busy these next few days. It would be a shame to waste it." She pursed her lips as she took the laundry basket with Jay's bag on top. "I'll tell Devon." "Thanks," smiled Jay, happy to have the stinking laundry basket gone. A short time later, someone knocked on the door. "Hey Devon," Jay said after opening it. "Hello, you have some meat for me, do you?" "Yes. Here it is. I was a butcher, so I know top quality meat when I see it. Have a look here at the marbling and the fat distribution. Quite alluring, isn't it?" Jay said, looking at Devon. "Huh, he's older than I initially thought, now that I see him up close," thought Jay. Devon took the tail and inspected it. "How much?" 50 gold. 50 is too much, kid, Devon said, his eyes betraying him as he was still gazing at the meat. "I don't think so. I think even 80 gold would be a fair price. It's nearly 2 meters long. If you cut 3 centimeters thick steaks from it, and sold them for as little as 2 gold, which is the same price as your other steaks, it will fetch a profit of about 100 gold, of course. With this quality of meat, you could probably even charge as much as 3 or 4 gold for it. Damn, this brat knows what he's doing. Even I realize the price is low. Maybe there's a catch," Devon thought as he scratched his bald head. "Well, why don't you do that?" Devon inquisitively asked. "Because I'm becoming an adventurer. I don't have time to prepare it, and it would be a travesty to let this prime meat go to waste." Adjusting his glasses and half smiling, Devon made a decision. "I see. We got a deal." Devon was as indifferent as ever as he pulled out 50 gold and handed it to Jay. "Thanks." Jay smiled. Without a word, Devon left the room and closed the door, dragging the rat tail behind him. "Tamara, I'll be in the kitchen. We're doing a special tonight." Jay heard Devon's deep, raspy voice from behind the door. Jay was still smiling as he shook his head. He took his now semi-clean belongings as he went to his room on the floor above. The room was small. A cabinet on one wall, a luminous orb on the ceiling, and a single bed on a wooden frame was in the corner. There was a tiny round porthole-style rose glass window which was currently closed. Entering the room, Jay went to rest on the bed. He was so tired that he didn't even get under the sheets, and before he realized it, he was asleep. "What the?" Jay was woken up, hearing clunking silverware hit the ground, and a booming voice yelling from the room above him, before hearing a quick patter of feet run down the nearby stairs. and after a moment back up them again. Sounds like someone's having a good time, smoked Jay as his stomach gently growled. Making his way out of the room, he found a note which had been slid under the door. Your laundry is ready, Tamara. Pocketing the note, he went to the stairs and called out Tamara. Soon, another set of feet came tapping up the stairs. Could you please bring me my laundry? Jay asked kindly. He really didn't want to go downstairs to have dinner in a robe. Yes, sir. Be back in a moment. Tamara left. Jay sighed in relief, knowing he would be the source of entertainment for the night if he did wander around the bar in a robe. It wasn't long before Tamara came back with Jay's fresh clothes and knapsack. Here you are, sir. Was there anything else I can help you with? She smiled warmly now that Jay wasn't a stinking mess. Can I order some food while I get dressed? I'll come downstairs in a moment. Absolutely. We have a special tonight, prime steaks with winter vegetables and gravy. She smiled. 6 gold. 6 gold. So I guess he's charging 5 gold for the steaks. They must be good. 1 gold for vegetables and gravy. Yes, sir. Premium quality meat. Tamara would not say it was rat tail, under strict instructions given by her dad. Hey, here you go. I won't be long. Jay chuckled at their antics as he handed her the 6 gold. Jay retreated back to his room with the laundry basket. He changed back into his clothes and put his remaining items back into his knapsack. However, he equipped Molodus's coat. The coat was a dark green color with round black wood buttons. It had a collar that came up just under his chin, while the coat reached his upper leg. Jay looked more dignified and commanding with the coat on, and it suited his dark brown hair and hazel eyes. Nice, Jay thought, pleased with his new look. Forgetting what the coat did, he analyzed it again. Molodus's coat level 1. Molodus's essence, passive, melee attackers take 1 poison damage over 3 seconds. Does not stack. Poison resistance 10%. Description: acquired after defeating Stench Rat Molodus, king of the soap rats, scourge of the stink rat marshlands. Part of the vile rat king's own soul was woven into this coat. He was not yet satisfied with his scourge as he died. His own hate lived on to form this coat from his own hide. This coat, which now attempts to consume and decay all who threaten it. Wow, cool. And it has a level. I guess that means it can level up. Jay smiled, though having a soul in my coat is a little creepy. Haha. Pleased with his new coat, Jay stashed his knapsack under the bed before locking the door and leaving for the bar downstairs. Time to try those rat tail steaks. Jay half smiled as he made his way to the stairs. Chapter 10. Tamara was preparing winter vegetables in the kitchen while her dad was frying up some rat tail steaks, gradually shortening the long rat tail. How could people even eat that? It's disgusting, she thought as she prepared her smile before going out to the customers. As Jay was about to go down the stairs, a young man with glasses and a top knot ran past. Excuse me, sir, he said as he continued down the stairs, this time with an empty pitcher. Jay didn't mind him as he followed him down the stairs, walking down the hallway and proceeding to the bar. Here you are, Tamara said with a smile, placing a plate with steaming food in front of Jay. Smiling as she left him to enjoy his meal, she went on to serve the top knot guy, who seemed to look both fearful and annoyed that he had to wait because of Jay's meal taking priority. After receiving another pitcher of beer, he scampered off into the hallway and up the stairs. Jay had no hesitation as he scoffed down the tender rat tail steak, surprised at how juicy the meat was as it melted in his mouth. He almost regretted selling it. How is this so delicious? Is it because it's a monster drop? Maybe. Man, adventuring is so awesome, I definitely can't go back to butchering. Encouraging himself while he chewed, I'm an adventurer now, I won't go back. Finishing the last of his meal with a beer, he leisurely walked back upstairs and got into bed, a dozy smile of contentedness on his face. Thankfully, the gentleman upstairs was quiet now, so he quickly fell asleep. On a cold morning in a winter forest, a lone hunter exhales quietly as his breath forms a small cloud. Last 4 hours at most, he thought, checking the tracks again. He knew he was close to his prey, a glade deer. These animals are prized for their meat. However, their eyes are able to see body heat through the thick vegetation. Only in winter can someone hope to catch these deer, the hunter's body heat masked by the cold environment. Slowly creeping around a tree, the hunter stops in place as he holds his breath at the scene before him. Ungodly. The grey winter forest was painted red by the remaining corpse of a glade deer, its innards pulled out across a rock, its head nowhere to be found. Parts of its fleshy hide were ripped out, some hanging on nearby trees. Whatever killed it did it without any mercy at all. What the fuck happened here, he whispered to himself. The hunter didn't even move a muscle, hoping that whatever did this was not close by. He listened and looked around, the only sound coming from small gusts of wind blowing through the trees. Readying his bow as he tried not to vomit, he had only one thought. I have to live. I have to get back to the village and report this. Sunlight gleamed through the round rose glass window. A shaft of warm light was slowly creeping towards Jay's eyes. As time went by, it hit his eyes, forcing him awake. A notification appeared as he woke up. 38 exp. Smiling at the notification, Jay wondered what kinds of animals the Dons were out killing all night. As he hopped out of bed and pulled out his knapsack from underneath, checking that everything was still there. But this time he noticed something strange. His book's cover had changed slightly. The circle on the front appeared to be slightly more broken, with more cracks spreading through it. Curiously, he analyzed it. Woes of the Comfortable. What the? It changed its name. Quickly, Jay flipped open the book. The first page was still the same, talking about escaping the circus, which he was starting to understand. So he checked the next page. There's new writing now. I wonder what happened, Jay thought for a moment, but wasn't sure what triggered the next page to reveal itself, so he decided to sit down on his bed as he read the next page. If you wish to read what Jay is reading, the next page of his book is in the next chapter. Reminder that these are free, and always will be. Thanks, AER0182. After reading the next page, Jay received a notification. Immortality research 2%. Nice. But perhaps I should consider if I actually want to become immortal, and I suppose this book is like a warning, as well as a training guide. He shrugged him. I'll give it more thought later. When I get closer to completing the book, I'm getting too ahead of myself. Shaking his head, he realized the last time he read this book was after he leveled up, but he was too distracted by another exploding corpse to realize he had another stat point waiting, +5 attribute points. Oh, yeah, haha. He chuckled. Putting away his book, he realized he would probably be pretending to be a swordsman again today, so he wanted to put his points into strength. But that wouldn't help him as a necromancer, so he opted to put them all into vitality, which worked well for both classes. Of course, he put another skill point into his raise feeble creature skill. This time, another notification followed. Undead mastery skill unlocked. Your undead can level up to a max level of 2. Level up is permanent. Somehow, Jay felt like he had a better understanding of bone structure after this. It was as if he just understood something previously intangible. Why bone was dense in some parts, and more honeycombed in others. He checked his stats before getting up from his bed. Necromancer level 5 HP 70/70, MP 53/53, Strength 15, Dexterity 25, Vitality 25, Energy 35/35, X 63/1500, Skills Raise feeble creature level 3-2/3 raised. Shell restoration level 1. Undead mastery level 1 passive. Stress response passive. Running level 1 passive. Dagger proficiency level 1 passive. Poison resist 10% passive equipment. Necrotic ring function 2 passive. Research Chimera research 2%. Immortal research 2%. I'm getting pretty tanky. Maybe they will try to give me a shield and make me a tank, chuckled Jay, talking to himself as he sat on the bed and looked at his hands. They seemed to be getting thicker and more masculine. Well, time to head back to the Adventurer Guild. They won't wait for anyone. As Jay left the inn, he noticed Tamara cleaning the counter, while Devon was nowhere to be seen, probably still asleep. Jay took one last stealthy peek at her voluptuous figure before he exited. After all, this inn wasn't popular just because it was the only one in the village. As Jay went outside, he noticed the top-knot guy loading up wooden crates full of merchandise into the merchant's cart. Seeing him struggle, Jay paused for a moment, watching. Any second now. It wasn't long before the malnourished-looking man dropped a crate on its side, and a number of fancy-looking weapons fell out: daggers, throwing knives, short swords, and what looked like fishhooks. The thing that struck Jay the most were the color of the blades. Some were blue, green, cyan, while others seemed to have an ever-changing pattern on the blades. "Wow, are those magical weapons?" asked Jay, attempting to act casual and hide his excitement. "Why, yes," said Hess, as he looked around, hoping Bertram wouldn't notice while he put the weapons back into the crate. "Top knot guy isn't very talkative. I'm probably annoying him. Guess I'll go." Looking at the cart as he left, Jay realized this belonged to the same merchant he saw yesterday. The one yelling at a stable boy. I wonder why he's hiding those magical weapons. They're way better than the ones he has on display now. Maybe they're only for the rich. Oh well, not like I even need weapons, thought Jay as he smiled and began to jog towards the Adventurer Guild on this cold, crisp winter morning. Chapter 11. This is a free auxiliary chapter. This is the book Jay was reading. You can skip it and still understand the story. I just thought it would be fun to add. Thanks, AERO 182 *. An observation of Belferman, the Joyful. You have found a task to do, yet you do not. Why do you wait, O sloth? If you wait a day, why not 2 days? Perhaps a week, perhaps a year. Would you wait an eternity? You can achieve your task today, yet you do not do it. Why, O sloth? Reason with me, and consider the mana ant the smallest of creatures, yet it gradually moves mountains. It does not wait even though it has no overseer to command it to move or to work, yet it continues each day, to gather its food, and to reinforce its nest. Will you continue to lie down, O sloth? Will you continue to say tomorrow I will do it, for today I rest? You say just a second, just a minute, then just a small moment, and so the days pass while you achieve nothing. Out of nowhere, you wake up in poverty. However, realizing your situation, you give up. Nothing can be done. You tell yourself, and behold, a homeless immortal, completely undeserving of any respite. Yet this respite is all they know. This respite is what destroyed them. Every day is pain as they have no purpose. They continue to die inside, yet they live. Belferman, the Joyful. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. Chapter 12. Sir, reporting. I was out hunting a glade deer, but I found something. Pausing for a moment, the guard looked at him curiously. His eyes looked serious, thought the guard. It's hard to describe. It was blood everywhere. The deer's guts were hanging from trees. It was evil, horrific. I can show you. It's not far. The guard held up his hand, attempting to calm the man. I'll report it to the captain. Thank you. Go home and rest. Don't leave the village for a few days. Yes, I'll go home. Millimeters. The hunter sounded emotionless. He was mentally scarred for life. Jay approached the Adventurer Guild again, this time when he heard the guard yelling out to make way for the rich brat's carriage. He didn't even look back. He simply stepped to the side of the road and kept walking. As his carriage sped by, a pair of eyes were death staring at Jay from the luxurious curtains. Obviously the noble brat didn't like this. How could he start the day without making at least one other person suffer? A superior, smug smile appeared on Jay's face as he thought, fucking loser, while the carriage kept moving up the path. Jay wasn't a bitter kind of person, nor did he let small-minded people affect him. He simply laughed at how petty others could be. As Jay was walking, he heard a voice. Little bastard. He looked off to the right, spotting another adventurer who had to step down the hill as the carriage went by. Jay realized he had something in common with this fellow. The hate of the carriage douche. He offered him a hand to help him back up onto the path. Thanks. Appreciate that. You're heading to the guild too, huh? Yeah. That brat's carriage is pretty annoying. Why does it have to be so much wider than other carriages? Jay chuckled. Well, to fit all of his ego, of course. The two laughed together on the side of the road. What's your name? I'm Jay. Jay. Mark. So, are you in the melee group? Mark guessed since it was the largest group. Yeah. But I would like to learn more about the other disciplines too. Which one are you in? Doing a half smile, Mark put his hands in his pockets. I'm in the Manacraft group. It's okay, but it's a little strange to train up the Manacraft skills, and then the teacher talks right into your mind when he notices you not absorbing the ambient mana. Mark chuckled, shaking his head. Well, we better get going. Good to know that brat is pissing off someone else as much as me, smiled Mark. Maybe we can go on a quest sometime. Yeah, sounds good, thanks for the offer. I'll let you know when I need some help. Jay gave a thumbs up, trying not to be awkward. The two continued to talk while walking. As the duo approached the gate, Jay noticed something was different. The guard had changed. Hey, where's Dave? The guard squinted at Jay. He's been reassigned. You're to report to the administration straight away. He pointed at Mark. You're to go to your class trainer. Wait, why am I getting singled out? Jay said as Mark walked off. Because those are my orders, kid. Now go. Jay sighed as he pursed his lips. The walk to the reception building felt like it took years, as if time slowed down. While thoughts rushed through Jay's head, am I in trouble? Did I level up too fast? Did they find out about my class somehow? Maybe it's because that noble brat wasn't satisfied with me not stopping to wait as his carriage went by. Shit, if I run now it will only make me look worse. With each step, Jay felt his heart sink. As he entered the reception, he was almost sweating from nervousness. Then a pleasant old lady at reception greeted him from behind a counter covered with different papers. Hello there, how can I help? She greeted Jay with a warm smile. Hi, I was told to come here. My name's Jay. Jay Hart. Jay Hart. Oh, yes. Sully wanted to have a word with you. Give me a moment. The old lady left and went into another room behind her. After a moment, she came back out. He's ready. Head up the stairs, dear. Last door in the middle. The old lady smiled. Thanks. Jay smiled back. Walking up the stairs, Jay walked down the hallway past various doors, then knocked on the door at the very end. The door opened from the inside as Jay noticed an indifferent smile, which quickly turned into an angry pout, mixed with a death stare. Oh, I know you. You're that girl who had the crossbow at the gate. Sighing as she blushed, come in and sit down. Jay walked into the room as the girl shut the door. Two leather chairs were sitting in front of a dark wood desk, while a man with piercing, glowing blue eyes sat on the other side. He was wearing a maroon shirt with a black tie and a black coat. He had a neutral look on his face, with flowing black hair which went down his shoulders and below the desk from where Jay could see. Jay felt nervous as he sat down while the man stared at him. Anya, training has started, he addressed the girl who let Jay in. She left with another sigh. Watching her as she left, he didn't blink. Then he stared at Jay once more. So, Jay, my name's Sullivan, the guild master. I noticed you joined training yesterday even though you aren't registered. The man spoke with a soft, silky voice, but Jay could tell there was power behind it. It was as if he was speaking to a mountain. Oh, there must have been a minus close quote. Jay was immediately cut off mid-sentence. It was as if Sullivan hated hearing lies. You didn't register on the 7th of the 7th. I know all my students. And now you're level 5. Jay, why didn't you show up for registration? Sighing as he looked at the ground, I can't lie to this guy. He seems to know everything, a real fanatic for the details. I was coming, but then a carriage knocked me off the road, and it was raining that day. So the hill was really muddy, and I slipped, then kept sliding. Eventually I hit my head and I was knocked out. When I woke up, it was the 8th. Ah yes, that carriage. I've already had some complaints about it. So, you are level 5, but you didn't reach a mana conduit to acquire your class. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Then, how did you acquire your class? And what class are you? I was thinking of checking my status, and I thought I would be a butcher or something, but I found out that somehow I became a swordsman. You're a bad liar, Jay. He leaned back in his chair, entwining his fingers as he thought. Then he pulled out a green crystal. Margie, can you bring me up a conduit crystal, please? An older voice sounded from the crystal. Sure, Sully. Give me a moment. Jay and the scary man sat there for a moment, the scary man staring at Jay, while Jay looked around the room, trying not to feel awkward, until the same woman at reception opened the door and entered, a green glowing orb levitating in her hand. Here you are, Sully. Thanks, Margie. She left as the orb floated from her hand, passed by Jay's head, then hovered over Sullivan's hand. You're definitely not a swordsman. No one gets to level 5 after some training in one day. So you must have a unique class. Touch the orb and show me. Please, I really open quote. Now, his voice, again, was soft, yet had a commanding power as he stared at Jay with his glowing blue eyes. Jay reluctantly touched the orb as the cool, calm and collected Sullivan's mouth dropped. Sullivan was speechless. It was as if reality itself was lying to him. How? What? A neck-open quote. A necromancer. Jay finally got to interrupt Sullivan's sentence in return. But that's a mon. Sullivan realized he was yelling and whispered, but that's a monster's class. I don't even see how this is possible. And I know you're the old butcher's boy, so you definitely weren't born a monster. How the hell could this happen? Sullivan was thinking as Jay interrupted his thoughts. Well, I think it was because I have been working as a butcher my whole life, touching the meat of dead corpses, looking at it, analyzing it and stuff. But that's just my theory, to be honest. I have no clue if correlation equal causation here, but I'm not a monster. Jay timidly said, yes, obviously you're human. I've known your father since I myself became an adventurer. What I want to know is why you decided to hide it. Well, simply because it's a monster class. I thought I would be killed and seen as a monster. Okay, I see. Can you tell me about your skills? Jay decided to tell him part of the truth. Well, I have this skill which raises a little mini skeleton of a small creature, about the size of a dwarf or a goblin. It's how I was able to level up so quickly. I had some help. I see. Anything else? Sullivan sounded incredibly professional through the whole process. Jay thought about using shift and making his Ishen ring into a levitating ring of bones floating around him, but he decided against it. It would only creep Sullivan out even more. No, but I think my class is a mix between dexterity and manacraft. Okay, I see. Well, I will keep your class as a swordsman for now at least. That is what the records will show, but you will also be attending the manacraft training. Thank you, sir. Thanks, Sullivan. Please don't tell anyone. I think the nobles would kill me if they knew. You're safe. I'll register you as a swordsman and let you attend the manacraft class. If anyone asks, just say you're part of an experiment for Sullivan. Part of an experiment for Sullivan. Okay, sure. Thank you. You may leave. Just know that I'm keeping a close eye on you, Jay Hart. Yes, sir. Thank you. Jay was cut off once more. Back to training. Go. Sullivan pointed at the door. Jay was dismissed the same way Anya was. Yes. Thanks, Sullivan. I'll do my best, Jay said, full of thankfulness as he went to the door. Chapter 13. In a small office, a sharply dressed man works through papers, piling some of them up, while he tosses others into the fireplace. He sips some brandy as he watches them burn. Suddenly, a knock sounds from his door. Enter. His tired voice says. A man with a sword strapped to his waist and leather armor walks in, smelling of sweat. Sir, reporting. It was as the hunter said. Only 15 minutes south from the village, the remains of a glade deer has been found. Another animal corpse was found nearby too. An ox badger. It appears that it was beaten to death with the glade deer's head. I have never seen such violence. I see. You've already had the forest marked as a no-go area for now. Yes, sir. Good. I want teams of 5 at least patrolling the forest and focusing on the south side of town. Sir. With a salute, the man begins to leave. He places his hand on the doorknob but doesn't turn it. Looking back as he asks, what do you think it is, sir? For now, assume it's a ferocious animal. No need to start rumors and scare the villagers. He nods as he leaves. Yes, sir. Margie smiled at Jay as he exited the building. Take care of yourself, dear. Jay smiled and waved as he went out the door. Entering the courtyard, he found all the new recruits lined up in their respective disciplines. Melee, ranged, manacraft. Before them was the same man Jay had seen at the gate with the crossbow girl. He was currently standing on a small wooden podium just in front of the administration building, holding a green crystal similar to the one Sullivan had. They were all faced towards the administration building that Jay just left, and Jay momentarily froze from the stage fright. The muscular man turned around, frowning at Jay. Get into formation, he said in a cold voice. Scurrying into the melee formation, Jay hoped not to trip over. He felt like he might even forget how to walk from all the mocking eyes glancing at him. Waiting for the crowd's attention to come back to him, the man at the podium began. Congratulations on learning some basic skills during training today, recruits. I trust it was enlightening, he said as his eyes momentarily drifted onto Jay. I wonder if we should teach him about his system before he leaves today. Nah. He's level 5, he'll be fine, he thought. After a pause, he continued with his speech. Today, We will be putting your skills to the test. He said in a confident tone. We will be heading to an unlocked level 2 instance dungeon called Carter's Demise. You will pair into parties of 2 or 3, 1 melee, 1 ranger, and some of you will have a mana crafter in the party too. You will have 1 hour to find a partner and add them to your party, so you can share experience points. Mana crafters, since there are less of you, you will be able to pick which duo you would like to join. Jay had a confused look on his face. Experience share. How am I supposed to join a party? But before he gave it any more thought, the man continued. Now, usually we would head out into the forest and learn some basic bushcraft. So you can all learn how to make some basic weapons, such as wooden spears. However, for undisclosed reasons, the forest is currently off limits. Your weaponry is not our responsibility, and you are not permitted to use the wooden training swords, as they are specially made to deal 0 damage. So if you don't have a weapon yet, you will have to buy a weapon from the village. He pointed at the gate. Lastly, about the dungeon, you'll be fighting monsters called bearings, which will be anywhere from level 2 all the way up to level 7, but you won't get that deep into the dungeon, so don't worry. He hushed the crowd with his hands and continued. It is an instance dungeon, meaning each group that goes in will go into a separate private dungeon. This particular one is named Carter's Demise, as it was discovered by an unfortunate man named Carter Bushley. Upon entering the dungeon, there's a small chance that some of you may trigger an event which sends you into a different level 4 dungeon. If this happens, exit straight away, then you will be able to retry entry into the level 2 dungeon. Do not attempt the level 4 dungeon, he said with a stern expression. On an unrelated note, we are in no way responsible if any of you perish. After the dungeon you can either return here if you're wounded, or head straight home. Your 1 hour to find a dungeon partner starts now. A cold shiver went over the audience on the last part of his speech, but was soon replaced by talking, chatting, then eventually laughing. 23x. As Jay looked around, he smiled, realizing he was being freely leveled even while just waiting around doing nothing. Suddenly, he found that many of the other adventurers were staring at him, the only level 5 there. His smile disappeared quickly as he stared back at them coldly, and no one approached because of it. No one realized that he was experiencing stage fright again. Most of the other adventurers were level 2, a rare few were level 3. While there were no level 4s. To say that Jay stood out would be understating it. He was more like a beacon. Thankfully, someone walked out of the crowd and approached Jay, breaking down Jay's stage fright, as well as the people starting to circle him. Hey mate, found anyone to party up with yet? It was Mark. Not yet. I'm a melee class, so it looks like I've got to find a ranger. Mark put his hand under his chin, as he reasoned well. Not exactly. There's twice as many melee recruits as there are rangers. We make up about half of all recruits, so at some point, there will be groups of 2 melee classes together, maybe even groups of 2 melees and a ranger, I'm betting. Mark smiled, but it's a level 2 dungeon, so they probably only want us in pairs, so we each get a decent amount of experience. Oh yeah, good thinking. Maybe if we wait long enough we could party up, Jay said. By the way, how dash open quote. Before Jay could finish his question, he was interrupted by the muscular man's hand on his shoulder. With a small fright, Jay looked up. Jay, said the man. Yes, sir, Michael, but you will call me Captain. The guild master wants to see you again. Report immediately. Jay pursed his lips. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, what? Sorry, yes, Captain. Jay nodded. Frowning, he made his way through the crowd. Everyone seemed to be excited and smiling except him. Wonder what he wants this time, Jay thought. Entering administration, he was greeted by the kind old lady again, who similarly told him to head upstairs to Sullivan's office again. After knocking, the door was opened again with a sulking stare from the same blonde girl as before. This is kind of stupid. Why bring me up here again? Thought Jay as he sat down. Jay, thanks for coming by again. For the dungeon today, you will be partying up with Anya here. He gestured at Anya. She has been informed of your class and will keep it a secret, obviously. I couldn't let you party up with the other adventurers, or they would see your class. Jay looked confused. So people can see your class without a mana conduit. Oh, I suppose you missed today's lesson about your system. If you're in a party, yes, along with your attributes, actual health, and mana pool, Anya began to walk to the large window behind Sullivan and observed the adventurers running around outside, while Jay was giving Sullivan a confused look. Oh, okay. So how do I party up? Sullivan did a half smile. Anya here can teach you. He tilted his head to the left where Anya was standing. Jay glanced at Anya still staring out the large window behind the guildmaster. She turned back to give Jay an uncaring look, before gazing back out the window as she surveyed the recruits. Obviously, in exchange you will protect her, said Sullivan with a sinister smile. With your life of course. Anya looked back and smiled at Jay as Sullivan said this. Stop scaring him. Eyes bulging for a moment as Jay said solemnly, I understand. He realized his situation. He wasn't an idiot. They've got me by the balls. At least it's only a level 2 dungeon, he thought. I guess I'll have to play along for now. Jay looked conflicted for a moment before he got a notification. 23x. Getting more experience points always made Jay smile. Sullivan raised his brows for a moment seeing this. Is he an idiot? He wondered. Anya turned around and cut into the silence. An hour is almost up, and it looks like most have formed duos or trios. We should get back before more people notice we're gone. Very well. Off you go, and make sure you teach Jay about the system. Yes, F. Sullivan, she said, then looked at Jay. Let's go. Jay nodded at Sullivan as he got up, following Anya out the doorway and down the stairs. As he analyzed her, Anya level 3, HP 100%, MP 100%. Not bad. Looks like she got some extra training yesterday. As Jay and Anya left the building and mixed into the crowd, she seemed a little embarrassed by Jay for some reason. She began teaching Jay about the system they kept mentioning. The first thing is the most important. Get something from your ugly bag and say inventory. Jay frowned at her rude comment mixed in with the lesson as he did as she said, holding a soap rat tooth. Inventory. Inventory dash 0.01% full. The rat tooth disappeared as Jay widened his eyes. He was shocked at first, then quite annoyed. Man, if I knew about this yesterday, I would have been able to take more loot, damn it. Jack continued to take things out of his bag, his frown slowly disappearing until finally he smiled as he took off his bag and said inventory. Anya pinched the bridge between her eyes. Finally, you were the only one in the crowd with a bag. Oh well. Jay didn't care for anyone's opinion, but he hated awkwardness, so he had to say something. Sighing, Anya continued. You probably already know the status 1, since you're level 5. There's a few others, but for now they only teach you map, inventory, status and party. Well, let's party up. Jay quizzed her. Just look at me and say party. Jay tried but nothing happened. I'm having some trouble with this one. Anya rolled her eyes and stuck out her hand. It might be easier to visualize with a handshake. Jay reluctantly grabbed her hand and said party as he shook it, before receiving a notification. Anya had joined the party. Sweet Jay smiled. When you get better, you can do it without the handshake, and eventually without having to say the words. Anya added as she stared at Jay. So it's true. Jay realized she must have been analyzing him. Returning the favor, Jay still needed to say status out loud. Anya. Ashwin's accuser level 3. HP-54/54, MP-24/24, Strength-20, Dexterity-30, Vitality-20, Energy-20. What the hell is an ash? Jay's sentence was cut off by Anya's hand over his mouth as she began to whisper in a serious, low voice. Tell anyone and I'll kill you. Slowly. My class is as secret as yours is. Jay nodded as she slowly removed her hand and a dagger which Jay only just realized was there and aimed at his ribs. Well, can you tell me about your skills at least? You'll find out soon enough, said Anya as she half smiled while looking around, making sure no one saw her with the dagger. While waiting for the groups to finish forming, Jay noticed the woman who was making wooden birds from yesterday. Today, she was still looking as bored as ever, while she was erecting a tall stone pillar with 4 sides. After it slowly raised itself from the ground, she then stuck a map on each side, showing where the Carter's Demise dungeon was located. I wonder what her class is. Jay could only wonder. Jay's map updated with the coordinates as Anya shared them in the party. Seems like she already knew where we were going. Jay squinted at her. Once more, the captain grabbed everyone's attention. Okay, Now that you're all partied up, take these map coordinates. He pointed to the stone pillar, and meet us at the bridge on the north side of the village in 1 hour. You should have enough time to get a weapon and grab some supplies in that time. Usually, we wouldn't escort you to the dungeon. However, the woods may be dangerous right now, so we are taking precautions. And with that, he left the podium and went back into the administration building. One by one, the groups of adventurers began to leave through the floating stone gate. As Jay left, he felt a sharp pair of eyes on him again as he began to walk towards the gate with Anya. Thanks, Sullivan, he sarcastically thought as he shook his head. It was pretty obvious to him now whose eyes those were. Jay turned to Anya. Well, I need to get a new dagger, so I'm going to have a look in the market area. A weapons merchant came to town yesterday. Okay, I don't need anything. I'll be waiting at the bridge. Don't be late. She walked off without looking at Jay. With a tense feeling in his chest from the recent events, Jay sighed and made his way to the fat weapons merchant and the skinny top-knot guy. Chapter 14. Walking towards the merchant's weapons stand, there was a long line of adventurers waiting to buy weapons, while some were still browsing the cart. Weird, why do they only have these junk weapons on display when they have much better magical weapons in the crates? Jay wondered as he looked at the rugged weapons currently on display. Jay noticed the top-knot guy was looking at him, but he then immediately looked away, pretending not to recognize Jay. Shrugging, Jay thought about what to buy him. I need a new dagger, but I will have Anya with me, and she can launch bolts, while I can just have one of my minions to do the damage. Maybe I can just fight passively. Jay studied the weapons as his eyes drifted away from the dagger. I know, I'll get a shield. That way I can protect Anya so she can do even more damage. And if she doesn't like it, she can just loan me a dagger. A mischievous grin appeared on Jay's face when he thought about manipulating Anya into loaning him the dagger. And I suppose if things get really bad, I can just resummon the other two dons. With resolve, Jay stepped into the queue to buy a shield. As Jay approached the merchant, he was still wondering why there was only trash weapons on display. A smug grin appeared on Jay's face as he went to order, while he watched the other adventurers buying the low-quality weapons. I'll take one of those shields please. He pointed to an iron buckler, which looked like it had taken its fair share of beatings in its lifespan. Sure, Bertram smiled as he rubbed his hands. That will be 30 gold. 30 gold, huh? Seems quite steep for a worn-out shield. Huh? That's the price, boy. If you don't like it, find another weapons merchant, Bertram said as he laughed at Jay, knowing there were no other weapon merchants in town. For 30 gold, I thought you would be selling me one of those magical weapons you have in the back. Bertram's smile disappeared, replaced by a cold sweat. You know, now that you put it that way, he looked around, making sure no one heard him as he spoke more softly. I'll drop it to 15. Smiling, Jay stuck out his hand. You got a deal. Bertram didn't even shake his hand as he gave Jay the buckler, while Jay passed him the gold. How the hell did he find out about the other weapons, thought Bertram, as he squinted at Jay. By the way, it's not a shield, it's a buckler. Learn the difference, boy. Jay waved with the back of his hand as he walked off, analyzing the shield. Old buckler. Defense -15. Skill block passive. Block negate 100% damage from an attack. 15% chance. Not bad for 15 gold, thought Jay as he stashed the shield in his inventory. Looking around, he noticed some of the other adventurers weren't too happy with their overpriced crappy weapons. Sucks to be them, Jay thought as he chuckled and began walking to his home. I'll pick up some more Bentussel root and food supplies before meeting Anya. He decided to make his visit quick as he got home. He refilled his water bottle, then grabbing some Bentussel root and stashing it in his inventory, he decided to get some mist sheep jerky, too, licking his lips as he said, hope she doesn't think I'm gonna share. It wasn't long before he left his house and made his way to the bridge. Looking across the crowd, Matheson spotted a level 3 ranger, finding someone to join his party. You, Trenley, you're going to join me, or else, the noble brat said to the level 3 ranger. Sadly, Trenley didn't have a choice. Okay, Matheson. He immediately lost his excitement. Good. As a reward, I will loan you a bow to use from my private collection. It's much stronger than whatever you will have now, said Matheson with pompousness. Thanks, Trenley said emotionlessly as he knew he was not allowed to voice his dissatisfaction to the local lord. At least I can try a better bow, he thought, trying to cheer himself up. Now, we just need a mana crafter, said Matheson as he walked towards a level 2 mana crafter. But before he could reach one, the Manacraft trainer noticed what Matheson was doing and spoke into his mind. You will not force a Manacrafter to join you. They will choose which duo they would like to join. If you try, I will prohibit your participation in the event. Matheson's face scrunched up in anger. Bastard, he thought as he death stared at the Manacraft trainer. The more curious local villagers were outside their houses, watching the new recruits with joyful smiles as they made their way to the bridge. When Jay arrived, he wandered through the large crowd of recruits to find Anya enjoying a muffin. I guess she's got a soft side after all. Jay smiled mischievously, thinking she was kind of cute. Hey, he said. Hi. Not long now, she said, watching the class trainers as she finished her raisin muffin. Seems like she doesn't want to make conversation, Jay thought. He looked around at the other adventurers, all their faces full of excitement. Some were showing off their weapons, while others were showing their skills. One of the Manacrafters was even floating above the crowd in a cross-legged position. Jay tried to play it cool, acting like he wasn't excited by this event. Anya looked like she was bored, just another morning to her. After the stream of adventurers joining the crowd slowed to a trickle, the captain, Michael, yelled out to them in a large voice. Recruits, you know the plan. We will make our way to the dungeon, and you will enter it. We're here to guide you to it, nothing more, nothing less. Move out. The captain led the way as a 400-strong mass of adventurers followed him. Walking through the cold winter forest, the excited adventurers all moved though, chatting away and laughing together, which actually made the forest feel quite warm, though the class trainers all had serious expressions on their faces. Do they ever relax? Jay wondered. Before long, they were at the dungeon. Everyone was amazed by the dungeon entrance. It was a flat black stone that had a glowing red ring in the middle. Above everyone's head floated a larger glowing yellow ring, which was about the diameter of a guard tower. Stand in the red circle and you will be able to enter the dungeon, a trainer said. With some hesitation, the adventurers started to enter the dungeon. Let's go, said Anya as she glanced at Jay. Chapter 15. The dungeon entrance was particularly surprising in pairs. The adventurers would stand in the red circle, then begin to levitate until eventually flying into the yellow ring above them and disappearing. As Jay entered the dungeon, he was a little disappointed that he didn't trigger the chance for the level 4 dungeon. He was level 5 after all, and it would have been easy for him alone, much more so with Anya. As they landed on the dark landscape of the dungeon, Anya seemed as serious as ever as she looked around at the surroundings and gripped her new crossbow. Is she scared? Jay thought, oh well, I'd better summon a feeble creature. Anya, I'm going to use my skill to summon one of my little friends. It won't attack you, so don't attack it. Anya nods back as she continues to remain vigilant, but it wasn't long before she was standing in awe at Jay's abilities. Jay thought shift as his ring flew off his finger and got bigger. Bones began to leave it and began to float around Jay. Small bones at first, then the bigger ones until finally the 2 large black marsh bones joined the ring. Raise, Jay said, his hand emitting a green gas which was more dense than the wisps of gas mixed with the floating bones. Before Anya's eyes, a beast formed. No, not a beast, a monster, an abomination, she thought as her mouth was now open, speechless. Again, ligaments began popping with bones snapping and relocating themselves. Green gas became more dense and mixed with them before it solidified. 2 glowing green eyes at the center of the eye sockets of a large rodent-like skull with horns glared at Jay, then at Anya as its skeletal body was formed. Jay smiled as his necrotic ring changed back into the second form and flew back onto his finger. Only about 3 or 4 skeletons are left in it, he noted, looking at his ring with a smug attitude. I'll stock up soon. Enough, he thought, as he pulled out and ate some Bentussel root from his inventory. Mana regen buff 1% lasts for 1 hour. Now, time to name you. Jay almost started chuckling, thinking about naming it Donna Swell. But this time he had an even better idea. He grinned evilly as he put his plan into action. Today, your name shall be gifted to you from I, your creator, your life. Today I shall bestow upon you your eternal name. Jay said seriously and solemnly, henceforth, you are Muffin. Jay bent over with laughter. It echoed through the dungeon, while Anya just stood there, not even vigilante at this point, absolutely amazed at Jay's pathetic level of humor. All she could do was shake her head at him as he laughed. "You're stupid." She went back to being vigilant once more, still shaking her head. It was night time in the dungeon. A diamond-shaped blue moon was the only source of light. The whole landscape was flat, paved with black stone, while black obelisks the size of trees randomly dotted the land. In the distance, an obelisk stood out much higher than the rest. It was the size of a mountain. "That seems like where we need to go," pointed Jay towards the huge obelisk. "Muffin, take the lead." The goblin-like skeleton walked ahead of them. "I'll stay in the middle of you two since I'm ranged," said Anya, Jay nodding in agreement. "Wait, don't leave. I want to catch up to that level 5 loser. We'll get loads of XP from the level 4 bearings," Matheson said with confidence. "But they told us we should leave if this happens," and Trenley was interrupted before he could finish. "No, you're using my bow, and you will be my partner till this is over." Sighing, Trenley frowned as the duo started exploring the level 4 dungeon. As Muffin was walking past an obelisk, it lit up with a gold glow. Suddenly, a circular indentation appeared on the walls of the obelisk, 2 bearings flying out of it. It appeared as if they were merged with it before the obelisk was activated. These monsters were strange. Jay had never heard of anything like them. They were simply a flying yellow ring with a blue diamond-shaped crystal floating at the center. Jay analyzed the creature. Bearing level 2. Type: Phenomenon normal. HP: 50/50. Skills: Coil, passive. The bearing's outer body naturally spins at high speeds, giving extra damage to its melee attack, and charging its crystal. Discharge -5 electrical damage -5% chance to stun for 2 seconds. After charging its crystal, the bearing unleashes a devastating attack. 30-second charge time. Graze -3 friction damage per second slows down the bearing's coil, resulting in a lower charge rate. If the target is in contact for longer than 5 seconds, they become burnt and take 50% extra damage, though the bearing is safely discharged. Description: No one is sure what these things are. Do they grow from the obelisk? Is that their home? Are the bearings just a defense mechanism of some long-dead ancient civilization? We don't know, perhaps we never will. They have a lot of health for a level 2 monster. Jay compared them to the monsters from a level 1 dungeon. Perhaps the base stats get higher, the higher level the dungeon. Immediately, the 2 rings flew at Muffin and started grinding from either side. "Shit," Jay said as he ran towards Muffin and stopped the attack on one side with his shield. Anya had already responded with a heavy bolt, hitting the other bearing perfectly in the crystal at its center. It went flying away and tumbling to the ground. Its yellow ring stopped spinning completely. A damage number appeared over it, -10. It was a critical hit. "Nice one," Anya said Jay as his buckler was heating up, the bearing grinding against it. Muffin was quick to act as it started slashing at the bearing, some attacks hitting the crystal, while others hit the ring. "The crystal is the weak spot," Anya yelled as she was racking another bolt. "Got it," Jay said as he made Muffin focus its attacks on the crystal. The bearing on the ground started to spin up again as it levitated once more. Ouch! Jay pulled his buckler away as it was almost getting too hot. He took out his knife gas. "I can't let them have all the fun," he said, stabbing his old cooking knife into the crystal. Muffin's claws were only doing 1 damage without a bleed effect, since it was an inorganic life form. However, when it tried to bite the crystal, it didn't only crit, but did double damage due to its piercing attack. Damage numbers slowly floated above it. -1, -1, -8. The other bearing was flying back as it was hit with another bolt, sending it flying away once more. -10. "Just finish that one, I'll hold the other one off." Jay nodded as he went back to stabbing the bearing. It wasn't long before it died. Its hard outer ring flickered for a moment before it seemingly vanished from existence. All that's left was its crystal center. 30x. Jay analyzed the crystal after sending Muffin off to attack the other one. Minor crystal green. Alchemy ingredient tier 1. Spell channel tier 1. Spell channel, whispered Jay to himself as he stashed the crystal, running over to fight the other bearing. It was half health at this point, and its crystal was nearly charged, since it only used graze once at the start of the fight. It was beginning to make a humming sound just as the crystal glowed its brightest. HHMHN : crack. Suddenly, with a loud cracking noise, the crystal released its energy, hitting Muffin squarely on the skull. A flash of light lit up the dungeon for a moment. A thunder sound echoed back at them a few times afterwards. Shit. Jay and Anya both said at the same time, waiting for their eyes to adjust to the darkness again. Checking that each other was okay, they realized the bearing attacked Muffin. It needed to die. Nodding to each other, they didn't need to say a word, they knew what they had to do. The feeble creature was already attacking the bearing, but it soon fell to a pile of smoking bones. It was low health from the discharge attack and was injured from another graze. Another bolt hit the bearing, sending it to the ground once more. One more of your bolts should do it, Jay said calmly. He had the situation under control. Right, said Anya, impressed with Jay's cool-headedness during the fight. Trying to buy some time, Jay ran to the bearing, stabbing the crystal at its center, before it could start levitating again, successfully hitting it 3 times, all critical hits since he hit the crystal. Move, said Anya. She was aiming the bolt in Jay's direction. Jay stepped back as the bolt whizzed by and took the remaining health of the bearing. Woo, nice shot, he praised Anya. Thanks. Any loot? Yeah, I got a green crystal from one of them. You can have the other. Thanks. These are useful for spells. When we learn some anyway. Spells. How do these work? You're meant to socket them into a weapon or armor, but even a necklace would work. They allow you to cast offensive spells more quickly, no chanting or charge time. They're quite useful to combat-based mages. You can even hold them if your hand and sue them, but most people prefer to hold a weapon. Interesting, Jay said as he gazed at his small crystal. Walking over to the bones, he tried to raise Muffin again, but was rejected with a notification. Not enough resources. So that's what happens when they die. Some bones are destroyed. Guess I'll need to add some more. He made his ring shift again, raise. This time, the remaining bones on the ground as well as some from the ring, formed Muffin again. Chimera research 3%. Part of the marsh bone must have mixed in, he analyzed as he smiled, seeing his creation come back to life as if nothing ever happened. My life is gonna be so easy, he thought as he shook his head with a joyful smile. It's a shame these bearings don't drop any bones though. You good? Anya asked. Yeah, just thinking. Well, I'm ready. Let's move. Jay was surprised she asked his consent this time. Oh, you were gonna wait for me. He tested her. You're more useful than I thought. She tried to be expressionless, but for half a second, a tiny smile appeared as she looked away to the next obelisk. I have nearly leveled up anyway, so I want to keep going. Maybe I can also reach level 5 before we get too tired. Sounds good. Let's move. The two continued like this for the next few hours, finding that the smaller obelisks would eject 2 level 1 bearings or 1 level 2, while the bigger obelisks would eject 2 level 2s and rarely a level 3. As they walked, they came to realize that the distant mountain-sized obelisk wasn't getting any closer. They both came to the conclusion that it was simply an illusion designed to have them walk in a certain direction. I wonder if there's a boss in this dungeon, said Jay. So far, it seemed endless, and there wasn't a progression in the obelisk sizes, it was all random. They said there would be level 7 obelisks in this dungeon, right? It seems weird that we haven't even found a level 4 one yet. We have to figure that out on our own, said Anya as she looked at the moon and her crystal. Just fucking hit it, Matheson said, dodging away from the flying bearings Gray's skill. I am. It's got so much damn health. Trenley yelled back. The level 5 bearing had a huge health pool, but they had gradually taken it down to about 15% HP. Trenley suddenly screamed as a level 5 bearing was digging its crystal into his back. He fell forward as it pushed into the wound. Fuck this. I'm outta here. We'll die if we continue. Trenley knew he needed to escape. At this point, it doesn't matter what Matheson said. Trenley screamed, slowly losing consciousness as he began to run away from the bearing he could leave, if he made enough distance. Thankfully, he had a movement ability, Dash, which gave him enough distance to meet the requirements to leave the dungeon. He had to make it out of the monster's aggression range. Little stupid unreliable bastard, screamed Matheson, seething with rage while seeing Trenley abandon him as he killed the bearing they both damaged together, before grabbing its crystal and exiting the dungeon. Trenley yelled as he floated down from the yellow ring, the dungeon in trance. He was caught by his ranged class trainer. Tend to his wounds, then take him back to the guild, the trainer said in a calm voice. "Sir." A guard grabbed the young man from the trainer and carried him off. Before long, out came Matheson, swearing with a red face full of anger. "Fucking bastard. He nearly got me killed. I tried to tell him we shouldn't attempt the level 4 dungeon, but he didn't listen. I only stayed there to protect him. Instructor, I want to join another party." Matheson did nothing but lie. The instructor shrugged. "All the others are in the dungeon. There's no one you can join. You can go by yourself." "He's a pretty bad liar for a noble," thought the instructor. "Ugh, can't you come with me?" No. We have strict orders to guard the students due to another situation happening in the forest. Not even your father can override these orders." "Bastard," said Matheson. He knew the instructors couldn't punish him, so he cursed at them freely. Turning around, he floated back into the dungeon. Chapter 16. Anya leveled up to 4 as they killed more bearings and collected the green crystals, each of them having about 120 green crystals. After killing so many bearings, they were becoming quite proficient at killing them. Anya would keep one stunned, while Jay and Muffins would destroy another, as they each switched between tanking the damage from it every 4 seconds, so that its Gray's skill didn't burn them. This gave them enough time to kill both of them, before they could release a charge attack. Walking through the dungeon, they came to an obelisk which didn't eject any bearings. It had 3 holes on each of its 4 sides. It only took a moment before Jay and Anya got a message. "Gate challenge to floor 2 requirements met. Requirement dash 172 green crystals." "Anya, looks like we have to socket our crystals into it." Anya frowned, realizing she had to give up 6 crystals for 2 sides. "I wonder why it requires us to have more than 12 crystals," though Jay said as he socketed his crystals into the obelisk. As Jay and Anya socketed the crystals in, they turned from green to blue and began to glow. When the final crystal was in place, a whole dungeon shook as if there was a massive earthquake. All the other obelisks sank into the ground, leaving only square black bottomless holes in their place. Below Jay and Anya, a red ring appeared above them. A white ring, yet it didn't glow. Swarms of bearings came spewing out of the black holes, all charging up, spinning as they prepared to fire. Shit. Jay looked around, wondering why he wasn't being drawn into the ring and teleported out. Looking up and yelled welcome on then. Anya noticed that more holes opened up on the obelisk. "We have to put in more crystals." Jay sprang into action as he began to madly dash around the obelisk and slammed his green crystals into them, each side of the obelisk taking 50 crystals each. A bearing drew closer and threatened the adventurers. Jay made Muffin take the Gray's attack until getting a burn status, while Jay frantically fumbled his crystals. -3, -3, -3, -3, -3, -6. Another bearing flew near Anya as she shot her crossbow at it, sending it sprawling off into the flowing crowd of bearings. The bearings were still endlessly spewing out of the numerous black holes, all heading for the duo. Anya didn't even bother to reload. She was looking worried as she ignored everything else at this point, slamming the crystals into the sockets. Jay was suddenly grazed from behind. He activated his ring. The bones left the ring and formed a floating defensive barrier between himself and the bearings. As he summoned the Dons outside the dungeon, the Dons' old bodies turned to small piles of mangled soap rat bones. -3. The Dons reformed and Jay sent one to guard Anya, while the other guarded himself. At this point, Muffin was destroyed, char marks all over its remaining bones. The Don protecting Jay was destroyed shortly after, while the one protecting Anya lasted longer. Jay realized it had leveled up. "I'll check its stats later," he thought as he was about to get grazed. "Just 10 more. How many do you have left, Anya?" 7. 6. She popped another green crystal in. -3, -3, -3. Anya was much faster than Jay at using her inventory, though Jay was getting quicker at using it during the intense situation. The Don protecting Anya managed to kill a bearing as it died, 2 other bearings having a grinding contest on its skull. -6, -6, -6, -6, -6. 30x. At this point, Jay and Anya could only fight through the pain. Anya slotted her last crystal under the pressure of the bearings grazing her. "Done," she yelled weakly as she collapsed to the ground. One more the bearing had already applied burn to Jay. 2 others were on him and chunking his health away. Jay was down to 20 health now, and he was already feeling lightheaded as he managed to slot in the last crystal. "Done." Suddenly, a pulse emitted from the tower. The bearings all froze. Anya. No reply. Jay rushed to the other side of the obelisk. Anya wasn't moving, covered in blood and burn marks. Not saying a word, Jay took off his shirt and ripped it, lightly tying it on her wounds. Suddenly they began to float. Jay analyzed her health. Anya. HP-4/54. Shit. One more attack and she would have been dead. Then Sullivan would have killed me too. Jay gritted his teeth. The ring above them had activated. It turned yellow, and they were being sucked into it. Anya. Her blood and the bones from the Dons and Muffin were all floating into it. Oh, shit. Not now. Jay yelled as he was separated from Anya's floating body. She was only just out of his grasp. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Challenge complete. Dungeon Floor 2 accessible. Entering Carter's Demise Floor 2. Just hang on, Anya. I'll help you, Jay said, pushing off the top of the obelisk and propelling himself more quickly into the yellow ring. I'll see you on the other side. Chapter 17. Anya. Jay tried to scream her awake as she slowly floated down from the yellow ring. If Anya died, Jay would surely die too after Sullivan found him. He knew his life was tied to her for now at least. Jay caught her and sat her down comfortably. Looking around, he made sure they weren't in any immediate danger. We need to get out of here, he thought. But he reasoned that if he tried to leave, she may not be able to until she wakes up, and a bearing could stumble upon her. This was a risk he wasn't willing to take. Well, she has 4 HP. I think if I give her enough time, she will wake up. Jay had an idea, but I could try something. Jay placed his hand over Anya. Restore. Swirling green gas left Jay's hand, yet as it came into contact with Anya's body, it disappeared. It was worth a try. Jay frowned. He still had his necrotic ring in its first form. It had automatically absorbed the bones from the dead feeble creatures. For protection, Jay decided to bring back the level 2 Don. Raise. This time, the swirling, glowing green gas left Jay's hand and mixed with a larger number of bones. The usual popping and snapping sounds happened as the level 2 Don was formed. When it was fully constructed, it was taller than the other feeble creatures, coming up to Jay's shoulder now. Its back was no longer hunched over, and it stood proudly. Its skull was still a soap rat skull, perhaps because those were the only skulls Jay had, though the bone horns were smaller now. Its hands still had claws at the end, but they were much thicker and shorter. As it was raised, the level 2 Don was looking around, examining the environment as if it was now more intelligent. Suddenly, it grabbed a bone floating past it from Jay's ring. What the curious, Jay allowed it as he raised an eyebrow. What is it doing? Green gas emerged from the level 2 Don's own hand as it engulfed the bone it grabbed. The bone began morphing and turned semi-liquid as Jay's jaw dropped. It wasn't long before the feeble creature was standing there with 2 curved daggers, both made of bone. An ecstatic smile appeared on Jay's face, as he had to try to stop himself from laughing maniacally. Immediately, he grabbed a dagger from his minion and analyzed it. Bone dagger level 1. 4 damage slashing, piercing, plus 50% damage from backstab attacks. Lifespan requires essence from its creator to maintain its form. Current lifespan, 5 hours. Did the feeble creature give up its own essence to create this? Jay analyzed the level 2 Don. Feeble creature level 2. Type Undead. Damage-2. HP-30/30. MP-0/3. Skills. Bite 1 to 2 pierce damage. Claw bleed-3 flat damage over 3 seconds. Can stack 2 times. Scrimshaw level 1 can use bone to create basic objects. Undeath immune to cold, poison, hunger, stress, fear, pain. Description. An abomination, its existence spits in the face of life and death. Execute with extreme prejudice. It has its own mana pool. Jay laughed, his voice echoing through the dungeon. Well, I can't let you have all the fun. Jay grabbed a bone floating by him, attempting to copy his creature's ability. Okay, a dagger. Simple enough. I'll try copy the ones Don made. He channeled his mana and coarse green gas to form around the bone. It began morphing and twisting, though it didn't seem to turn semi-liquid like the Dons did. I'm missing something. When blacksmiths make their weapons, they almost melt it before hammering it into shape. Jay imagined his green gas mixing with the bone, seeping into it, and turning it into microfine particles. This seemed to work as the bone was now semi-liquid. Okay, now I form you. Jay imagined the shape of a dagger as the bone was squeezed. Some of the gas left it while some remained and became part of it. Before he knew it, he was finished crafting his first bone dagger. Skill acquired. Scrimshaw level 1 can use bone to create basic objects. Not bad, he said to himself as he looked at it. What are you doing? Anya was crouching down behind him. Jay dropped the bone dagger, jumping up and trying not to act scared as he turned around. I'm just practicing some stuff, he said, picking up the new bone dagger. Wait, weren't you nearly dead a moment ago? Anya smiled as she was satisfied with scaring the deadly necromancer. Perks of being the guildmaster's daughter. What? Jay still hadn't caught on. I thought you were just there because you had a unique class. Suddenly, it all made sense to Jay, the subtle death threat about him protecting her with his life, Anya's casual attitude around the guildmaster, Anya getting a new crossbow overnight, as well as Anya being an acquaintance of the town's soldiers. Yep, Sullivan's my father. Anyway, I won't tell him I nearly died. I want to keep adventuring. And I won't be locked up in the Adventurer Guild for the rest of my life. She folded her arms. Oh, good, thanks. I'll try to protect you better next time. Jay looked around anyway. We made it into floor level 2 of Carter's demise. I just need to do a few things before we get moving. Or if you decide you want to leave, just give me a minute okay. Sure, go ahead, Anya said as she reloaded her crossbow, then began wiping traces of blood off her skin and armor. Okay. Where was I? Oh yes, my pretty. Jay looked at his new creation, the bone dagger. Bone dagger level 1. 5 damage slashing, piercing, plus 50% damage from backstab attacks. Lifespan requires essence from its creator to maintain its form. Current lifespan, 24 hours. Eat shit, Don. Mine's better than yours. Jay scoffed to his feeble creature. It didn't seem to mind that its master was more skilled than it as it held up its 2 daggers in celebration, as if cheering for its master. Anya pitied Jay. It seems like he's a real loner, she thought, pretending not to look at Jay's antics. Well, I better spend my attribute points and skill point. She silently upgraded herself. Her new ability, she smirked. Hey Jay, can I test my new ability on one of your minions? What? Oh yeah, you leveled up? Sure, but let me just summon one of the weaker ones. I don't want to use more bone on the level 2 Don. Jay summoned Muffin and the other Don. While Anya waited patiently, he made the Don stand in front of Anya, and willed all his creatures not to attack. The Don looked at Jay as it happened. It is proud of its duty or disappointed in me. Jay couldn't tell, but neither did he care. Anya simply stared at the creature and squinted. Are you doing it or what? Jay thought her ability was super lame at this point. Suddenly, an ancient, deep, wicked voice sounded out from Anya as it seemed to shake the ground. Prostrate. A shiver went up Jay's spine as the voice echoed out. Jay felt like he was in the presence of divine royalty, regaining controls of his bowels. He tried to command the Don that Anya's spell was targeted at, but to no effect. It was still bowing down to Anya, as if it was ready to give up its life. Shit, Anya, that's so powerful. It's just amazing. I can't even make my feeble creature stand up. Jay checked his creature's status. That voice was so terrifying. It even lost 5 health. That's way too overpowered. He laughed in disbelief. I didn't think the Dons even had the intelligence to understand such a word. Smiling, Anya said it will be like that for another 6 seconds. She then turned away and looked out into the dungeon. I'm the Ashwin's accuser after all. Chapter 18. Grabbing some bones from his ring, Jay crafted some bone daggers for his level 1 feeble creatures. I won't need to buy weapons from that disgusting merchant ever again, he chuckled to himself. Each level 1 underling had a single bone dagger, while the level 2 feeble creature had 2 bone daggers. Let my minions do the work, decided Jay as observed the next obelisk. He sent his 3 feeble creatures to test it, while he and Anya watched at a distance. Sir, reporting. A guard stood behind his commander, who was currently looking out into the forest. Yes, we found something odd. It wasn't another corpse, but there were 2 piles of soaked rat bones. The commander shivered, remembering his first dungeon, the stink rat marsh back in the days before the new adventurers were leveled up at the guild to skip that stinking hole. Are you sure they're from the marsh? Yes, sir, we had some veteran soldiers and some higher level adventurers verify them. returned to duties. The commander said as he thought to himself, so, maybe something was able to leave the dungeon. Or was this a pissed off adventurer? I don't think it would be a Dimmican. They wouldn't make it this far down south without being slaughtered by the army. He decided to send a few people into the marsh. Scoutmaster, I want 2 of the scouts to enter the Stink Rat Marsh. Look for anything out of the ordinary, before killing Molodus and coming back. You have. The commander looked at the sky until nightfall. The scoutmaster looked distressed at having to send his men to the marsh. Nevertheless, he had his orders, sir. He sent some of his men south to the dungeon entrance. Jay leisurely put his hands in his pockets as he watched his 3 feeble creatures fight a level 4 bearing. The level 2 don seemed to be doing the most damage, as it was using one bone dagger to take the grazers, while it stabbed at the crystal with its other hand. The creatures all made short work of the level 4 bearing, especially with their new weapons. They seemed to possess a natural skill for the daggers, having the qualities of being fast and aggressive. Perhaps they would be good with axes and hatchets too, Jay considered, though it seems like they enjoy stabbing rather than slashing. Something unusual happened during the fight. The bearing seemed to have a new attack. It stabbed at a level 1 creature with its pointed crystal core, though thankfully it was destroyed before it could hit anything. 55x. Awesome, I'm pretty close to level up, said Jay as he willed the level 2 minion to retrieve the green crystal for him, happy as it brought back one which glowed more than usual. Nice, said Jay, gazing into the crystal as he checked its stats. Minor crystal green, charged. Alchemy ingredient tier 1. Spell channel tier 1. Discharge, 1 charge dash, 5 electrical damage. 5% chance to stun for 2 seconds. I'll give that a go if my boys need some help, otherwise, I bet it would sell a good amount. Jay pocketed the crystal and kept moving, smiling. As he looked at Anya, feel free to help out. Anya didn't say a word. You clearly did nothing to earn that crystal, she thought with a head shake. The duo was still choosing the smaller obelisks as they explored the dungeon, deciding they would try one of the larger ones once Jay had leveled up to 6. The next obelisk they came to ejected 2 level 3 bearings. Without turning to Anya, Jay commented they might need some help this time. Anya took a few steps forward and took a knee. When you think about it, she's kinda like one of my minions following orders and stuff. Jay had a weird thought. Anya was keeping a level 3 bearing stunned, while the 3 feeble creatures destroyed the other, though since it was level 3, it recovered more quickly from her attacks, so Jay had to lend her a little help. It wasn't long before the 3 feeble creatures had killed one and come over to help. The 5 of them together made short work of the bearings. 30x. Imagine if there were only 2 of us. This would be so much harder, Jay commented. Anya nodded as she took a sip of water, then went to retrieve some bolts and a crystal, while Jay got the other one. Oh, this one isn't charged. Jay looked at the crystal that Muffin brought him. It must only be the level 4 bearings. That dropped the charged ones. Pocketing the items, they moved on through the dungeon as they only came close to the comparatively smaller obelisks, which would eject only 1 level 4 bearing or 2 level 3s. It wasn't long before Jay had a small stockpile or charged crystals. Meanwhile, another one of his feeble creatures hit level 2. Jay took some bones out of his ring and created a second dagger for it. Looking at his charged crystal stockpile, he thought these will be useful in an emergency. He thought to himself, it's basically a free 5 damage attack with a chance to stun. I suppose its effectiveness depends on how quickly I can use each of them. I should definitely come back to this dungeon to harvest these. Hitting level 6, Jay smiled. Finally, time for an upgrade. I wonder what I should level up. Another feeble creature would be good, but if I come to a strong boss, it could just wipe them all out. I don't need to upgrade my shell restoration. They hardly get hurt, and I can just wait for more mana. Undead Mastery seems like the best option. Raising their max level to 3 will be useful in the long run. I may need more MP2 for the healing, so I think I'll put some points into health and mana. With that, Jay added his 3 attribute points to energy and 2 to vitality, then upgraded Undead Mastery to level 2. What are you doing? Anya wondered why Jay stopped moving. Level 6. Jay didn't even look at her as he checked his stats. Nice, she said. Jay. Necromancer level 6. Race human. HP 75/75. MP 61/61. Strength 15. Dexterity 25. Vitality 27. Energy 38/38. X 63/1500. Skills. Raise feeble creature level 3-3/3 raised. Shell restoration level 1. Shift. Undead mastery level 2. Passive. Stress response passive. Running level 1 passive. Dagger proficiency level 1 passive. Poison resist 10% passive equipment. Research. Chimera research 3%. Immortality research 2%. J checked his upgraded skill to Undead mastery level 2. Your undead can reach a max level of 3. Level up is permanent. Now we just got a level you guys up, Jay said, looking at his feeble creatures as they patrolled around him in a loose circle, looking for danger. Chapter 19. The duo decided to take on a larger obelisk, now that Jay was level 6. Jay ready to charge Crystal for support, while keeping his necrotic ring in the floating form, for the extra 5% defense bonus. Only Muffin is still level 1. It won't be long before they're all level 2 with dual-wielding bone daggers. Jay smirked as he imagined the unfortunate person who would earn his ire as the three unfeeling, uncaring shoulder-high creature skeletons came charging at them with their green-eyed rat skulls and horns, 6 daggers, stabbing them relentlessly from every side. And this is not including Jay, who may also choose to fight. There was no hope for a human of the same level as him. Eventually, they came to a larger obelisk. As the 3 feeble creatures drew closer, it ejected 2 level 4 bearings. Jay still decided he would fight passively, protecting Anya, while he had the 3 skeletons attack 1 bearing before it could charge up. Each feeble creature had 2 bone daggers each, except for Muffin, who had 1. Together they output 23 damage if they were to all stab at the same time, while hitting the crystal made it a critical strike, increasing their maximum potential damage to a staggering 46. Jay analyzed the bearing to calculate how long it would take to kill. Bearing level 4. Type. Phenomenon normal. HP 104/150. Skills. Coil. Passive. The bearing's outer body naturally spins at high speeds, giving extra damage to its melee attack, and charging its crystal. Discharge -5 electrical damage -5% chance to stun for 2 seconds. After charging its crystal, the bearing unleashes a devastating attack. 20-second charge time. Graze -5 friction damage per second slows down the bearing's coil, resulting in a lower charge rate. If the target is in contact for longer than 5 seconds, they become burnt and take 50% extra damage, though the bearing is safely discharged. Sacrifice. The bearing stabs an unsuspecting enemy with its crystal core, losing 5 health, but dealing 20 damage. Double damage if the crystal is charged. Description. No one is sure what these things are. Do they grow from the obelisk? Is that their home? Are the bearings just a defense mechanism of some long-dead ancient civilization? We don't know, perhaps we never will. About 4 seconds if they all hit the crystal, otherwise at minimum about 7 seconds. That should be enough time before both can charge their crystals. Oh, it seems like its charge time was dropped to 20 seconds. Jay chuckled, must be hard. For others. Suddenly, the bearings did something unexpected. They began floating higher, just out of reach of the shoulder-high skeletons. Shit, this makes things complicated. Immediately, Jay made Muffin retreat and stand in front of him, while he made a level 2 skeleton stand in front of Anya. These would be their shields, in case one of the bearings could charge up. Jay dashed forward with his skeleton in front as he called to Anya, "Shoot down one so we can take it out." Without looking back, a bolt had already struck the crystal core of the level 4 bearing. Man, she's a great shot, hasn't missed at all. I wonder if it's her class or just her pure skill, Jay wondered as the bearing fell down towards him. 4 bone daggers awaited the falling bearing, each chipping at its crystal core. "Eat shit," Jay said as he had the final stab. Just as he killed one, the other bearing was beginning to glow. Running under it, Jay warned Anya it's about to fire. Suddenly, the voice of an unknown and forgotten god king shook the dungeon. Prostrate, a ring of wind blew from around her feet as the air was filled with tension. Anya had used her Ashwin's Accuser unique class ability. Nice. The voice didn't startle Jay this time, but instead it invigorated him. He was smiling as the bearing seemed to come under the gravity of a black hole. It smashed into the ground, its ring unable to even spin. It seemed like it was almost being compressed. Seems like this is what happens if something can't physically bow to the king, thought Jay. He didn't even bother to walk over to attack it, having his minions finish it off. That was a little easier than expected. But I don't know what I would have done if I couldn't have reached them, Jay said, considering the fight. Yeah, good thing my bolts can stun them. How long does your ability take to cool down, by the way? Anya didn't really want to divulge such a secret, but she knew they were kind of in this together. Since both their classes were secrets, Jay's being the more dangerous one. 1 hour. I see. Let's save it for emergency use along with the charge crystals. We'll do some smaller obelisks while it recharges. Sure. Looking around, Jay spotted a smaller obelisk. Walking there, he wondered to himself, since when did I become the leader? Well, I guess since she's a ranged class it makes sense, plus she has probably been trained to follow orders her whole life. Maybe she doesn't even realize she's doing it. They conquered 3 smaller obelisks before trying a larger one again. Things went more smoothly this time, as both the skeletons and Anya focused on one level 4, while the other attempted a few graze attacks as well as passively charged up, though they were no match for the combined force of 3 skeletons and Anya's attacks. Doing some calculations, Jay realized that each bearing could be killed in under 4 seconds, if he took Anya's damage into account. The speed that they could kill the level 4 bearings was unimaginable. Other adventurers of their level couldn't even kill the level 2 bearings as quickly. Plus they only had enough gold to buy single weapons, with about 3 to 4 damage, each of them being the overpriced ones from Bertram. Meanwhile, Jay's minions had 5 daggers in total, equivalent to 5 adventurers without skills. The daggers crafted by Jay even had 5 damage. His class really was broken by all standards. He even made Anya's unique class seem weak by comparison. Traveling through the 2nd floor of the level 2 dungeon, they were beginning to run out of time. They had conquered about 8 of the larger obelisks by this point, and Anya had leveled up again. At one point, Anya didn't dodge a pierce attack and revealed her other skill. The one she had since attaining the unique class. She simply turned to smoke and appeared approximately 10 meters away. Jay understood why she didn't use it before. It wasn't an offensive skill, and neither would it have been helpful when they were socketing crystals into the obelisk from floor 1. Perhaps she compensated for the skill by spending all her time training with the crossbow, Jay thought. Nevertheless, Jay made a mental note that she could do this since becoming a necromancer. He didn't let his guard down. He considered everyone his potential opponent. Besides, if she's able to choose where she teleports to and uses a melee weapon, she could easily backstab her opponent. We've been here for hours. It's probably going to get dark on the outside too, and I don't want to walk back through the forest at night. We should go. Anya considered this for a moment before eventually agreeing, yeah, okay. I'll tell Sullivan it went well. Of course, I have to report about your class skills too. But don't worry, only Sullivan and I know at this point. Okay. Jay didn't want Anya to know that he hated this. Perhaps it would breed mistrust between them, of course. Jay didn't trust either of them. He grasped the dynamics of their relationship quickly. He was the unwilling tool being used to power level the guildmaster's daughter, though he pretended he was thankful. The pretense of being their partner hadn't dropped yet, and Jay knew he had to maintain it, so he could at least have the illusion of equal treatment. A red circle appeared above Anya, and she went through it as she willed to leave the dungeon. Jay was about to leave when he realized his creatures would probably cause a disturbance among the other adventurers. Sorry guys, I'll bring you back when I'm alone again. He unsummoned the 3 feeble creatures, and added their bones back into his ring. Oddly, the bone daggers didn't follow the other bones into the ring. Jay picked them up and stored them in his inventory. Waste not, want not. Time to go, he said to himself as a red ring appeared above him and pulled him into it. He didn't even look up as he closed his eyes and fully relaxed in the zero-gravity environment. Chapter 20. Exiting the ring through the other side, Jay found that Anya was silent with her crossbow drawn, the atmosphere tense. Immediately assessing the situation, Jay was about to activate his necrotic ring and summon his creatures. However, a familiar voice calmed their nerves. At ease, adventurers, sheath your weapons. It was Michael, the guard captain. Jay took a big breath, thankful he didn't expose his class. Looking around, there were the bodies of 15 dead men strewn about the nearby winter forest. Most of them had holes the size of fists in various parts of their chests, while a few were knocked unconscious, blood still trickling from their heads. What the hell is happening? Anya said, still aiming her crossbow into the forest as she looked for any threats. We were attacked by bandits. They probably wanted to steal your weapons, and perhaps take some of you as hostages. However, they didn't know that we would be guarding you for various reasons. As this is a well-known introductory part of becoming an adventurer in these areas, it seems like they plan to take advantage of your low levels. Scum, a nearby guard said, spitting on one of the unconscious bandits. Jay shook his head as he smiled. He couldn't believe his luck. He eyed one of the bandits' weapons as a guard cut off his thought. The loot belongs to the guild. Don't even think about it. Jay frowned. Fair enough, he thought. Receiving a notification, Jay glanced at Anya. Party disbanded. There's no reason to party when we're not in the dungeon anymore, she said. Jay shrugged. Sure. A class trainer was holding a notepad as he reported to the captain. Sir, only 2 more left in the dungeon. Let's hope they don't take too long. In the meantime, have a guard escort these 2 back to the village. Sir, he saluted with a stomp before turning to a young-looking guard, who overheard the orders. The young guard only nodded his head as he approached Jay and Anya. Let's go, adventurers, he gestured. Dash in a nearby part of the woods. Idiots. I told them something wasn't right. That village's patrols have been really active in the last few days, but they still fucking attacked the most obvious spot. I'll miss Hoxter, but the rest of them deserve to die, so fuck 'em. I'll do it the right way. I'll be smart about it. Jay and Anya followed quietly until they were out of earshot of the other guards. Then they questioned their escort. So, who killed all the bandits? Was it the captain? No, they were like ants to him, so he let the class trainers took care of it. What classes were the bandits? What do you think their level was? The guards seemed to get annoyed. Look, I'm trying to protect you, and I won't be able to hear anything with all your bickering, so just be quiet. Jay and Anya seemed to ignore his request as they continued to question him as they walked. Look, the guard stopped and turned around. I'm not answering any more damn questions, so stop asking. Just be quiet. Open quote. The guard's sentence was cut short as an arrow pierced him through the neck, though it didn't go all the way through to the other side. He made a gurgling noise as he dropped his spear, grabbing the shaft in his neck while falling to the ground. Shit. Anya yelled, pulling out her crossbow. Jay was about to shift his ring, but was going to wait a moment, just in case the guards from the dungeon entrance would hear and show up. They heard a slight, unsophisticated voice from out in the forest, yet they couldn't pinpoint its location. Look, kids, I don't want to hurt you, so just give me all you got from that dungeon and I'll be on me merry way. The voice sounded from somewhere in the woods. Still, no one showed up to help them. So Jay activated his necrotic ring as he responded to the lone bandit, while a dancing mist of green gas and bones began to float around him. Bullshit. Anya had believed the bandit for a moment and lowered her crossbow, but raised it back up again hearing Jay's response. Hey, don't think you're little. Bone shield, is it? Whatever it is, don't think that's gonna stop me, kid. Before the bandit's eyes, however, clouds of green gas along with dozens of bones left the floating ring, as 3 bone creatures formed before him, rising from the green smoke, as if leaving a portal on the ground. Hesitating in shock, he couldn't believe his eyes. This was something he had only heard stories of from people daring and high level enough to enter an undead-type dungeon, the tales of the Necromancer. Yet there was one here outside of a dungeon near a low-level village. Yet the bandit felt like luck was on his side. There's only 3 of them. Some necromancer you are, he scoffed at Jay, though Jay seemed to ignore his mocking as he pulled out 5 bone daggers and threw them to the ground in front of the tiny skeletons. Each creature picked up a dagger or 2 as Jay lifted up his hand pointing in the direction of the voice, and in a cold and emotionless voice, he uttered a single word: hunt. The bandit's eyes widened, seeing the 3 skeletons with glowing eyes and oversized rat skulls equip weapons as they charged at him. Oh shit, they're pretty quick, he thought. Immediately, he fired an arrow at them, but he missed as they were small and agile targets. The arrow only served to reveal his location. Shit, I'm fucked now. He jumped off the back of a tree, pulled out his dagger, and began sprinting into the forest, yet the skeletons were quicker. Running out of options, he threw his bow and quiver at the skeletons, rapidly catching up to him, though this only served to slow one of them down. Suddenly, a pain came from his right ankle. Looking down, his fear started to grow. Shit. One of the creatures had successfully thrown its dagger at him, hitting him in the leg. Another 2 daggers came flying, yet they missed as he continued to run, yet now at a slower pace. The feeble creatures simply picked up the daggers as they ran, scraping their claws along the ground, and hardly slowing down at all. He slowed down more and more from the injury, as he realized he could no longer outrun them. I can only try and fight them. How hard can some tiny skeletons be anyway? If I finish them quickly, I may still be able to hide before the adventurers get here. Maybe I could even go back and rob those brats, he thought, preparing himself for the fight. At this point, Jay and Anya were way out of sight. Looks like they didn't chase me. Pretty stupid though, the bandit. As he turned around to fight, a feeble creature was already in the air, jumping at him with its rat jaw open, black decaying teeth threatening to snap at him, while it had both daggers pointed towards his chest. Far! He had no time to swear as he sidestepped and parried a dagger, though he stumbled and had trouble getting up as his leg was wounded. Before he knew it, another skeleton was flying at him with its daggers pointed, a similar attack to the first one. The bandit simply dived under this one as it jumped too high, successfully evading it. The first 2 feeble creatures were larger than the third smaller one, so it was last to join the fight with its single dagger. It didn't jump at him like the other 2 did, instead it ran up to him. The bandit simply scoffed at the tiny skeleton and did a Spartan kick, sending it onto its back, forcing it to drop its dagger. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the bone dagger that the creature dropped. Surprisingly lightweight was all he could think about his new dagger as he turned around, ready to parry the attack from the first skeleton creature that leapt at him, yet it was nowhere to be found. What the fuck dash? HH. 2 sharp painful stings hit him on his right side, just under his rib cage. Gritting his teeth, he did a reverse kick as he hit the skeleton away, the daggers still in his side. Sneaky fucker. He coughed up some blood, a lung pierced. Arrow. He yelled using an ability. A magic arrow was summoned out of nowhere, glowing a translucent purple, as it immediately shot off into the skull of the sneaky feeble creature. Yet it managed to survive through even that. What shocked the bandit more was that it didn't even respond to the damage, its attack speed and actions being just as fast and concise as before. Seeing that his trump card had no effect, his adrenaline began kicking in. He decided to pounce onto the smaller creature. As he stabbed at its skull, his body and mind going into fight or flight mode. He managed to do 13 damage to it, yet the creature seemed to not even realize it had been hurt as it slashed at his legs with its claws, while attempting to bite the hand stabbing it. What the fuck are you things? Just die. Before he could finish off the creature, he was stabbed again in the back. This time, one of the daggers pierced his spinal cord. His legs were paralyzed. He dropped the daggers from a shockwave of pain traveling up his spine. All he could do was fall onto the feeble creature in front of him as it bit into his neck, still clawing at his body. AHH. He let out a guttural scream of pain as the knives kept plunging into his back, while his neck was being bitten. Before long, the other feeble creature came back, yet without its daggers. To compensate for its lack of weapons, it put all its clawed finger bones together, forming a hand knife. As it thrust them into his soft underbelly, for a moment it dug around before ripping out an unidentifiable organ. All he could do was scream in pain as he passed out, though the creatures had no mercy. One continued to stab his back, another continued to rip out his throat with its jaw, while the most deadly one continued to plunge its clawed hand into his stomach and pull out his intestines, along with other organs, as it killed him, ripping open a larger and larger hole, until his chest looked like an empty crater. Anything below the ribcage had been ripped out from the gaping hole of flesh. Pieces of intestines and fluids began to fall out of their own accord. A pile of his insides spread over the forest floor, some still partly attached to the cavity. Jay realized his minions had done their job as he received an exp notification. 1100 exp. Well, nice amount of exp. I wonder what level he was, Jay wondered, as he helped Anya tend to the wounded guard. I'm sure he'll heal back to normal once the blood clears from his throat, Anya said to Jay. He will probably be unconscious for a little bit longer, but he'll be okay. Jay nodded back. The bandit has gone. I guess he was scared of skeletons, he said innocently as he shrugged. Why is lying so satisfying? He thought the secret feels even better than last time. I wonder if my class is affecting my mind. I should keep track of that. Jay had the skeletons return to him so he could put their bones back into the ring, while he gave Muffin orders to stay out in the woods and hunt animals, so it would reach level 2, healing Muffin back to full health, before sending it on its way. The two dons returned, each with 2 daggers as he desummoned them, storing their bones in his ring and the daggers in his inventory. Jay wondered why one of the dons' bony arms was crimson red up to the elbow joint. He could even see which bone it was, as it was the only fully red-colored bone floating around him. He then shrugged, used shift again, and returned his necrotic ring to his finger. He decided not to loot anything from the bandit, as he didn't want to be tied to whatever horrible thing the skeletons had done to him. All Jay knew himself was that Muffin was heavily injured, while one of the dons had sustained a heavy hit to the skull. Jay didn't really care though. He considered that this was all he needed to know about the event, having no clue how brutal the feeble creatures were. We should carry the guard back to the dungeon entrance where the trainers were. It's closer than the village, Jay decided. Sure, I have an idea. Under Anya's instruction, they crafted a makeshift stretcher from the vegetation, covering it with the guard's cloak, before placing him onto it. As they walked, dragging the slanted stretcher behind them, he made sure to prepare Anya. Just let me do the talking when we get there. I'll tell them that something scared him off. Anya responded quietly in agreement. As they walked, the guard regained consciousness. Was all he could manage to say. For now, his throat would need time to heal. Just be quiet until we get back. You were knocked out for a while, and your throat is hurt. We're heading to safety, Anya reassured the guard. Was all the young guard could respond with as he let the 2 18-year-olds carry him back. Approaching the camp, Jay waved down one of the guards. Hey, we need some help. A bandit attacked us. He panted out the words as his energy was low from carrying the guard. Where? When? How many were there? Are you injured? The guard questioned them as he signaled Michael to come over while walking behind them, checking the injury on his fellow guardsmen. Not far, you'll find a blood stain from the guard on the path. We're not sure how many there were. They told us to drop all our gear after they shot the guard. We did as he asked. But then nothing happened, said Jay, shrugging as he scratched his head, possibly overacting in his little play. Michael heard his answer as he walked over. Anya, is this true? Anya nodded emotionlessly. She was a much better actor than Jay. Since she normally didn't show any emotions, she attempted to change the topic. We removed the arrow and came back here since it was closer. He was temporarily unconscious. Michael looked distraught as he scratched his chin, looking away as he thought to himself, shit, I nearly had the guildmaster's daughter killed by giving a job to a low-level soldier. It wasn't long before Michael made a decision. We will all wait till the last 2 adventurers leave the dungeon, then we will head back to the village as a group. I won't let something like this happen again, he attempted to say in a dignified manner. Making a hand signal to some guards, they came and took over care for the injured man on the stretcher. The other adventurers shouldn't be long now. Have a seat near the campfire to stay warm while we wait. Thanks. So why do you think they didn't end up robbing us? Jay feigned ignorance once again. It's unusual that they didn't leave the investigation to us. Michael dismissed Jay as he thought to himself while looking into the forest, his eyes blazing so the creature even scares the bandits away. No one had realized that it was Jay's skeletons behind the animal mutilations. Not even Jay had realized. All he knew was that the forest was off limits for some reason, not making the connection as he was too preoccupied with leveling up. Chapter 21. The flames danced as Jay gazed at the fire, the wood crackling every now and then, which was the only noise in the entire makeshift camp, every soldier vigilante for danger. Jay made no effort to start a conversation with Anya. Sitting next to the campfire on his right, Jay didn't despise her, but he didn't let himself like her at all, since she could be taking part in her father's potentially manipulative tactics. Jay asked himself if she does realize that I'm being used as a tool by her father to help her level up, then she will be nothing but another overlord in my eyes. Besides, if she cared at all, she would have apologized at the very least. But no, she is either ignorant or evil. Jay furrowed his brows a little as he squinted at the fire while thinking to himself, though I suppose the treatment thus far has been beneficial for both of us, Jay reasoned. It was beginning to get dark. The sun had almost disappeared completely over the horizon as the dungeon rings glowed, and 2 more adventurers finally floated down. Looking away from the campfire, Jay recognized one of them, Mark. He thought looks like he found a partner after all. Jay looked at the short woman by his side. Mark was looking around as they floated down, while mostly only angry stares greeted them from the soldiers. Mark pursed his lips, realizing what he had done. Oops, I should have been keeping track of the time, he thought to himself. Michael walked up to them with a sly grin. Recruits, since you have no problem running in dungeons till dark, you will be in charge of lighting all the braziers at the guild tonight. A sly smile appeared on Michael's face. At this, the annoyed soldiers collectively smirked and went back to guard duty. Yes, sir, Mark and the other adventurer said, reluctant but not angry. They recognized that they deserved it for keeping everyone waiting till dark. With that, Michael went to the fire Jay and Anya were sitting at, pouring some water on it, before announcing in a loud voice, okay everyone, back to the village. I'll take the lead, while I want adventurers walking in the middle. The class trainers and soldiers all formed 2 marching lines as they walked back side by side with Michael on the front. Other than a brief moment where Michael paused to analyze the blood stains still coloring the path, the marching troops maintained a constant speed. Along the way, Mark made conversation with Jay. Jay thought he was a friendly guy who seemed to care about others, though he did have his lapses in consideration for others. To Jay, Mark seemed like a guy who cared about others, but was just a little forgetful. Perhaps he has his own demons, Jay thought. So what did you do? Mark asked. I used to run a butchery, but well, my father left, and I wanted to become an adventurer. So I was considering finding someone to run it for me. It's been hard alone, but I am now used to it. Oh, cool. My father was a mason. He used to design bridges for the kingdom, but he eventually decided to settle down here in the quiet countryside. Bridge design, huh? So you must be kinda rich. You would think so, but he invested in some unfortunate businesses. After everything that happened, we were almost homeless. Mark looked at the ground with sad eyes, but my mother held on and worked hard as a maid, and we were able to stay off the streets. Mark's eyes seemed like they could produce a tear if he blinked hard enough. Jay was instantly encouraged by Mark. How does he have such a positive attitude after what has happened to him? Before Jay could finish his thought, Mark continued. It was hard, close quote. It seemed like Mark could have gone on, but he decided not to overshare. That's rough. Jay didn't know what else to say, so he decided to help. Not that Mark was a charity case. Man, if you're interested, I'm planning to do some more grinding in this dungeon. Wanna come? Yeah. Thanks, man. Mark smiled broadly. Is it cool if Kel comes too? Mark pointed at Kel, the other adventurer that Mark had left the dungeon with. Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. Jay shrugged. Kel looked back at Jay. A bit of an introvert, Jay was the one to introduce himself. Hi, I'm Jay. Hi. I hope it's all good if I tag along with you sometime, Kel smiled. She had a warm smile as she looked at Jay. With a small stature and curly brown hair, she carried a cheap-looking wand as she walked. She noticed Jay looking at her wand. Holding up it, she explained herself. I just want to be prepared, she smiled. Jay chuckled as he turned to Mark. So, how did you end up with a mana crafter instead of a ranger? Well, I just had trouble finding a ranger, Mark laughed as he scratched his head. Jay laughed along with him. Fair enough. So Kel chose you. Jay glanced at Kel before looking back at Mark. Yeah, basically, Mark said as he looked at Kel. I wanted more experience. They wanted us to choose a group of 2 other adventurers. I chose Mark since he was alone, less exp to share. Kel said, looking at the road as she walked. I think I'm gonna like her, Jay said as he laughed, slapping Mark's shoulder. Mark smiling back. Oh, it looks marvelous. So beautiful. All my glowing weapons are so beautiful. Bertram looked at the weapon display he planned to unleash on the new adventurers tomorrow. I'm going to make a pretty penny off these fools. Huh. He put an arm around Hess as he looked. We're going to leave with a chest full of gold. Hesse. Hess said nothing as he nodded back. Arriving back at town, the soldiers went back to their homes or their duties, as the 4 adventurers departed each to their own home. Anya, going to the adventurer guild. The next day, each of them made their way back to the Adventurer Guild. Jay smiled seeing Mark and Kel waiting at the start of the curving road, heading up to the Adventurer Guild. Morning, Jay called out from afar. Good morning, Mark called out, Kel doing a small wave as her tiny hand creeped out of her dark blue cloak, though she yawned as her and Mark had to stay up last night lighting torches. The three began walking up the mountain as they talked together, wondering what the guild had in store for them today. The noble brat's carriage whizzed by as they all simultaneously said bratty shit before laughing together at their synchronization. Did you two get much loot at the dungeon yesterday? Jay asked. We got a bit. Hopefully enough to buy a better weapon, Mark said as he brought out his sword. This was about 120 gold. Fuck me, Jay thought. The sword was a true piece of crap. He definitely got ripped off, Jay thought. Jay looked at his crappy sword, almost about to tell him he got ripped off, but he decided against it. It was the start of a new day, and he didn't want to ruin Mark's positive attitude. Good thinking. Maybe we can get a discount. Jay smiled mischievously. It really depends how much the crystals will sell for, he said as he pulled out a glowing crystal. What the? Mark pulled out a crystal of his own. Why is yours glowing? Because it's charged. We got it from a level 4 bearing. Level 4. Wow, you guys must have got far. Jay smiled as he stashed his crystal. We got pretty far, but I'm sure we can go further, Jay said as he gestured at Kel, Mark and himself. Mark only smiled back hopefully. Those bearings are little assholes. Mark shook his head, looking at a friction burn on his leather vambrace. Chapter 22. Entering the courtyard, the adventurers were all chatting lightly as the sun began to flow over the guild's wooden palisade walls. Jay, Mark and Kel waited patiently as they chatted quietly, though it was mostly Jay and Mark holding the conversation, Kel still yawning intermittently. Before long, Michael was standing behind a crude wooden podium as he glared at the crowd simultaneously becoming silent in response. Congratulations. You all have the basic knowledge to start your adventurer journey. Local adventurer guilds such as ours will buy the drops you get from monsters. Similarly, you can buy these drops from the guilds. You will be paid for monster drops in either gold or credit, many adventurers preferring credit as it's safer to travel without gold, though this credit can only be used to purchase monster drops from the guild, or exchanged for gold for a small fee. Michael gestured to the guild behind him. We also extend and offer to you to join our guild. As a part of the guild, you will have access to our knowledge, such as dungeon locations, quests and like-minded adventurers to form a party with. You can also join the military. A military escort will be coming in approximately 3 days to take you to a larger city and begin your service training. Michael pulls out a paper to read from in an emotionless tone. An opportunity to serve your country, your king, and achieve greatness. You will be given the proper training to achieve your potential and become a brother among many. Clearly, this message was intended to be read with an inspiring tone, yet this was competition to the guild, so Michael only read it as a formality. Of course, you can also become a lone adventurer or return to civilian life. He shrugged, his body language seemingly mocking either of these options. Folding the note, he put it back into his pocket and made one final announcement. Some of you will be chosen by the class trainers for more advanced, tailored lessons. Those of you not chosen can still pay for these lessons. Now, sign up to the guild can be done at any of the booths here. He pointed to 3 simple booths around the compound. With that, he left the podium as many adventurers began making their way to the booths, while a few waited, considering their options. So, what are you thinking? Mark asked Jay. Well, I wanted to avoid joining the guild, but I need access to dungeon locations and the relevant information if I want to survive. It would be certain death if I entered a locked high-level dungeon. What about you? Fair enough. I was actually thinking about joining the military. It seems like it would be good to get further training by them and have a more stable income. Seems risky. You could just become another number to them, though I have never seen the military in our small village. So who knows? Jay shrugged. How about you, Kel? Military. Kel smiled, not giving a reason. Oh, fair enough. Jay looked at the Adventurer Guild building. Well, we still have 3 days before your escort comes, so I guess we can still do a dungeon together, huh? Jay smiled, looking back at Mark and Kel. Yeah, but maybe tomorrow. If I'm going to leave, I'll need to get some things at home in order. Say goodbye and whatnot. Mark half smiled as he looked toward the gate. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Well, how about we meet here tomorrow morning? Sounds good. Mark smiled. And you're coming too, aren't you? He patted Kel's shoulder. She simply nodded back and smiled, a true introvert. Well, I'm going to go sign up, I guess. I'll see you two tomorrow. See you, mate. Take care of yourself. Mark put his hands in his pockets. Kel simply said see you as the duo began walking towards the gate. Looking around, Jay found the smallest lion and joined it. Yet as he waited, a voice sounded in his mind. Jay, report to the guild master. Jay sighed, leaving the line and began walking towards the adventurer building. Some of the others in line behind him looked confused, while few looked at him like he was an idiot, even though they didn't understand the situation. Perhaps they were the true idiots. Entering the building, Jay only nodded at Margie, the receptionist. She smiled back as he went to walk up the stairs and knock on Sullivan's door. It opened as he knocked, seemingly on its own, as Anya wasn't there this time. I wonder why he got Anya to open it, when he could simply use magic to open it. Jay looked confused as he entered and sat down, the door closing itself behind him. Good morning, Jay. Morning. Jay looked confused since Sullivan said nothing for a moment. How can I help? Anya told me about the dungeon. You two went a long way, further than anyone has been on their first attempt, and you did it as a duo. Seems like your class is quite strong. Yeah, Anya's skills really complemented mine. Yes, it seems like you synergize quite well. She was telling me your friends couldn't reach the bearings at one point. Jay scratched his head a little embarrassed. Yeah, they are quite short. Good thing she was able to stun them. Risky. Sullivan glared at Jay with eyes like a predator. A pressure washed over Jay's mind. Immediately, Jay responded under the intense pressure. I would have sacrificed all three of them twice over, and then drawn the bearings away myself, so she could escape if she needed to. She was not in any danger at that point. Jay had become better at lying, even enjoying it. But this was something that made his heart feel like it was being squeezed. While Anya was in danger at one point, Jay's use of words made his sentence truthful. Good answer. The pressure from his glare left as quickly as it came. Sullivan read some papers in front of him. I've chosen you to be given advanced training from all three trainers. Obviously, you will join the Adventurer Guild and continue to party with Anya. In exchange, we will protect your secret. Sullivan didn't turn his head upward from his notes, but his eyes looked up at Jay. Jay only nodded in response as Sullivan looked down again and continued. Your first lesson will be with the Minecraft trainer who I've instructed to teach you some ranged-based magic. These will be private so others don't find out about your class, and don't worry about the trainers. They have all been my companions since I was your age. Be sure to take some essence of your type, though I'm not sure what yours may look like. Essence? Jay questioned with a raised brow. Essence is something that's molded by your abilities into doing different things. For example, an ice-type Minecrafter will carry extra water to perform ice-based magic attacks. Their abilities mold the water into becoming parts of spells. Think of it as an ingredient to make stronger spells. Jay realized that bones must have been his essence, since he could freely mold them with his green gas, a physical manifestation of his Minecrafting. He simply nodded sure. I think I can find something like that. Jay held back a sly smile which almost appeared on his face. Good. Lessons start today. Your sign-up has been taken care of. You'll progress to the advanced melee lessons when you're finished with the Minecraft lessons. Don't waste their time. Sure, Jay said as the door opened behind him. Sullivan gestured at the door. See you next time, the guildmaster said as he went back to sorting through some papers. Bye. Getting up from the chair, Jay left through the door. Walking down the hallway stairs and into reception, Margie greeted Jay. Honey, your trainer will be here momentarily. Please have a seat and wait a moment. Okay, thanks Margie. She's a nice lady. Jay thought, probably one of the only nice ones who work here. She smiled at Jay and went back to her work, while Jay went to the chairs. The only place for Jay to sit was next to an adventurer who seemed to still be in pain. Jay analyzed him. Trenley level 4. HP 73%. MP 28%. Trenley had his arm bandaged with a lot of padding around his shoulder. Jay quietly made conversation with him as he waited. Looks like you had it pretty rough, Jay commented. Never trust an entitled brat to watch your back. Jay smiled back. I think I know who you're talking about. How come you went with him? He saw I was level 4, and you know how he is. I had no choice. Trenley shook his head as they looked at his bandages. Ah, that sucks, man. Bad experience for your first time. Well, it wasn't my first time. My father is a hunter and took me to a level 8 dungeon to level me up, but I was of no use in a level 8 dungeon. So I guess you could say it was my first time doing anything. Oh, nice. What's your father do? He's a wild monster hunter. He travels to different villages hunting the monsters outside of dungeons. Usually makes the most money from quests rather than the actual monster drops. Oh, cool. So are you going to join the guild too? After last night, fuck no. I think I will settle for a quiet civilian life. Oh, so maybe a game hunter. Nah, I don't really even want to touch a bow again, to be honest. Trenley lightly gritted his teeth, still annoyed at yesterday's events. At this, Jay realized he may have some skills with gutting animals. Since his father was a hunter, ever skin a carcass and chop it up into the different parts. Like steaks, breasts, loins, stuff like that. Trenley curiously looks at Jay. Yeah, but I don't know what the parts are called. I can just prepare a carcass for cooking, basic survival skills for a hunter. I'm most familiar with skinning the willow-pad rabbits. Why's that? Jay smiled. Well, I was running a butchery. I'm a butcher's son, Jay hinted, but now I want to do adventuring. Though I need someone to run the business. Trenley looked up at Jay, who was staring at him with a mischievous grin. Trenley was smiling at this point, while Jay continued, would you like to come by tomorrow? No, actually, the day after tomorrow. Does it sound like something you'd be willing to learn? Yeah. Thanks so much. That would be great. I'll give it my best, after my injuries heal, that is. He looked at his arm. Well, it's a deal. Oh right, you probably don't know where my butchery is. Do you know the Snacaravan Inn? Yeah. How about we meet there at lunchtime in 2 days, the day after tomorrow, and we can walk from there to my butchery. Awesome, thanks. Yeah, I'll meet you there. 2 days, lunchtime, Snacaravan Inn. Trenley repeated as he smiled through the pain. It's a deal. Jay smiled back as the Adventurer Guild door opened. Seems like my situation isn't so hopeless after all, Trenley thought to himself as he smiled lightly. A man entered the room, dressed in dark blue robes trimmed with a green pattern. He has red hair and was very tall. Jay reckoned that he was over 2 meters tall, about 7 foot. He glanced at Jay as he closed the door behind him. Jay. He nodded. Hi, sir. Jay became more formal as he was realizing this was his trainer. I'm Villider. He shook Jay's hand. The voice in your head. He smiled. A positive attitude could be heard just from his voice. Oh, I see. Jay almost chuckled as he tried to remain formal. Looks like I'll be training you, he said as he was handed some paper from Margie. He signed it and turned back to Jay. Come on, Jay. Let's head to the training area, he said with encouragement as he walked to a door next to reception. He sounds way more friendly when he uses his normal voice, Jay thought. Yes, sir. Jay followed him into a door next to reception, which opened into another hallway that took them deeper into the building. Before exiting out the other side, it was a small private garden, the Manacrafter's private training area. Any questions before we get started? Not yet, but I'll probably have some once we begin. Sure. Well, first, sit in a cross-legged position. I'll be analyzing the ambient mana around you while I instruct you. Jay assumed a cross-legged position on a nearby rock in the garden as he began his private lessons. Chapter 23. Training started off as Jay expected with the basics. Some of the phrases that he overheard earlier were beginning to make sense. Picture a veil, a spider web of the mana around us. Grab it, twist it, spin it into twine, then twine into rope, and then pull the rope in, making it a part of yourself. Untwirl it as it enters your mind and body. Think about the boulders of the earth, standing against the rain and elements. Unmoving, the only thing to split the boulders are the tender roots, seeping into them from trees. Imagine you are the tree. Make your bark, your shell, stronger. Become as solid as the rock and unrelenting as the tree. Jay tried as he was instructed. However, he had found that using his own analogies worked better. He thought about his analogy of the whirlpool, while channeling and pulling in the ambient mana into his mind. Villider raised an eyebrow seeing this. Jay seemed to have learnt quicker than any other pupil, while also seeming to be channeling a larger amount. Villider not realizing that Jay had previously listened to his teachings in secret. Very good, Villador said casually, trying not to inflate Jay's ego. Next lesson. While trying the second lesson, Jay similarly had trouble until he came up with his own analogy. It seems like my own understanding creates a greater effect, he thought as he continued forming his own analogy. The shell strengthens while the center flows. An impenetrable bone protects the soft inner marrow. Again, Villador was surprised at how fast Jay learnt. Seems like he's a natural, he thought as he gazed at Jay's unusually thick mana shell forming around his mind. Then it dissipated suddenly. Villador understood he had achieved level 1. Jay, receiving the notification, was distracted and lost his concentration. New skill acquired. Mana Membrane level 1 passive. Mild protection from various mental attacks, mana drain, mana burn, mana overload, destabilization, mental disarrangement. Cytokine stabilization, passive, head only. Good. Practice that at least once a week. Wonder what a cytokine is, wondered Jay as he realized he was being talked to. He looked up from the notification at Villador. Oh, yeah, sure. He nodded. So how do I use this essence? Quizzed Jay, remembering what Sullivan said. Well, you're meant to be learning about it tomorrow, unless you happen to have discovered your essence today. There's like a whole thing I have to explain to you, before sending you off to find your essence. He looked at Jay confused. No, I think I've found it, Jay said as he stood up, backed away from Villador, and had his floating bone ring appear before Villador's eyes opening a little wider as they reflected the intermittent glows from the green wisps of gas floating between the bones orbiting around Jay. While Villador was temporarily speechless, Jay simply smiled as he plucked a stink rat bone out of the air, before the gentle bone whirlpool disappeared as quickly as it appeared. As Jay was sitting down, Villador's face cringed at the bone Jay had chosen as a wave of stench washed over him. It was still black from the marsh, the marrow inside probably rancid and rotting. What was left of the attached cartilage was absolutely stinking. No, this will be bad for your concentration. Villador thought of an excuse as he grimaced. Have you got anything else? Jay returned the bone to his ring. Not insulted at all, it's completely understandable, he thought to himself, as he pulled out a stink rat tooth from his inventory. These didn't want to go into the bone ring, so I stored them in my inventory. Perhaps they have other uses, said Jay, holding 3 black teeth in his hands as he showed his teacher. A little disgusted that someone's essence was seemingly body parts, Villador continued his lesson. Okay, so Sol *ahem* the guildmaster, he corrected himself with a slight cough, wanted me to train you in ranged attack magic. Jay did a slightly arrogant half smile in response. A few hours passed as the instructor and Jay spent time talking about mana craft and magic, the difference between the cause and effect of them, the results along with the randomness. Villador explained how mana could be channeled into certain objects as well as yourself, as he touched on the previous lessons. Then the lessons on the usage of essence began. Hold your essence, the tooth, in your palm, and channel some mana into, remember, use your own mana, and not the ambient mana. Do this until you can sort of feel the tooth as if it's a part of your body. Then will the tooth, or imagine it, flying at one of those nearby stones. Jay held the tooth as he looked around at the nearby stones. Some seemed to be new, sitting on what seemed to be dust of the same type of stone, others had scorch marks, and some were even split in half. Following his instructions, Jay began to channel his own mana into the tooth. The tooth began to float in his hand. Suddenly it began to spin quickly before flying off as fast as an arrow being launched. Coming into contact with the stone, it exploded, sending smaller bits of tooth shrapnel everywhere. The stone remained intact with what seemed like some tooth residue left on it, while Jay received a notification. New skill acquired. Unstable teeth level 1. Ranged attack. 5 damage. Propagative stress rupturing. Passive. 4 fragments split apart after initial attack. 1 damage to anything hit by a fragment. Ability requires 1 enamels of any kind. -6 mana. Description. Practitioners of the most vile types of manacraft use teeth as weapons. Often, these decrepit cultists pull their own teeth for the spells. When slain, they are commonly found without any teeth left. A toothless man is surely a godless one. Ash St. Cleoseven. Jay grinned at this. I still have about 19 teeth left, he thought, and I don't even need to use my own. Villador was surprised by the fragments that exploded after the teeth hit the nearby stone. He subconsciously had erected his invisible mana field ability. Dangerous kid, thought Villador, perhaps. We will need somewhere more safe to train in the future. Villador nodded. Well done. That's a decent basic ranged attack. Since you've learnt quicker than I expected, you can have the rest of the day off. Oh, well, thanks Villador. I appreciate the lessons. See you next time. Oh, and when is next time? Well, I would say about a week. Normally it would be every few days, but there are some strange things going on in the forest, so I'm assisting with that. Oh, I see. Well, see you in a week then. Jay wondered what was going on in the forest that even the Minecraft trainer was being utilized. I hope Muffin is okay, he thought as he scratched his chin, before leaving the Adventurer Guild. With a happy step, Jay walked down the mountain towards the village, wondering what he would have for lunch. However, as he looked over the village, he noticed a small gathering of people. The adventurers were gathered around Bertram's weapons stand. Deciding to see what was happening, Jay began to walk towards the stand. Perhaps the merchant brought out his better magical items, thought Jay as he got closer, though it seemed like there was a commotion as sounds of people complaining got louder. You had these yesterday and you sold us this junk. An adventurer waved his dull-looking spiked mace. No refunds. And if you don't like it, shop somewhere else. The fat merchant bellowed with a laugh, before a sly grin appeared on his face. However, I will offer 10% off your next purchase, in exchange for your old weapon. The adventurer's jaw dropped as if Bertram was insane, yet instead of continuing the yelling match, he gritted his teeth before muttering some sort of profanity. As he walked to the back of the line, Jay squinted at Bertram. Perhaps I should come back someday with a cart full of weapons and undercut Bertram. There's certainly nothing stopping me from doing it. I wonder why no one else has though. Jay pondered to himself. If there's no competition, he can basically do what he wants. I would love to see that fat prick have to lower his prices and sell better weapons from day one, then no one would have bought that junk. Jay scratched his chin as he shrugged to himself. Oh well, not my problem. I can create my own weapons anyway. As he walked towards his home to have some lunch, he did stop for a moment to pity the long line of adventurers standing in line, noticing Mark was there too, though Mark wasn't facing towards him, so he simply left as his stomach was beginning to grumble. While having lunch, Jay decided he would probably need to stock up on skeletons and teeth. I've only got teeth from the stink rats, but that's because they were living beings, while the bearings were some sort of construct. I think I'll head to Wolf's Quarry for a little grinding and some bones after a little rest. While having lunch, some guards walked by Jay's house. Remembering that something strange was happening in the forest, Jay had to be careful. It seems like I'll need to sneak out of town too, he thought as he wiped his mouth before heading upstairs for a short nap. Chapter 24. So, my men tell me that you said the bandit that attacked you last night escaped, and you didn't hear anything after. No, father, though I was focused on the wounded soldier. However, escape is not accurate. He retreated from Jay's grotesque skeleton creatures. Anya took a bite of her muffin as she looked out the window by Sullivan's side, sighing and shaking her head, after remembering Jay naming one of his creatures Muffin. Sullivan folded his hands under his chin as he put his elbows on his desk. Seems like we may have found the source of these attacks. Perhaps I'll need to question Jay, he thought to himself, before deciding to send Anya to talk to Jay. Anya, head to Jay's place. He lives above the butchery. Tell him to withdraw his skeletons from the forest, or there will be consequences. Anya looked at her father with a confused and concerned expression. What do you mean consequences? What are you going to do with him? And you think he is the one behind the dead animals? We shall see. Go. Sullivan waved his hand as the door opened by itself. Sighing, Anya leaves the room. See you later. Jay was jolted awake by the sound of loud knocking coming from his front door. 72x. Jay waved away the notification with a smug half-smile before responding to the door knocking. Hold on, I'm coming. He put on some pants before heading downstairs, almost stumbling. Opening the door, he found Anya standing there with a slightly concerned look on her face. You live here. I gotta live somewhere. Why are you here? Skipping the small talk, Jay reminded himself she wasn't worth the effort. He was merely a tool to her. The guild master has a message for you. Can we talk inside? Anya said as she looked around for anyone listening. Sighing, Jay stood back and gestured her in. After shutting the door, Anya was the first to speak. Sullivan thinks you have skeletons running around killing things in the forest, and he wants you to stop. She got straight to the point. At this point, Jay was walking to the next room with Anya following behind, as he grabbed some water and splashed it on his face. What? You have to stop killing creatures in the forest. Jay paused for a moment as he put the pieces together. Is this what they meant by the situation happening in the forest? Jay smiles the animals dying. He chuckled slightly at how much they were overreacting. Jay, they're not just dying. They're being brutally disemboweled. One animal was found with its ribs caved in after being beaten to death with a glade deer's head. The villagers would be scared if they found out even some of the veterans come back to the guild looking white as ghosts because of the sheer brutality. If it's your skeletons, it needs to stop. Shocked for a moment, Jay willed his feeble creature Muffin to stop hunting and go into stealth as stealthy as it could be, and to wait near the Wolf's Quarry dungeon. Okay, if it is me, it will stop. So the strange things happening in the forest have been brutal animal deaths. Anya nodded as if it was obvious. Ah, duh, she thought, but didn't say aloud. Jay lightly chuckled as he took a sip of water. Well, is that all? Surprised at Jay's lack of hospitality, she made her way to the front door again. No, I'll see you next time. Anya didn't show it, but she was a little disappointed in how distant Jay seemed, though she hid her internal frown as she left. Well, since I'm up, I may as well get started, Jay said to himself as he finished his water, making his way back upstairs to put on the rest of his clothes, including the Molidus coat which seemed to almost slide itself onto Jay. He began thinking about how he would sneak off into the woods. He decided to pack a shirt, pants and a hooded cloak, which he would use to dress up one of his feeble creatures, to cause a distraction if need be. Losler village wasn't a walled settlement. It had 3 main roads, with a gentle stream running around the northwest side of the village, which went under a bridge on the north road. Jay thought the guards probably wouldn't stop him, but he decided to play it safe and sneak out anyway. Heading towards the northwest side of town, he crossed the stream and headed into the forest. Normally, the forest was thick enough to conceal someone after going a few meters into it. However, this was winter, and the only thing with any leaves were the evergreens, which forced Jay to walk an extra few minutes into the spinely, cold forest. Making his way to Wolf's Quarry dungeon, he decided to wait until he was inside, before summoning the rest of his skeletons. It wasn't long before he came across Muffin. Wow, you're quite bloody, Jay thought. Muffin's entire knife was crimson red along with its bottom jaw. Looking at Muffin, Jay realized that it probably was his skeletons causing all the trouble. He could only imagine what Muffin did to become so bloody. All of the skeleton's bones had at least a few splatters of blood on them. None were left undefiled. Approaching the entrance of the dungeon slowly, Jay hid behind trees and rocks. Keeping low to the ground and quiet, there appeared to be no one nearby, so he didn't unsummon Muffin, simply sending Muffin to the dungeon entrance. Surely someone would scream, shout or attack if they saw Muffin, he thought. It seemed like the coast was clear, so Jay did a crouch run to the dungeon entrance. The entrance was what Jay expected, a makeshift mining site with a few tools and a rope pulley going into a dark hole. A large wolf skull was inside a slanted mining tent among some tools. Trying to grab one of the shovels lying around, it seemed like it was somehow stuck to the soil somehow. Old. Jay raised an eyebrow as he bent down and gripped the shovel with all his might and tried to pick it up, yet it wouldn't even budge. Seems like these are a part of the dungeon's entrance. Jay tried to pick up different objects a few more times, including the wolf's skull, yet to no effect. He pursed his lips and scratched his head as he moved towards the dark mining shaft, receiving a notification. Wolf's Quarry Level 5 Dungeon. Instanced unlocked. Enter Wolf's Quarry. Yes/no. Jay braced himself as he hit yes. He guessed that he would have to go into the hole somehow. And he was correct. A strange gravitational force began to drag him into the hole. He didn't resist. It did seem like some other adventurers did in the past though, as there were finger marks on the ground from people trying to stop themselves being dragged in. After Jay's head was below ground level, it was suddenly total darkness, as if the entrance had been blocked by a large boulder. Jay and Muffin began falling, the wind whistling past them. Soon they began to slow down and levitate, while a gentle glowing light appeared, flickering below them, a beacon in the darkness. They were dropped off by the side of a slow-moving underground river. It was so slow that it produced no sound at all. Neither were there lapping waves against the rocks. It must be incredibly deep, Jay thought. It was incredibly quiet in this huge cavernous dungeon. Every pebble movement created a tiny echo, however this was quickly drowned out by the clanking bones of Muffin, though this caused Jay to smile a little. An abandoned slanted mining tent with a lamp hung on a pole was nearby, the lamp being the only source of light in the cave, the one which they saw when they were falling. Jay summarily grabbed the lamp, and was glad to find that it wasn't stuck to the tent like the tools around the dungeon's entrance. A single pressed dirt path led along the side of the river and into the darkness. I'll summon the others before I move on, Jay thought as he shifted his ring into its orbital form, summoning the other two feeble creatures, both of them level 2. The creatures waited patiently as Jay pulled out the bone daggers and tossed them on the ground for them to pick up. Jay was beginning to feel like a noble brat, as he could have easily handed the daggers to them, but decided this small gesture wasn't even worth the energy. Besides, they weren't truly alive, so it would have been unappreciated anyway. Here, said Jay as he handed Muffin the lamp, commanding Muffin to walk by his side, while the level 2 feeble creatures acted as a vanguard of sorts, walking a few meters ahead of him on the dirt path, the level 2 creatures being slightly enshrouded in the darkness. Only Jay needed the lamp as the skeletons could see in the dark, a huge advantage compared to other adventurers. The path curved along the river as the feeble creatures' bones all created echoes as they walked. It wasn't long before a golden pair of eyes greeted the four of them from the water, before causing a small splash and disappearing again. Jay was creeped out by those glowing eyes, while all four of them paused and assumed a fighting stance. Deciding to walk on the very edge of the path that was further from the water, Jay had Muffin acting as a barrier between him and the water, while equipping his buckler in case something attacked from the darkness on the other side of the path, though nothing happened. Soon the path turned away from the river and descended into a crevasse in the wall. A little more advantageous for me, thought Jay as he squinted, beginning to walk downhill into the narrow cavern. He could now see the walls on each side, but not the ceiling. It could have been either 20 meters above or hundreds of meters. There was no way to tell. Jay equipped his own bone dagger with his buckler ready in his right hand. Muffin on his left side was holding the lamp high in its right hand with a bone dagger in the left hand. The level 2 feeble creatures were prepared at the front, each dual-wielding daggers of their own, and ready to pounce at the slightest movement. Here we go, Jay whispered to himself, squinting at the darkness with a smile. Chapter 25. Ah, shit. Jay's voice echoed through the cavern system. -10 HP. A wolf had its jaw clenched on Jay's leg as it tried to drag him off into the darkness, away from the safety of his skeletons into a branching cave. The wolf's head was as large as a pumpkin. The beast itself was as tall as the level 2 feeble creatures, and as long as a stink rat, with a series of large, jagged nodules running down its back. Its size was similar to the stink rat molidus. Its sheen black fur camouflaged it from the light. The surprise attack would have worked. However, the wolf quickly let go as it took poison damage by the molidus coat, ever loyal to its owner. Jay kicked the wolf's head as a feeble creature jumped over him and plunged its dagger into the wolf's cheek, missing the wolf's pure white eye, which was the bone dagger's true target. Another feeble creature soon followed up the attack, and it pierced one bone dagger into its throat, while the other dagger slashed a tendon in the wolf's front leg, yet no blood came out after either of these attacks. At this the wolf whimpered from the pain as it bit down onto a feeble creature's arm, cracking it and tearing some of the cartilage in the elbow, along with some green matter. Jay grabbed his leg and stopped the bleeding, as he watched the fight between the two feeble creatures, and the wolf Muffin, still guarding Jay's back while holding the lamp. After stopping the bleeding, Jay analyzed the wolf. Silt wolf level 5, HP 40/40. Skills. Solidify. The wolf causes its hide to turn as hard as stone, 90% immunity to all attacks, excluding blunt-based damage types. 10-second cooldown. Corundum claws ignore armor. 5 bleed damage /2 seconds. Can stack 4 times. Corundum teeth ignore armor. 10 crush damage. Chance to cripple for 10 seconds. Description. Silt wolves consume topsoil, pebbles and small stones which form its body and help it to grow, along with organic matter that help to form its various semi-organic organs. These wolves are prized for their large, cobalt blue, shiny skulls, which often become ornaments in esteemed mansions. while more rarely are made into armor, due to the nature of their semi-organic bones being as light as leather yet as tough as bronze. Jay grinned widely at the description. Looks like I'll be replacing the rat skulls with much tougher wolf skulls. It's about time the bones had an upgrade. The wolf continued to fight a losing battle against the two feeble creatures, which were stabbing and slashing its torso to no end along with the occasional throat slash. At one point, it attempted to retreat back into the darkness, but the skeletons simply chased after it, their shade vision stopping it from hiding. The wolf had no choice but to fight for its life. It managed to do more damage to the feeble creature it attacked before, chomping down on the same spot it bit previously and doing more damage. The skeleton's arm fell off as the wolf's jaw snapped down, its radius and armor split in half, one bone dagger dropping to the ground. The silt wolf didn't escape unharmed from this attack, however, as the skeleton's other dagger found purchase in its right eye, the dagger finally finding its target. It whelped in pain. It was already half health at this point, and fading fast as it activated its solidify ability, and chomped at the skull of the feeble creature. The feeble creature's rat skull, which was small by comparison, was caved in. The skeleton was executed swiftly. The wolf seemed to learn the trick, and went to snap for the skull of the other feeble creature, yet was only met with another dagger in its cheek. Jay didn't panic, but acted diligently as his necrotic ring shifted and bones flew around him. He resummoned the level 2 skeleton and sent it off to fight the wolf, while grabbing the lamp from Muffin and sending it off to Chimera Research 4%. The wolf was invigorated for a moment as it entered a 1v1 situation, yet it quickly lost its will as it was now fighting 3 opponents. The resurrected feeble creature quickly picked up the 2 daggers from the ground as it sprung at the wolf, seemingly forgetting that it had just been executed, as there was no hesitation or any sign of fear. Jay realized this would be a real challenge to any solo adventurer. They would probably have to smash the lamp and exit the dungeon by now, yet he had 3 bone guards, which made things easy. He decided to try his new ability, Unstable Teeth. Grabbing a tooth from his inventory, he channeled his mana into it. When the tooth began to look like it couldn't take any more, he sent it darting at the wolf. Bang, 7 damage. An explosion rattled throughout the cave and echoed back a few times. Assessing the damage, Jay was pleased as the wolf was finished off by one more attack from a minion. Feeble creature level up, 200x. Jay smiled at Muffin before looking back at the silt wolf. Seems like I'll be needing more teeth, said Jay, as he peered at the fist-sized crater left by the attack, satisfied with the results. Decent amount of XP too, though I guess I am solo, so I don't have to share any. He folded his arms behind his back, stretching his chest. Okay. Time for the loot and to figure out why it didn't bleed. Jay peered at the cuts on the wolf's body. Seems like it doesn't have any blood at all. He gazed as he pulled the hide apart at the cut, before both his eyebrows raised in surprise at what he saw. The wolf was hollow inside. What? He paused for a moment. Well, hopefully it has bones. Jay unsummoned one of the dons, grabbing all the bones including the remains from the don's previously executed body, and stored them in his ring. He gave the lamp back to Muffin as he cast rays on the wolf and retreated back to the crevasse. A familiar muffled explosion accompanied by rocks and pebbles skipping on each other resounded. Jay went back to the skeleton and was extremely satisfied with what he found, a toothy grin appearing on his face. You magnificent beast, he said, as he gazed at his skeleton. Its glowing green eyes peered out from the cobalt blue wolf skull. Its thick jaw bones threatened to crush any rocks nearby, and were complemented with extra dark green matter, forming sinew and makeshift muscle. Every bone in its structure was cobalt blue, and seemed to be glazed over with syrup, creating a sleek shine in the light. Jay analyzed it. Feeble creature level 2, type undead, damage -2, HP -35/35, MP -3/3, skills. Corundum bite 6 pierce damage. Corundum claws bleed -5 flat damage over 3 seconds, can stack 2 times. Scrimshaw level 1 can use bone to create basic objects. Undeath immune to cold, poison, hunger, stress, fear, pain. Shade vision can still see clearly in the absence of light. Description. An abomination, its existence spits in the face of life and death. Avoid it if possible. Execute with extreme prejudice. Oh cool, seems like it does extra damage. Now that it has a wolf skull, Jay figured out something he thought was quite interesting. So different bones can affect the final creation. It still has the same posture and height as before, so I guess its level determines that. Then he noticed a few other things too, slightly more health, and the description says to avoid it if possible. Huh, well, I guess they should be scared, smiled Jay as he looked at his exotic-looking skeleton. Shrugging, he analyzed what was left of the wolf ferritic plates X3. Hope these are valuable, he thought as he scratched and knocked on one of the metallic plates. These must be what the bumps along the wolf's back were. Stashing the plates in his inventory, he continued to move through the dungeon, with his new cobalt blue skeleton taking the lead. Chapter 26. Walking along the narrow passage. It wasn't long before the two feeble creatures in front paused and took a defensive stance. A silt wolf greeted them from the shadows, pouncing with gnashing teeth which clamped on the cobalt blue skeleton's shoulder. Yet this time it couldn't even cause a crack in the skeleton's bones. The skeleton responded in kind, snapping back with its own wolf skull, and causing the wolf to let out a whimper. Jay could see the cobalt blue teeth sinking into the wolf's hide with ease, rending its flesh much more effectively than the bone daggers. He reasoned that after this fight, he would convert this wolf's skeleton into cobalt blue bone daggers. Besides, Muffin would need a second dagger once they left the dungeon and didn't have to carry the lamp anymore. Jay felt quite at ease since they were in a narrow passage. He watched the fight between the two skeletons and the silt wolf as he stood there casually. They probably won't need my help, now that one of them is upgraded with blue bones, he thought as he patiently watched the fight. The wolf activated its stone hide ability, but it was just stalling for time, as it couldn't do significant damage to the blue skeleton, while its movements were getting slower and more easy to dodge. The wolf died quickly, this time having deeper cuts in it than the last one, due to the wolf skull skeleton's corundum teeth. 200x. Level up. Jay smiled at the notification, still relaxed in the pitch-black abyss, as he raised his vitality to 30 and his energy to 40, though a little disappointed he didn't get another skill point, as he looked over his stats. J. Necromancer level 7. Race human. HP 73/82. MP 53/67. Strength 15. Dexterity 25. Vitality 30. Energy 40/40. X 108/3000. Skills. Raise feeble creature level 3. Shell restoration level 1. Shift. Undead mastery level 2. Passive. Stress response passive. Running level 1 passive. Dagger proficiency level 1 passive. Poison resist 10% passive equipment. Research. Chimera research 4%. Immortality research 2%. Not long till I hit level 10. Hopefully I get another handy skill. About 15 more silt wolves till the next level up. Jay calculated as he took out some jerky and ate it along with some water to refresh himself. Walking over to the corpse, Jay shifted his bone ring into orbital form. The green gas tenderly extracted the bones from the wolf's pseudo-flesh. However, a part was left behind. Silt wolf's spine was left on the ground covered in some soil from the wolf's hollow body, along with 3 more ferritic plates. The spine must be too long to fit into the ring maybe. Curious, Jay was looking at his blue feeble creature. He could tell that it had incorporated the wolf's spine into its form, but for whatever reason it was not wanting to enter the necrotic ring. Perhaps the spine has other uses, similar to the soap rat teeth. He could only ponder. As for its use, I'll just have to find out. The silt wolf spine was nearly 3 meters long and cobalt green. If need be, I guess I could take the spine out and add it to a bone pile to raise. But I'm sure it would be better used elsewhere, in the same way the soap rat teeth are better for the unstable teeth spell. He thought to himself, holding the long spine in his hand before storing it away, then analyzing the soil-like gritty residue on his fingers. There was no blood in it, yet it appeared to be coated with a slimy, clear fluid. Wiping it off his hand, Jay prepared to craft some cobalt blue bone daggers. Pulling out a silt wolf bone, Jay could see tiny glistening flecks in it reflecting from the lamp. The minerals made flame-like patterns going through the bone. Jay suddenly had an idea. "Come here," he said, standing up as the minions all lined up in front of him. He took all their bone daggers and handed them some silt wolf bones, yet unlike before they didn't try to craft new bone daggers. I guess I'll need to do it myself, he thought as he dropped their daggers on the ground and took the bones back before sitting down again. The great part about this cave is how quiet it is. I'm guessing I'll need more concentration for this, Jay thought as he closed his eyes for a moment, grasping the bone in his hand. Thick green gas materialized around his hand as it flowed over the cobalt blue bone, causing it to levitate above his palm. Since training with Villador the Manacraft trainer, Jay felt like he had a better understanding of mana. Jay moved his own mana into the bone rather than the ambient mana to achieve greater control. It intertwined through the bones and the minerals, causing them to mix together, more so than they naturally did in the wolf's body. While they mixed, Jay felt that the minerals were harder together, and the bone residue was more of a glue that held them together. Realizing this, he formed the bone into long strands of bone mixed with strands of the minerals. However, he couldn't make the mineral strands too big, or he would lose control over them. Seems like my power stops recognizing them as bone when the purity changes too much, reasoned Jay as a large, shining cobalt blue dagger morphed in front of him. This dagger was much larger than the previous ones. It was more like a Bowie knife than a dagger. It will have much better slashing damage, Jay thought. Looking at the knife, it's much heavier too. Pleased with the knife, Jay swung it a few times as he felt the weight of it. Its size was somewhere in between a dagger and a short sword, yet broader than both, though in the hands of the feeble creatures, it would suit their size perfectly. No one could craft weapons with bone except him, so everything he crafted was a unique creation, even though it resembled other weapons in both appearance and characteristics. Before handing it to his soul blue skeleton, he analyzed the blade. Arcane Arming Sword Level 1. Salt Wolf Bone. 8 damage slashing, piercing. Lifespan requires essence from its creator to maintain its form. Current lifespan, 96 hours. 96 hours. Seems like I'm getting better at this, Jay smiled as he looked at his beautiful weapon. Maybe soon I'll be able to craft one that never dies. Though it would be a little unfair. Other weapons have durability instead of lifespan. Jay crafted 6 more identical blades, 7 in total. 1 for himself and 2 for each of his 3 minions, all of whom could dual wield now. Holding the lamp himself, he had his minions line up holding their new weapons. Jay could only marvel at how menacing they looked. A blue wolf skull skeleton stood as a leader between 2 rat skull skeletons, each of them wielding large blue blades. The flickering glow coming from Jay's lamp was the only light source, only making them look all the more menacing, as they seemed to stand on the border of light and darkness. Standing for a little too long, Jay paused as he took in their deathly appearance. This is doom for anyone foolish enough to cross me, he whispered to himself in the depths of the dark cave. And those extra wide blades would cause massive hemorrhaging. He smiled in delight. Let's move. Jay grabbed back one of the blades and handed the lamp to a skeleton. All 4 continued to move deeper into the cave system. It wasn't long before they entered a large cave opening. Jay couldn't see much as the walls pulled away into darkness. Yet he knew where to go. The minions had stopped at the edge of a pool of water, while stepping stones went across it and disappeared into the darkness. It's probably not linked to the large river, so it probably doesn't have the same monster in it. But I will be precautious nonetheless. Jay commanded a white bone minion to jump onto the first rock. If I'm gonna lose one, it won't be the strong blue one, he reasoned. Suddenly, the rock shifted as if awakening from a long sleep. The skeletal minion, usually dexterous, lost its footing as it fell into the water. Thankfully, the water was only knee-high deep. As the rock shifted and moved while the minion splashed in the water, something strange happened. The water began to glow a light purple color. It wasn't long before the water in the whole cavern lit up as if a chain reaction happened. Jay could see the whole cavern now, the purple glow from the water drowning out the lamp. It reflected off and bounced from some huge crystals on the ceiling of the cave, each of them turning the light into a more bluish color. Magical was Jay's only thought as he was temporarily distracted from the shifting stone. Snapping back to reality, Jay was awakened from his stupor as the stone raised up, revealing that it was the shell of some type of mollusk creature. Jay had his minion retreat to the shore as they waited for its attack. They would have a better time fighting on dry ground. Though the creature didn't move, apparently it was immobile as 3 plant-like spikes shot out from somewhere below the waterline. 1 spear went towards Jay, while 2 shot towards the white bone skeleton that was still clambering out of the water. Jay's reaction time was slow since he hadn't been fighting, raising his buckler to intercept the spear. He was too slow as the spear narrowly missed, continuing into Jay's shoulder as it pushed him to the ground. -8. Poisoned. -1.8 HP per second for 5 seconds. Fugue. His teeth clenched, face grimacing from the pain. Stress response activated. +5% damage. The 2 other spears went right through the skeleton, failing to hit any bones as they continued, creating boreholes in the soil. Immediately, his minions responded to the threat against their master. 2 rushed into the water, while the one with the lamp guarded Jay. Ignoring the notification, Jay focused on pulling out the spear from his shoulder as the minions fought the creature. The spear was more like a needle or a skewer. It was about 2 meters long, having a shell-like texture, making it easy to pull out. With gritted teeth, he managed to pull out the shell spear, though he had lost control of his left arm. The poisoned effect timer kept refreshing to 5 seconds, until he finally pulled it out. Jay held his shield in his other hand as he stood up behind his lamp-carrying skeleton. The pain went away quickly, despite there being a finger-sized hole going through his shoulder. Must be the effect of being an adventurer, he considered, glad that the pain was dulled. Perhaps I feel more pain the lower my HP drops, he guessed, looking at his health, which was now 47, nearly down to half health. He murmured, gazing at the fight between the 2 skeletons and the shell monster. He analyzed it. Rockleaf gastropod level 5. Type mollusca. HP-30/30. Immobile. Skills. Bulwark - 100% physical damage immunity. The rockleaf hides in its solid mineral shell. Lash poison, bleed - 5 damage over 11 seconds, can stack 4 times. Timer resets if struck again. The rockleaf flails its tentacles at nearby enemies. Ectasis lances - 8 pierce damage. 2 poison damage /sec over 5 seconds. Multi-attack 3. The rockleaf flings parts of its old shell at intruders. Aquatic - 50% resistance to cold, water, ice-based attacks. Shade vision, can still see clearly in the absence of light. Description: generally docile creatures. One can even walk right past them and be safe. But remember one golden rule: don't step on them, otherwise they will bear an eternal grudge, attacking whenever one comes into range. No one knows how they sense or remember with 100% accuracy those who violate this golden rule, since they don't have any eyes. I guess I need to walk past them rather than use them as stepping stones. Realizing the trick to this part of the dungeon, Jay continued to have his minions fight the aggravated level 5 rockleaf gastropod. Better finish it off so it doesn't attack next time. The form of the rockleaf was hard to see. All Jay could look at was its large, stone-like shell, along with the occasional black tentacle that left the water. It had very low health compared to other level 5 monsters, but as soon as it got below 15 HP, it immediately dropped its shell, causing small waves and splashing the water as it hid inside once more. The feeble creatures continued to attack its shell to no avail. Neither the shell, nor the new blue daggers, seemed to be taking any damage. Jay furrowed his brow, realizing there was no way to kill it after it retreated back to its shell. Time to move on, I suppose. Commanding his minions to stop attacking, he began to walk through the glowing purple water, intermittently gazing at the massive crystals in the ceiling, reflecting back a blue light. The cobalt blue skeleton seemed to almost blend into the surroundings as it walked through the glowing pool. Jay decided to take a rest once he reached the other side, his health nearly halfway down, while his left arm was still limp. Following along the line of submerged rockleaf gastropods, it took about 10 minutes to cross to the other side. The water was still slightly glowing purple on Jay's pants as he sat down, resting against the cave wall near another crevasse, the passageway to deeper parts of the abandoned quarry. Chapter 27. Waking up next to a lamp in a dark cave, Jay was startled awake as he found himself surrounded by 3 skeletons, before realizing they were his own minions. How long was I out for, he wondered, looking at his arm. The wound was still tender, but his left arm was functionally fine. Checking his HP, it had recovered to 57. Jay wasn't sure what his health regeneration was, but based on the dampness of his pants, he was out for a few hours. Grabbing a stone, he threw it into the darkness, splashing into the lake, as it triggered the whole lake to light up once more. Jay sat there for a moment, captivated by the shallow lake once more as he slowly woke up. It was late when I left Losler. I've got to do a dungeon with Mark and Kel tomorrow. Jay looked at his skeletons, still guarding him. I probably shouldn't risk using the skeletons. Oh, I guess they would see my class if we were in a party. Shaking his head, Jay made a decision. I'm just going to forget. They'll be leaving with the military troops in a day or two anyway, so maybe I won't even see them again. I should probably say goodbye, but oh well. Jay felt a little sad as he detached himself emotionally, but he reasoned that they had only met a few times briefly, and they probably wouldn't even remember him anyway. With a sigh, Jay grabbed his dagger and stood up while getting his skeletons into formation, again two in the front, another carrying a lamp at Jay's side. Walking through the winding crevasse, more of the bluish crystals periodically dotted the walls and ground, dimly glowing back when the lamp went past. They were creating a faint glowing trail behind him. Suddenly the two skeletons at the front pounced into the darkness ahead. Jay stopped, raising his buckler, and then slowly moved forward. He heard a whelp from the darkness. Another, silt wolf. Just as the skeletons fighting came into view, a glow came from Jay's right side. Feeling the ambient mana being sucked into the glowing light, goosebumps went up Jay's back as he sensed danger. Stepping behind the skeleton at his side, Jay snatched the lamp and raised his buckler in the direction of the light. Peering over his buckler, Jay looked at the glowing light as three folds of flesh opened up to reveal the bright light, an undulating orb gathering mana. Suddenly, the ball of light began to wildly contract, the light getting brighter. Then suddenly it exploded. A pulse wave was released, a golden sphere of light expanded, washing over the minions, and seemingly going through their bodies before hitting Jay. -10. Debuff resisted. The pulse had no physical effect on anything as it passed right through his buckler. But mentally Jay felt like his brain was punched. His hearing was ringing. The mental shock was so great that he passed out for half a second, and woke up while hitting the ground. The skeleton by his side had already rushed over to stab at whatever the light was. Jay's vision was blurry as he looked up trying to make sense of his situation. While his brain felt scrambled, two minions were fighting a silt wolf, while another was frantically stabbing at something in the dark, whatever omitted the mental attack. Not willing to take any risks, Jay activated his bone ring to give him more defense, as he retreated back to the cave entrance. If a silt wolf wanted to grab him now, it would have to make it through the floating bones, exploding unstable teeth and a freshly resummoned level 2 minion. It didn't take much time for the silt wolf to die, the new Osane swords proving again to be far deadlier, their wide blades causing so much damage that they almost disabled parts of the wolf's body during the fight, due to the massive holes and gashes. 200x. Without a sound it died, falling to the ground as the glow from the unknown creature was beginning to start again. The two feeble creatures rushed over to stab at it, whatever it was. Stabbing and slashing noises sounded while Jay waited patiently, looking at the intensity of the glow, as he stood near the entrance ready to take cover behind layers of stone, in case another mana pulse was about to go off. The light grew bright once more, yet this time something different happened. The pulse was physical. An orb of red expanded, a thicker wave traveled a shorter distance compared to the golden one. The cave walls seemed to tremble as the minions were sent flying into them. This pulse didn't travel through objects, so it didn't injure Jay, who was hiding. But he had other concerns as he looked up. He could only hold his breath while looking up into the darkness above, as if looking up would stop a rock from killing him as he held his buckler above his head. The minions had dropped their weapons from the force of the physical pulse, some of which were now lodged into the walls nearby. The minions fell off the wall and stood up, returning to the formation Jay had them in previously. 3 swords were missing. Jay sent out his creatures, each with 1 sword to finish off the monster, yet they didn't bother to move. Apparently the creature was either dead or escaped, though Jay couldn't tell in the darkness. Did it suicide? He wondered. I didn't get any exp, raising a curious eyebrow. With a resigned expression, Jay had his minions search for their swords. Only 2 were recovered. Apparently the monster escaped with a sword embedded in it. Furrowing his brows, Jay decided to upgrade another skeleton with better bones, using the new silt wolf corpse. Come here, he said, a white bone minion approaching. Jay grabbed the Osane swords from it and disarmed, adding its bones back into the ring, as he cast rays on the silt wolf before retreating to cover. The new feeble creature that awaited him was a little different. Its bones were still cobalt blue, but it had specks of red in them. Probably was eating different colored rocks, considered Jay, guessing as he decided to name it your red. Literally red, but that's also your name now, he chuckled to himself before turning to the other one, and your Jay thought about naming it something stupid like brown, almost laughing before he could finish his sentence, but realizing it could be confusing later on. So he decided to be logical, blue. He smiled red and blue, looking at the one skeleton he had left that wasn't upgraded for you. We'll have to wait till we can see the next bone's colors. He shrugged, picking up 3 more metal plates from the wolf's corpse. Jay went over to inspect the other mana pulse came from. As he neared, there was a ring of dust and soil that had been blown out, while no blood appeared to stain the ground. Must be another silt wolf type, thought Jay as he deconstructed the information. Hopefully we can kill it next time. He squinted with revenge, looking around the cave. Sitting on the ground, Jay pulled out some cobalt blue bones and formed 3 more Osane swords, 1 as a replacement for the missing one and 2 more for emergencies. He had plenty of bone to make daggers, but not many blue bones left. He could make swords from the normal bones too, but they wouldn't be as strong. Still needing at least 1 more silt wolf to fully upgrade his party. Many more were needed still for future weapons, as well as the possibility of an emergency resummoning. I guess since I'm planning to ditch Mark and Kel, I can stay a bit longer, thought Jay as he looked towards a cave entrance on the other side. Some of the crystals glowing, whatever went past it caused them to glow, Jay reasoned, beginning to hunt whatever it was. Hold the ladder steady. I'm holding it. Tamara looked up at her dad, awkwardly pulling the Snickerovan sign off its hooks. She firmly gripped the ladder. Hearing a carriage coming, she saw Bertram coming. He's back, Dad, the fat guy. Good. His patronage will keep us going for months. Here, grab the sign. Grabbing the sign off her dad, Tamara took it inside, just as Bertram pulled up. Hello, you're not closing, are you? No, just cleaning the sign. Wonderful. Same deal as last night, please. Bertram smiled, thinking of the juicy steaks he indulged on in the previous few nights. Devon nodded. See you inside. Same price. As he picked up the ladder, going through a gate on the side of the inn, taking the ladder with him. I'm gonna need some more food, he thought as he brushed his mustache with his fingers. I'll need to make sure to tell Tamara that the official excuse for taking the sign down is for cleaning. We don't need to risk offending the soldiers. Devon was closing the inn while the soldier troops visited for collection in the next few days, knowing that they would likely cause trouble with Tamara. It was well known what soldiers did to people they considered peasants, and no one with enough authority to punish soldiers would care about some innkeeper's daughter in a distant, worthless village. They can stay in their tents, they're soldiers after all. Devon reasoned as he went inside, waiting for Bertram at the counter. So, you think it was the boy? Yes. The bandit's corpse was killed in a similar fashion to the forest beasts. Sullivan replied, taking a sip from a silver goblet. I see. I'll have him show me one of his skeletons the next time I train him. Thanks, Villada. I'll be watching this time. I'm curious. We've never battled a necromancer in all our travels. Count it as a blessing that we have never crossed one. That boy's leveling up fast, and without any help, even Anya can't keep up. Villada's side seems like the mystery of the forest is coming to an end. The men will be happy with reduced patrols. He looked out the window, taking a sip from his own goblet. Sullivan agreed, taking another sip while gazing at the glowing torches, working their way through the village. I don't want the military soldiers to find out about the incidents. Tell the men to keep quiet. Make sure they know these are my orders, and I'll be watching. Sullivan's voice still sounded as smooth as silk, yet with the power of an army behind it. I will. Villada replied, this time directly into Sullivan's mind. Any news of the ingredients I needed? The association hasn't replied. We can only wait. Sullivan shook his head. I see. Thanks. Villada had a pessimistic expression as he finished the rest of the wine in his goblet, setting it down on the large wooden desk in Sullivan's office. Hopefully they reply soon, he said as he left the room. Chapter 28. Walking into his laboratory, Villada took off his coat before it floated itself over the to-coat rack and hung itself. A luminous orb lit up the room as he sat down at his desk, waving his hand over a black cube. Greetings, Master. Hello. Villada leaned on his desk over the black cube with a warm smile. Can you do it yet? No, Master. The black cube responded as tiny black crystal eyes peeked from the top of it, gazing up at Villada. Okay, keep trying. Soon we can try some different materials. Then maybe you'll be able to sense mana. Villider looked at the black cube lovingly, his current project. Thank you, Master. Villider only stared back at it, while it seemed to await orders for a moment, before its black crystal eyes lowered back into its cube body, forming a perfect scene. Villider leant back in his chair. Once it can sense mana, perhaps I can have it make copies of itself or build more of its own body, growing into a creation even more spectacular, its own creator. His eyes glowed blue with anticipation, slightly failing to hold back his mana. It already has its own mind, though still infantile at this stage. It won't be long before I teach it some basic philosophy, and maybe even some Minecraft theory. He smiled knowingly at his little black cube. Someday soon, its advancement will be endless. It will conquer dungeons with ease, and make my power unquestionable. With that, he took out diagrams along with some ancient parchments, as he began to make notes, tweaking his cube design and writing new diagrams. I have to keep going. I have to get stronger so no one can control me, or even kill me. Then when I'm free, I will continue to get stronger still, for myself, for my own sake. And why would I ever stop? I won't let someone catch me only to become their tool again. Jay encouraged himself, reinforcing his purpose. I will become a power among the powers. Since the moment he got this class, he knew he was in danger. Already, he was feeling like he was being manipulated by the guildmaster, both of them knowing that he would be killed if the wrong person discovered his class. Upon telling himself this, resolute in his own way, Jay felt like something was calling to him from his inventory. It was his book. Taking it out, he gazed at the cover. It's been a while, old friend. He tenderly held the book as he analyzed it. One day, one lifetime. Oh, you changed your name again. Jay talked to his little book as he looked at the golden ring on the front of the book. It was slightly more shattered now, while a small dot of gold appeared in the center of the ring. Interesting, thought Jay, finding a rock to sit on. Since Jay was tired, he decided to read the new page of the mysterious black book, thinking to himself, I wonder if this is changing my thoughts somehow. Well, so far it has made sense, so it can't be that bad. He shrugged, turning to the new page this time. The writing was in Gothic lettering. ***, author here. New page of Jay's book is the next chapter. Enjoy. AERO 182. Jay was less tired now and felt even more resolute. He stashed his book, standing up to continue grinding as he began to walk through the darkness once more, a blue lamp-carrying skeleton at his side. Taking random turns through the cave system, he was looking for more monsters to increase his power. Though he had lost track of the monster he was hunting at this point, the one that released a mana pulse attack, the cave walls no longer had any crystals in them, so there wasn't a glowing path to follow. It felt like an hour before they came across another light up ahead. Moving cautiously, Jay prepared his buckler as he walked towards the light. The closer he got, the colder it was, his breath beginning to create mist as he exhaled. The light seemed to be responding to him as it too moved closer. Suddenly, he saw another skeleton in the dark. Jay was a little startled before he realized it was an old mirror. The light approaching was merely his own reflection. The mirror was huge, twice as tall as Jay, and wider than two doors, towering over Jay, as it seemed to threaten him merely by its size. Strangely, it had no dust on it despite being in the filthy mine, perfectly reflecting Jay and his skeletons. The mirror seemed to be as clear as water. At this point, it was obvious to Jay that this was a magical mirror or perhaps something worse. It had a black-gray frame made out of some kind of ancient wood. Jay drew near to look at the wood more closely, before realizing it seemed to have warped faces of people screaming in horror as its decoration. Nope, fuck that. He backed away as he noticed a silk wolf approaching from behind him in the reflection. Shit. He turned around as he ducked to the side. Normally he would have stepped back if not for the mirror there. As he turned around, raising his buckler, he realized there was no silk wolf there. Curiously, he looked at the mirror as he backed away. The reflection of himself, however, didn't back away, standing there, staring at him with a scornful expression. Nice try, you cursed fuck. You're not getting my soul. Jay wouldn't give the mirror a chance. He wouldn't even throw a stone at it, thinking that it would somehow use it to its advantage. He walked back the way he came and turned down a different path. It wasn't long before Jay came across another silt wolf. Jay had his two minions, Blue and Red, go to fight it before he was attacked from the side. Shit. A different silt wolf pounced on Jay. The first one was merely acting as bait to draw out his stronger minions. The wolf pushed him to the ground as the lamp-carrying skeleton stabbed at the wolf's shoulder and ribs. The wolf was trying to snap down on his skull right as Jay shoved his buckler into its maw, stabbing at its eyes while he struggled on his back. The buckler was beginning to crack from the tremendous pressure of the wolf jaw, quickly losing durability. Getting desperate, Jay shifted his ring while it was inside the wolf. The wolf's mouth began to fill up with bones. Before long, its neck bulged, and it couldn't take the pressure of the bones, as it started to gag. Some of the bones were sharp and cutting its throat from the inside. It spat out Jay's buckler along with numerous bones. Jay stood up as it hacked and spewed while the lamp skeleton continued to stab, targeting the wolf's neck now. Before long, Blue and Red had finished killing their silt wolf and pounced on the one that attacked Jay, ripping through its hide and flesh with fervor. It wasn't long before it died, still being stabbed relentlessly by three overly enthusiastic necro warriors. 200 exp 200 exp. With a few heavy breaths, Jay calmed his nerves after the fight. That was close. I probably would have been knocked out and lost 20 HP if it bit my head. Jay stared at the corpse for a moment. Seems like it's getting dangerous. The wolves seem to be working together more. Perhaps I should leave. He looked at his skeletons. Most dungeons aren't meant to be done solo anyway. Maybe another skeleton would be useful. Analyzing his cracked buckler, the metal frame was warped. And I'll need another buckler, or maybe even a shield. Having an idea, Jay decided to try to make a bone shield, but first he upgraded his last minion with the silt wolf bones. After the upgrade, this one had the same color pattern as Red, cobalt blue bones with red specks in them, so Jay decided to find another name for it. Since you so nicely carried the lamp, I will put extra creative effort into your name for your service. Jay smiled with a toothy grin. Lamp. He began to laugh into the dungeon, the laughter echoing back as it seemed to make a chorus of maniacal laughter. Your lamp now. I love Lamp. Lamp didn't respond in any way. Pleased with himself, Jay sat down next to the second silt wolf body. Jay had his necrotic ring tenderly extract the bones from the wolf corpse, as it left 3 more plates and another spine on the ground behind. Adding them to his inventory, Jay gained 6 ferritic plates in total from the battle. Maybe I should save these metal plates for when I come across an armorer. Or perhaps mana scribe him. Actually, I probably won't be able to afford a mana scribe for quite some time. All mana scribes were protected by the ruling class. They were not just a sign of wealth and nobility to their nobles they worked for, but also created powerful items by inscribing mana craft pathways into them. You would merely have to channel mana into such an item, and it would reproduce a spell. Often, a noble family would not be considered for marriage arrangements if they didn't have at least one mana scribe working under them. Jay sat cross-legged against the cave wall as he began to craft his shield. I'll use the white bones first in case I mess up. Once I discover the ability, I'll be able to perfect it. Chapter 29. Asterisk. This is a free auxiliary chapter. This is the book Jay was reading. You can skip it and still understand the story. I just thought it would be fun to add. Thanks, AERO 182 asterisk. Semicolon. Words of the Philosopher King, to his dearest son, Sedulus, Mern, Redet, and I send her greetings, grace and love, along with your queen. My child, soften your heart and hear my words, knowing I only want to build you up. You are my reflection, and I would not hurt my own body. What is your purpose, young prince? One man strives for wealth, another for power. They both succeed and are content for a while, only to empty again after some time. Is his true goal then to be content, or even more foolishly to be happy? You have the world, yet it isn't enough, is it? You've planted gardens for yourself and built houses, mansions, castles, kingdoms. You created families, amassed gold, treasures of kings among all the lands. You've gathered entertainers, singers, and great harems. Yet after all of this, you gained nothing. It was all meaningless. Why not then skip the middle step of gaining wealth or power and be content? One of the many fools realizes this and strives for pleasure, filling himself up in the flesh only to be drained by the next day, more empty than before. God laughs, the heavens scoff, and the depths mock at these pitiful beings. No matter how long a man lives or how much he acquires, if he cannot enjoy his prosperity, it would be better for such a man to not have been born. Both have the same outcome, meaninglessness. Yet you, Prince, shall find more satisfaction in one single day than those who live forever. A little poison taints a whole keg, as a little foolishness tarnishes your wisdom and honor. Drunken adulterous foolishness will not cause you any contentment, but instead only more pain and more foolishness, my child, and one day you will be judged for these actions. Therefore, knowing you will be judged by the Grand Council as well as God for your actions in this meaningless world, I commend you to live and enjoy your days, but do so with honor, integrity, righteousness and wisdom. Then you will wake up with gladness all your days, and endure judgment when the time comes. Being found to be above reproach, the mockers shall be silenced, the whisperers quieted, and the naysayers embarrassed for their own words. Then a fool, even after drinking all the wine in the world, will not be able to reach your level of fullness. Looking forward to your return. Peace, grace and love to you, my young king. Philosopher King Haloshan, Empire of the Broken, Counselor of the Wise. Chapter 30. Bones floated in front of Jay as he channeled his mana into them, giving them a light green tint as it mixed with the bone particles. Slowly, the bones began to soften and meld together before flattening out. It was a round disc of bone at this point, looking nothing like a shield. Jay tried to mold it into a shield shape, but he couldn't hold the shape. Losing control over the bone disc, it fell to the ground, splintering into pieces. Damn, Jay thought as he picked up the bone scrap, my screenshot ability is still level 1 even after all the dagger crafting. Surely I'm close to leveling it up, though Jay thought as he pulled more white bones from his ring. Guess I'll just have to change that. After a while, Jay was getting faster and more efficient, finding he could shatter daggers with his mana before recrafting them, though he did lose some material in the process. 2 hours and 23 white bone daggers later, Jay finally received a notification. Screenshot level 2. Finally. What was I doing again? He looked around at the bone residue and splinters on the ground, wondering for a moment. Oh yeah, making a shield, he chuckled, grabbing more bone for his shield. This time, as he crafted the flat circle, he had a feeling that he needed to add more bones. So while holding the forming bone pancake, he shifted his ring. To Jay's surprise, the circular bone formation pulled bones in from the ring itself as if they were magnetized. Seeing it slow down, Jay added more mana and restored its formation speed. The shield drew an additional 6 bones into itself, along with a soap rat skull. One of the bones was one of the blackened marsh bones. After Jay forced the mana-filled semi-solid bones into a shield-like shape, the process began automating itself. Before Jay's eyes, a shield formed. The rat skull increased in size while its snout shortened. It found its place on the front of the shield as 2 glowing green eyes appeared in it. Item complete. Nice, Jay thought, grabbing the shield after the process finished, looking at the menacing rat skull on the front as it stared back at him. The shield was the same shape as a knight's shield, yet lighter. The edges were thicker and black, with claws at the 3 points facing towards the enemy side. Artery-like structures seemed to stem out from the rat skull at the center. It seemed to Jay like there was a greenish liquid coursing through them. Pleased with the design, Jay analyzed the shield. Dealforker's Sentry, unique shield. Aware alerts the owner when it detects a threat. Shade vision can still see clearly in the absence of light. Mana burn, physical contact causes manaless to enemies. Block negate 100% damage from an attack. 15% chance. Lifespan requires essence to maintain its form. Current lifespan, 120 hours. Remnants when life reaches 0. The shield breaks into 3 pieces. Can be restored using necrotic mana. Each piece can track the other pieces. Wow, Jay shuddered with excitement, eyes bulging as he had to take a breath. No wonder it's called a sentry. It literally detects enemies in the dark. It's so good. He grinned, looking at the rat skull on the shield. The creepy rat skull alone would cause people to think twice before even striking it. Standing up, Jay had a snack and some water, before getting the party into formation and moving deeper into the caves, excited to try his new shield. He decided he would give his buckler to the lamp-carrying skeleton once they were out of the cave. Perhaps I should make you a shield. Instead, having one of you to guard me with a shield would be good, but I think I'll keep the other 2 for damage dealing. Jay had a realization. I wonder if I can equip you all with armor too. Rubbing his chin, he slowly started to smile cunningly, imagining a skeleton clad in thick armor. Maybe I'll wait till the skeletons stop growing before giving them armor. He glanced at Lamp. In one level up, the skeletons went from being up to his hip to being shoulder high, so they could probably get much larger. He reasoned. A few hours passed as the party of 4 killed its way through the dungeon. 3 single silt wolves were dispatched along with 2 pairs of silt wolves, Jay needing to help with the pairs of wolves using 4 unstable teeth attacks and blasting holes in their hides, stalling one before the minions could kill them both. This works well enough, thought Jay, considering his tactics while continuing through the dungeon before his shield alerted him, squeezing his wrist a little as it saw something in the dark, another silt wolf ambush. Noticing a faint light glowing in the dark, Jay understood that he finally found another one of those silt wolf variants. The one which released the pulse attack and fled. Finally, another one. This time you won't escape. Jay glared at the wolf. He knew it was a different one, because it didn't have a blue bone sword sticking out of it. First, he commanded Red and Blue to fight the variant while he backed up, bracing for the mana pulse attack. He quickly channeled his mana around his head, imagining a thick membrane which slowly formed. The wolf variant continued to charge its first attack, even while the minions were now stabbing its throat and torso. Meanwhile, the other silt wolf was winning its battle with Lamp. However, an unstable tooth blasted a chunk of its ribsage out, causing the fight to be a stalemate. Jay went back to forming his makeshift mana wall before being temporarily distracted from the fight. Ability discovered: mental coating. Not having time to analyze the skill, Jay continued to assist Lamp while he kept track of Red and Blue fighting the variant, which was starting to glow more brightly at this point. It's about to do it, Jay thought to himself, noticing the flesh-like flaps open up. He took a knee, stabilizing himself so he wouldn't fall over. As Jay thought, the glowing light contracted and emitted a translucent blue pulse. It waved through the minions without affecting them. This time, as it hit Jay, he felt like he was poked in the forehead rather than punched in the brain. Jay smiled condescendingly, so weak, raising his hand with a floating tooth in it, the tooth seeming to shudder as if excited or full of energy. Jay only smirked like a noble, as his eyes gleamed like a predator. My turn. Chapter 31. The spell bolted towards the creature, leaving his palm with the speed of an arrow. The unstable tooth landed one of the 3 fleshy flaps, the force of the explosion ripping it off. This proved to be ineffective at stopping it as it started to charge again. Meanwhile, Jay and Lamp still had not dispatched the silt wolf. Damn it, I won't let you escape again. Jay didn't lose his cool as he flung another unstable tooth at the silt wolf to help Lamp out before he ran over to Red and Blue, intending to stab whatever this variant was. Charging at it, the first thing he did was smash his shield against its body. The light on the creature flickered and seemingly slowed its charge speed based on the luminosity. Jay smiled widely as he realized his shield was causing mana burn. Huh, you're fucked now. He smashed it wildly with his shield, burning away more of its mana. The mana light stopped growing brighter at this point. One of the fleshy flaps was missing, so Jay stabbed his Osane sword straight in, helping to disrupt the mana gathering process through the raw pain of his sword. Now that his sword had pierced it, the mana organ of the creature stopped gathering and completely dissipated. The creature, knowing it couldn't cause a physical pulse, attempted to flee. However, Red and Blue had already done far too much damage to it. One of its front legs was so heavily damaged that it seemed to be dangling from a piece of its hide. With a whimper, it released another pulse as its final act, but this one was not mana-based. 300 exp. Jay leant down to look at the creature. What the creature died before Jay could analyze it, and Lamp was still carrying the light, so he couldn't see it clearly yet. Did it sacrifice its own life to do that weak pulse? And the pulse didn't even do anything. It wasn't physical or magic based. As Jay was thinking these things, he had to get back into a fighting stance. As the silt wolf dashed over to fight, for some reason it was ignoring Lamp. Are you stupid? Jay raised a brow, confused by the silt wolf charging at him. Red and Blue. Even though it was half health, its body riddled with stabs and chunks of hide missing from the unstable tooth explosions, it charged into a 3 versus 1 fight. Suddenly, Jay's shield detected more enemies, squeezing his arm as a warning. 2 more silt wolves rushed out of the shadows. Jay raised his shield in time as a silt wolf slashed at it with its claws. Lamp ran over to assist. The fight turned into a 4 vs 3. Jay and Lamp, both fighting the near-dead silt wolf, while this time Blue and Red held off the other 2. Thankfully, The cobalt blue bone skeletons were incredibly durable. Jaw and claw attacks landing on their bones would only leave slight grazes and indentations instead of being broken or shattered completely. Jay dodged a wolf bite as he smashed back with his shield and slashed with his Osane sword. Lamp stabbed it just behind the jaw, but its sword got stuck. Jay quickly smashed the wolf with his shield, forcing it back a few steps as he handed his sword to Lamp, then summoned another from his inventory. Emergency relief. He smiled. The wolf seemed to look confused as its opponent's face changed into a menacing shape. A few more cuts, slashes and stabs later, the weakened wolf slowed down and died, Jay landing the final thrust of his sword, stamping his foot on its head as he planted the sword behind its skull, severing its spine. 200x. Jay considered sending Lamp to help with the other fight and relaxing, but he decided it was kinda invigorating and fun to fight, so he continued to slay the other two wolves with the help of his minions. Lamp and Red fought one, while Jay and Blue fought the other. The first wolf died to Lamp and Red, mainly because Lamp didn't need to worry about being damaged. 200x. Short sword proficiency level 1 acquired. Not reading the notification, Jay helped with the last enemy. The final wolf didn't last long as 6 swords, all crafted from the wolf's own bones, slashed it and stabbed it to death. 3 skeletons, and Jay easily dispatched a single wolf at this point. 200x. Finally, now I can check my notifications. Short sword proficiency level 1, plus 2% damage when using short swords, plus 2% speed when using short swords. Parry -5% chance, passive. Parrying, awesome. I thought I could already do it though. Jay didn't understand why the sword proficiency gave him a skill he already had. In this world, people can learn a technique without a weapon or skill, and still fight effectively in combat. The only difference is, if a weapon or skill says it will do something, there's a 100% chance it will accomplish it. A shield will say it has a 15% chance to block. This means, in the 15% of the time it does block, it will block perfectly, no matter the skill of the user. This is why Jay and his minions can disable body parts by stabbing at them with swords, even though the sword doesn't specifically say that it does. It can still happen due to physical damage. Meanwhile, a sword may have the ability to disable, and landing such a hit means guaranteed success. Jay carried on, checking his other notification that he ignored before. Mental coating level 1. Mana shield defense from mental/magic attacks. Area covered -8 liters. 5 mana per second. 8 liters, Well, I guess it coats it. So that's about the size of a small bucket of water, enough to cover my sensitive brain. Seems like a high mana cost, but I am low level, so I'll have more mana later on, but knowing the pain of not having it, it's totally worth it. Hopefully I can cover my whole body by the time I fight mental-based monsters that are strong enough to harm it. Looking at the corpses, Jay retrieved the sword that Lamp lost, stashed the bones of the 3 silt wolves in his ring, along with 9 ferritic plates and 3 more spines, before making his way over to the variant. Its body was strange. It had no black fur like the other silt wolves, neither did it have any eyes, nose, ears. It seemed to all be covered by a fleshy, hairless hide. The hide itself was a deep, dark blue. Its mouth was made up of the 3 fleshy flaps, one of them missing, since Jay had blasted it off. It had no claws, and was completely defenseless if not for its mana abilities. Jay extracted the bones from its flesh with his ring, and they tenderly left its body. No ferritic plates or spine were left behind, however, and Jay noticed the creature didn't have any plates lining its back, so his previous conclusion about the back spikes being the ferritic plates was correct. The extracted bones were the same color as Red's, predominantly cobalt blue with blotches of red, though Jay noticed a few purple spots after looking more closely, almost blending into the blue. As Jay was about to leave, he noticed something strange, a lump in the remaining dirt crystal flesh. Pulling out his sword, he carved a hole to examine what it was, holding his breath in the event of it simply being gas or pus, though he was pleasantly surprised. Pulling open the flesh, he uncovered a dark purple stone. It seemed like it had been polished for years, reflecting Jay perfectly under the light from the lamp. A nice little reward for catching one of you slippery bastards, smiled Jay as he went to analyze it. What? He analyzed it again, and again a few more times with the same result. Weird. Jay stashed it in his inventory. Maybe I'll sell it later, he thought. Come to think of it, I still have to sell those green crystals. I could probably sell the charged ones to that brat for a decent price too. I better check what the prices are at the guild first before trying though. Come to think of it, that brat could check too and realize I ripped him off. Maybe I'll just sell them, he shrugged. The charged ones only do 5 damage anyway, and my unstable teeth attacks already do that, with a chance to do 4 extra damage from the propagative stress rupturing. He checked his inventory, finding he only had 12 teeth left. Seems like I'll need to send the boys into the marsh, he thought. I wonder how much a tank costs. Jay was making plans to camp near the Stink Rat Marsh dungeon entrance, so he didn't have to go back into that stinking, sweaty cesspool, which was almost a celebration of filth. Maybe I'll find a tent tomorrow while I'm ditching Mark, he emotionlessly thought. Sitting down for a moment, Jay considered if he should head back home. I've been here for at least 5 hours, not including that time I fell asleep, so maybe even 10 hours. It's probably nighttime outside, though I don't feel tired yet. I'm more hungry than anything, so it's probably getting close to dinner time. Even though he was close to leveling up, Jay decided to exit the dungeon responding to his thought. Chapter 32. The lamp burned out and went dark. Jay was in pitch darkness. Then suddenly, the darkness disappeared, and Jay found himself outside the dungeon with his 3 skeletons, while the lamp had disappeared. Looking around, Jay realized he was out of the dungeon again. A magic lamp. Jay looked at his skeleton he named Lamp. I wonder if you can learn some magic someday. He smiled slyly as he thought about his enemies having to fight a magic skeleton. Pretty good dungeon. It was a little more environmentally hazardous than Stink Rat Marsh, with a slightly higher variety of monsters. Oh, and that one trap. A shiver went up Jay's spine as he recalled that demonic-looking mirror. Though I didn't reach the dungeon boss, I can always come back later. Hopefully it drops a unique item too, Jay thought, looking at his coat. I wonder why no one else has this coat. Maybe they just sell it for something better. Maybe I got it due to my class though, or perhaps it's a special reward for being the first monster class to clear the dungeon. Jay scratched his chin. Could it be the hidden quest? Well, I guess I'll see if the next dungeon boss drops anything. It was dark at this point. Looking around at his skeletons, he wondered what to do with them before going back to town. Jay knew he couldn't bring the skeletons back to town, so he had to make a decision. Sending them back into the dungeon would be too risky. It's a little too high level at the moment, and I don't want to lose their blue bones. Jay didn't want to desummon them either because he knew that each time he resummoned them, he would lose some residual bone mass, like with his bone daggers. Knowing he needed more teeth, he decided to send them back to the Stink Rat Marsh. The skeletons line up before him as he handed his old buckler to Lamp. You're to enter the Stink Rat Marsh dungeon. Bring me back rat teeth. Avoid all humans. Do not kill anything outside of the dungeon. Jay voiced his orders. While the skeletons were semi-autonomous, he could still control them with his thoughts, though he found that voicing his orders seemed to give more power to his orders, making them clearer, and to solidify his motives. It wasn't that the skeletons would disobey, but more that they would gain a better understanding of what to do. Since it was dark outside and the forest was dangerous at night, Jay made sure his minions followed him until he could see the torches and glowing orbs of the village. As he made his way through the forest, it was eerily quiet. The moonlight cast a faint light over his surroundings, though it made Jay feel like the light was only on him, and he was a beacon to target. However, he made his way back to the village safely, while his skeletons slipped off into the darkness of the forest. A guard spotted Jay as he approached the village, but ignored him after Jay got closer. The guard, realizing he was human, and not some monster tearing up the forest, the guards still hadn't received the order to return to normal patrols yet, so they were still on high alert, though they hadn't locked down the village as severely as Jay had thought. Guess I didn't need to sneak out, thought Jay, shaking his head at himself as he walked into the maze of houses which made up the village. After arriving home, he ate the remainder of his rations before going to bed. Only one. I want to be on point tomorrow. Sure, Kel. Want some water then? Yes, please. Kel smiled at Mark. Here you go. Looking forward to tomorrow, huh? Mark said as he sat down at the table. Jay seems like a decent guy. I hope he looks out for us. Half smiling as he looked out the window of the Snacaravan Inn, Mark had a sip of his beer. I'm sure we'll be fine even without him, Kel replied, as she thought to herself, Mark sure doesn't make eye contact very much. She looked out the window to see what Mark was looking at. At first, it seemed like he didn't really care, but now that I think about it, maybe he's just a little bit damaged, perhaps from his past. I wonder what happened to him. Nothing seems to be able to make him angry or annoyed. Kel sipped her water, as she could only imagine what unfortunate event made Mark the way he was. Even at his worst, his attitude just made him seem disinterested and apathetic, while at his best, he smiled and joked to no end. I guess there's some damage that can't be healed, Kel thought to herself as she drank down her water. I wonder how many people have just passed him off as being rude or something. Poor guy. Kel was a deep thinker, and the deep thinking only added to her introverted ways. Though Mark didn't mind, as he was just happy to have some company, and after doing a dungeon with her, he felt like he had a friend he could possibly start to trust. Maybe soon we can find someone else to add to the party too, Mark thought, thinking of Jay. Maybe not Jay. It seems like life is taking us in different directions. Mark finished his beer and ordered another, having Tamara serving him from the bar again before he returned to his table. Mark had been drinking before Tamara arrived there, so she wasn't sure how much he had. We'll be on the road soon, the day after tomorrow. Have you got everything sorted? Make sure you have a new pair of shoes, it'll probably be a long walk, Mark said, though looking at his glistening beer. Yeah, I'm ready, she smiled back. Good. Hopefully we can get some extra gold after the dungeon tomorrow, and buy some new items before we go. Hopefully. I just want to level up and discover more abilities. Apparently everyone learns something at level 5 and level 10, and probably more later. But that's all I've heard for now. Oh, awesome. Well, let's aim to hit level 5 before the escort comes in 2 days. Mark nodded as he took a drink. Let's do it, Kel agreed, before looking at Mark quizzically. So you're okay with telling Jay your class? Hey, he'll figure it out soon enough. It's not like I'm trying to keep it a secret anyway. After all, I did tell him I'm in both the melee and manacraft classes. Mark chuckled. Maybe he just wasn't paying attention. Kel laughed and shook her head. Maybe. Well, it's getting a little late. Come on, I'll walk you home. Thanks. I'll be okay for the last bit though. Kel pulled out her wand with a proud smile. Mark stood up with a little wobble from the alcohol. Let's go. Nighttime, in the middle of a dark evergreen forest, a man in light leather armor stands on an old dirt path. Breathing heavily, Alevo was covered in sweat and panting, with his hands on his knees. He was trying to catch his breath. I've got to keep running. Got to get help before it's too late. Alevo spits on the ground and starts jogging again towards Losler. I'll have to run all night, or there won't be anything left. He gritted his teeth and pushed on through the dark forest in the night. Chapter 33. A few heavy knocks sounded from outside the door of Michael's bedroom. He lived in the Adventurers Association for free, and slept in one of the nicer rooms. Since he was the guard captain, better be important, he thought to himself as he got up and opened the door enough to have his head poke out. Since he slept naked, a soldier with a stern expression stood in front of him. Sir, there's a developing situation. Would you like the report now? Give me a minute. Michael closes the door and turns around, putting a simple shirt and pants on before leaving his room and joining the soldier in the hallway. Report. A man named Alevo came to the garrison early this morning, before the sun came up. He claimed to be from a small hamlet southeast of here. He said the hamlet was being harassed by tiny demons. Michael had a quizzical expression. Demons. His words, sir. I'll have to question him. Where'd you put him? Bottom floor, sir, in a bed since he passed out. Michael only yawned in response. Returned to duties. He made a hand gesture to shoo away the soldier as he returned to his room to freshen up, changing into his normal clothes and armor. He lightly polished his buckspeedle pauldrons and his boots, before marching out of his room. Walking down the hallway, he entered a slightly larger room with a few tables and chairs, sitting down to eat his usual breakfast: herbs, mushrooms and sausages. These were all cooked by one of the soldiers every morning as part of their duties. The soldier chef was always amazed by how much Michael ate in the morning: 10 sausages and 7 hand-sized mushrooms. Though the amazing part was that Michael had the chiseled body of an athletic champion. Instead of growing weary of his duty, which was having to cook breakfast every day, he came to enjoy seeing this strange thing happening every morning. After finishing his meal, Michael nodded at the chef as a thank you, and made his way downstairs. Knocking on the first door of the hallway, Michael opened it slowly. Yet this room was empty. The next room he knocked on, Margaret the receptionist opened the door as she whispered to Michael with a smile. "Morning, Mikey," she smiled as she gestured to the man she was looking after behind her. "He's exhausted. I think he's been running all night. His feet are all blistered." Michael nodded at Margaret and looked at the man in the bed. Alevo was breathing lightly while Michael made a decision and walked in. "I have some questions." Margaret wrinkled her brow in concern, but gestured Michael to the side of the bed. Michael tapped Alevo on the hand, yet there was no response. He tried pinching him next, then shaking his shoulder, still no response. "Fine." Michael slowly channeled some mana into the man's body and mind. *HUU*. Alevo breathed in heavily as he was now wide awake, invigorated by Michael's energetic mana. "Hello, I'm the guard captain of Losler. What's your name?" "Alevo?" Michael sensed that he wasn't lying. "Where are you from?" "Southeast of here." Alevo looked like he suddenly remembered something as his hands formed fists. "Please help us. We've been attacked by demons." "What did these demons look like?" "Ah, black skin, short, and its white eyes. They seem to look into your soul and suck it right out." Michael nodded in understanding. "Where is your home?" "Southeast of here. Usually it takes 2 days' journey, but I ran all night." "Please help, sir. I don't know how long they will last." "Who are they?" "The people in your village." "It's a hamlet, sir. There's only 7 houses with 5 families. The demons have been doing hit-and-run attacks on us with their spears, and occasionally throwing sharpened rocks at us. They've already taken 2 children." Tears were in the eyes of Alevo. "One of their remains was found already." With that, Michael stopped channeling his mana into Alevo, who suddenly passed out again. Michael had a suspicion and checked Alevo's legs. Tiny bite marks were all over it. Margaret looked confused, while Michael only nodded to himself, confirming his thoughts. Without saying a word, he left the room and made his way upstairs to Sullivan's office. On the way up the stairs, Michael spoke to one of the officers who had just woken up. "The forest situation is resolved. From today onwards, return to standard routines. Oh, and try to keep the men away from the military tomorrow. The forest situation is not to be discussed. It's to remain confidential." Sullivan's orders. The officer saluted as Michael walked away before saying "Oh," and Sullivan said he will be watching. The officer clenched his jaw, realizing the gravity of the order, still saluting as Michael left. Michael knocked on the door to Sullivan's office as the door opened itself. Sullivan sat behind his desk, sipping some coffee, and he looked at a paper while he leaned back in his chair. "Hello, Michael." He greeted Michael without even looking up. "It's quite early. How can I help you today?" "Leech imps are preying on a small hamlet southeast of here. I would send a soldier or 2, but I want them all fresh for the arrival of the military tomorrow. Besides, they've been working overtime because of the forest situation. I want to give the men some rest today before tomorrow." Sullivan raised an eyebrow as he looked up from his paper. "What do you suggest?" "Sending some of your more advanced younger adventurers to resolve it." Sullivan curled his lips. "I see. I have a few in mind. Write down the details, and I'll send them." "Thank you, sir. Time is of the essence, so I'll send a note up with Anya shortly." Sullivan nodded as Michael bowed his head before leaving. Sullivan put his paper down and sipped his coffee, pursing his lips as he thought to himself, "Yes, I think Anya's ready." Morning. Anya yawned, entering Sullivan's office and sitting down with half-opened eyes, sipping a coffee and holding a half-eaten muffin. She put the muffin down and took a note out of her pocket, handing it to her dad. "Good morning." Sullivan smiled tenderly. It seemed like the only person he smiled at was his daughter. Sullivan grabbed the note as Anya said, "It's from Michael." Handing her dad the note, she grabbed her muffin back off the desk and continued to eat it. Sullivan read the note, understanding the situation Michael was talking about before looking up at Anya. He watched his daughter eat for a moment before he talked. "There's a situation. A village southeast of here is being attacked by a band of forest monsters. I estimate about 50 of the monsters. It's a 2 days walk from here. I want you to head there and resolve it. Sullivan looked away as he thought for a moment, before looking back at Anya. Take Jay, and choose a few others. Tell the others I wanted you and Jay in a party together, while they're to be in a separate party. This way they won't discover your class or be freeloading exp. What? Anya had furrowed brows, still tired from waking up, while her father dumped a quest on her out of nowhere. Here, Sullivan handed her the note from Michael. You should aim to leave before lunchtime. Anya only sighed as she read the note. What are the monsters? I'll leave you to figure that out. Sullivan smiled mischievously. Anya sipped her coffee again. I get the feeling Jay likes to go solo. Just convince him. Tell him there will be a reward. I'll think of something special in the meantime. Oh, and take Mark. He's quite gifted too. His class isn't unique, but he's a natural spells word. 2 of the guards could have handled it, so you should take about 5 adventurers, since you're much lower level. Mark, right? I heard he was planning to join the military. He probably won't want to leave the village, since the military escort is coming tomorrow. Sullivan put his index finger on his cheek and propped his chin on his other clenched fingers, while he thought to himself for a moment. Tell him he can join later. That will escort him to the nearest military recruitment outpost, and he'll get there even sooner than the military escort, which still has to travel to numerous villages in the countryside even if he spends a week doing this quest. Sure, this seems urgent, so I guess I'll be off. See you in a few days, Dad. She smiled as she got up, moving around the side of the desk to give Sullivan a hug. Sullivan smiled warmly. Watch your back. Chapter 34. Jay woke up, stretching his body as multiple notifications greeted him. Plus 15x, plus 15x, plus 15x, plus 15x, ... Hey, they're quite productive. Jay smiled in satisfaction at the free experience, while he calculated he would get about 30 to 45 rat teeth. Jay leaned on his side in bed, looking out the window at the mist sheep in a nearby field for a few minutes. While he was still waking up, he always enjoyed watching them phase to mist with the rest of the herd cloud, while periodically turning back to sheep again, when leaving the safety of their mist form to eat some grass. Mist sheep had to be farmed by mages who practiced water-based mana craft, otherwise no one could force them out of their mist form. Well, I can't spend all day in bed. Jay had planned to go to the Adventurer Association to buy a tent and camp outside of Stink Rat Marsh, but now he didn't see the point anymore, since he could just stay at home. I think today I'll head back to the Wolf's Quarry dungeon. Maybe I'll reach the boss this time, Jay thought as he mentally willed the skeletons to exit the Stink Rat Marsh and wait near the Wolf Quarry. Thanks to the tooth stockpile, it'll be way easier with all the unstable teeth spells I'll be shooting. Jay had his breakfast like usual, adding a little bentussel root for the flavor and the mana regeneration buff. Leaving his house, he was walking to the forest before he realized he needed to make a trip to the Adventurer Guild to sell his monster drops, his inventory being 93% full. Jay began walking to the bottom of the hill, arriving at the path towards the Adventurer Association. Then he noticed a familiar face walking down Anya. Sighing, he kept walking up the hill, knowing that she would probably try to rope him into a dungeon run. As they got closer to each other, Anya was the first to speak. Good morning, Jay, she smiled. Jay only looked back at her blankly morning, and kept walking. Anya stopped and started walking with him. I need help with something, there dash open quote. No sorry, I'm busy. Jay cut her off. Doing what? Stuff, he bluntly said. There's a reward from Sullivan himself. She sounded desperate. Jay stopped for a moment, turning to her. He didn't say anything but only raised an eyebrow, gesturing to her to continue whatever it was she was going to say. A total power move. Anya's voice then sounded soft and worried. There's a small settlement that's being attacked by forest monsters. 2 days' journey from here. They need our help, Jay. An innocent child has already been killed. She looked at Jay with her purple eyes, trying her best puppy dog expression. Jay paused for a moment, thinking to himself, I'll do it. For the sake of the people, I'll do it. But maybe I can squeeze something nice out of her. Why should I help? Tilting his head to the side, Jay began to bargain. Well, there's a reward. Sullivan didn't say what it would be, but that it will be worth it. Anya told a half-truth to Jay, hoping he would accept before adding plus. There will be lots of experience. Apparently only 1 or 2 of the higher level guards would be needed for this, but we can handle it. Jay scratched his chin, pretending to be thinking about the deal before accepting. Fine, but the reward better be good. Anya stopped smiling, and her puppy dog eyes returned to normal with an expressionless voice with a straight face. Great. I've got other people to recruit. Be ready to leave in 1 hour. She sounded professional as ever. Creepy Jay thought to himself, realizing she was a better actor than he was, since he actually thought she was going to cry. Okay, I'll be waiting at the guild. Actually, can you wait at the Snacaravan Inn? There's no point for the others and me to come back up the hill. Anya said. Others? I have to recruit more people or we'll probably die. She shrugged. But don't worry, we'll be in separate parties so they won't see your class, and we can split up from them, so they don't see your skeletons either. Okay. See you later. Jay waved one hand as he turned up the hill. See you. Jay kept walking up the hill, thinking about what to do now that his plans have changed. I'll need better armor because at some point my skeletons won't be around, and perhaps a little waste pouch for my teeth to make casting quicker. A few days' supply of food and water. I won't need a shield or weapon, since I have the blue Osane sword and my trusty sentry. Jay chuckled for a moment, thinking that his shield's glowing skull might scare Anya. Hopefully he grinned evilly. That by itself will make the whole trip worth it. Making his way up the hill, he entered the guild through the floating mana stone gate. Entering reception, Margaret wasn't there, so Jay had to ring a bell. She appeared from a room somewhere behind reception carrying an empty food tray. Seeing Jay, she smiled warmly. Hello dear, how can I help you? Hi. Where do I sell my monster drops? Oh, just go through that door and meet my friend Lily. She pointed at a door off to the right of reception. The door had a round brass doorknob with a window sill under a chest-high sliding panel that one could open up to pass things through. Without a second thought, Jay opened the door and entered. Entering the room, it had long wooden benches inside 12 in the middle of the room with their backs together and 6 against the walls. Looking around, Jay noticed a large, round, dark blue gemstone embedded into the wall. It seemed to have swirling stars inside a dark mist. Jay paused, observing its beauty for a moment before noticing a door next to it, similar to the door he just entered, with a hatch and a windowsill. Wasting no time, he walked through it. On the other side of the second door, Jay was glared at by a slender, tall woman with long black hair sitting at a desk. She was doing paperwork and eating a jerky of some sort. Her office was sleek and cold, paved with polished black slate floors. It had a fireplace on one side. On her desk sat a frog covered in fur, a kind of novelty pet among the upper class. It was more like a fluffy rabbit than a slimy toad. It ribbited at Jay, and she patted it to soothe it before glaring at Jay again. You're meant to knock, she said bluntly. Wearing a fancy sleeveless leather coat with gold thread patterns, a red long-sleeve shirt and denim pants. Her black hair was slightly wavy and seemed to curl perfectly on each side of her chest. She sat there silently, staring at Jay as if he was being rude. It was clear at this point she was rich. Oh, sorry. I was told to come through the door. Jay gestured behind him. I have some monster drops to sell. He raised a brow. She sighed, silly Margie. As she put down the jerky, Jay only half smiled from his uneasiness. I'm Lillian. This is where you come to buy items and sell drops. We don't have a teleportation device, so anything you buy can take days or weeks to come via our couriers. When you sell us a drop, we buy it at 10% off the market buying price. She pointed to a large round gemstone, which seemed to be built into the wall, the same one Jay saw from the other room. It was a sphere gemstone, which could be touched from either room. Touch that and you'll be temporarily connected to it. You'll then be able to browse current items for sale, as well as how much your monster drops would be sold for. Now, when you want to sell something, you give it to me and I'll pay you. When you want to buy something, I'll take your details and you give me the gold. Simple, right? Jay looked around for a moment, piecing together how the system worked in his mind. Yeah, I see. I'll just go have a look then. Jay went to touch the crystal before hearing a shout behind him. Ah, Pebbles, you ate my jerky. Jay turned around to look at Lillian frowning at her furball pet. Greedy little floof. Noticing Jay was still there, and smiling cheekily at her, she suddenly became more composed. Well, don't browse it here, I'm busy. Touch the crystal and you'll be connected to it for 30 minutes. Come back when you have something to sell or buy. Oh, right. "Sorry, nice meeting you." And Pebbles J acted polite as he left the room and closed the door quietly, though still having a smile. Back in the room with the benches, he realized why they were there now. Touching the gemstone in the wall, he sat down on a bench as he received a notification. Trade platform accessed. 29 minutes remaining. Jay waiting a moment until it went down to 28 minutes before touching the gemstone again. 29 minutes remaining. I see. He though, sitting down to browse the list. He entered the shield section and found another buckler subsection under it. Going into it, he found out the true price of the old buckler he bought. Man, Bertram is one greedy piece of shit. Jay found the real market price of the items that Bertram was selling. The price Jay paid after his little discount was 15 gold. The market listing was 12 gold for a similar one. Initially, Bertram wanted 30 gold for it, and then he would trade it in for a minuscule discount on the next overpriced item he sells. Jay only wondered why no one warned the new recruits about Bertram. The only conclusion he could come to was that they didn't tell them so that the new adventurers would learn a lesson. While it may seem like a valuable lesson now, it would certainly be much cheaper to learn as young adventurers rather than later in their journey. Perhaps Bertram would even be a fond memory someday, as they bartered with another crafty, cunning trader. Well, I'll probably have even better bone weapons and maybe even armor at that point. He grinned with pride. Time to see how much these drops are worth. Chapter 35. Okay, so 3 first scraps sell for 1 gold. Jay checked his inventory, so that's 10 gold since I have 30 scraps. Jay brought out 30 scraps, placing them on the bench by his side. Next is the tiny green crystals from those bearings. Let's see. Okay. So 0.7 gold per crystal. Since I have 70, that will give me about I'm not sure. Jay shrugged. I'll have to trust Lillian. The system didn't have a calculator, and Jay wasn't as educated as the nobles. Now the ferritic plates. 1.3 gold per plate. Not bad. Jay wondered why they were slightly more expensive than what he expected based on the prices of the other drops. They probably make armor and weapons out of these. Perhaps it's due to the war going on in the north. He continued checking his inventory. Now the silt wolf spines. Jay spent some time searching for spines, wolf bones. Yet nothing came up except for things such as ornogriff beaks, or Yule and dragon bones. Jay exhaled in frustration while searching. But nothing. What the he wondered, does no one want wolf spines? He asked himself sarcastically, chuckling to himself before assuming it might be due to his class perhaps. It's a necromancer thing to get these after all. They were left behind after I used a skill on them. He glanced at his ring before returning to the hatch door. Gathering his crystals and putting them back into his inventory, he made his way to the door where Lillian was knocking 3 times. Scratching the sill with his finger while he waited, the door didn't open. Instead, the hatch in the door slid across, Lillian greeting him with a slight smile and bored eyes. So, how'd it go? Buying or selling? Good, thanks. Selling some drops. I have 30 minor green crystals and 28 ferritic plates. Just a moment. Lillian walked to the side of the room, touching the gemstone embedded in the wall, as she checked their prices. How the hell has he got so many drops? He's only been adventuring for a few days. Lillian wondered as she calculated how much gold to pay him if he keeps this up. The whole economy could change, she joked to herself. Returning to the window sill, she had calculated the price. It's 85 gold minus the 10% fee, and it's 76.5 gold. Since it's 0.5 gold, we round it down to 76 gold. Are you happy with that? Jay thought that rounding down was lame, but this was the only reasonable place to sell drops. Yes. Where do I put my items? Since you have so many, come inside. Lillian closed the hatch and opened the door, and after Jay entered, closing it again and locking it with a bolt. What she did next made Jay hold his breath in awe. Lillian summoned a light sword into her hand. It destroyed all the shadows in the room, or so Jay thought. Its blade was as long as her body and about half as wide. She thrust it downwards into the black slate paving of the room. A circle of golden light grew out from where it met the black slate ground. Meanwhile, the floor wasn't damaged at all. A series of otherworldly runes filled the circle, then disappeared as the whole circle lit up. Jay had to look away due to the brightness. When the light had died down, he looked back. A seemingly bottomless black hole appeared within a glowing ring, while Lillian had dispersed her light sword. Perhaps it's a portal to another plane, Jay wondered as everything through the hole was complete blackness. Lillian smiled in pride. Throw your items in here, she said. Obviously, my inventory would fill up if I had to hold on to everything. This is one of my skills. Blade Bore. It's basically a bigger, secondary inventory. Also infinite. Oh right, okay. Jay snapped out of his stun from the display before pausing again at the last thing she said. The light ring around the bottomless hole was still drawing out any shadows in the room, sucking them into itself. All shadows were gone except for the one inside the golden circle. Jay promptly brought out his crystals and ferritic plates, while standing in front of the dark, bottomless hole created by the sword. Against all his rational thoughts, he dropped the crystals and the plates into the black void. Lillian nodded, counting the amount of items dropped in through her ability. Smiling as Jay finished, she reiterated the amount. Thanks. She smiled as her black portal disappeared, then handed Jay a small green pouch. Here's your payment. 76 gold. Thanks. Smiled Jay. Lillian walked over, unbolted the door, and Jay left the room. With a moment of silence, Jay was thinking to himself, considering if adventuring was even worth it. 12 gold per buckler. He looked at the prices on the market list. I could have earned about 120 gold at the butchery in the last few days, and without putting my life on the line, but I only earned 76 gold. But at least I got stronger. Jay held his hand on his chin as he was thinking, slightly disappointed by his earnings. Well, I guess I am low level. When I level up, it will surely be more lucrative, but maybe adventuring will become more costly. He wondered to himself why higher level adventurers didn't simply clear out low level dungeons for some easy gold. On a quieter side of the village, a series of small wooden houses made a loose boundary between the evergreen forest and Losler. A single house in this line of houses pointed out to the forest instead of into the town. I thought I would be more excited about tomorrow, but I feel nothing. Mark folded his hands, sitting on a step outside his small house facing the forest. A cup of tea sitting next to him periodically made wisps of steam which smelt sweetly pleasant to Mark. His front yard was usually overgrown with forest weeds, though they were mostly spindly bushes at the moment since it was winter. Clearly, keeping a nice-looking yard was not a priority. Tomorrow, hopefully, I can finally leave this all behind, he thought as he stared off into the forest while sipping his tea. A few unpleasant flashes of distant memories went through his mind, before he shook his head and snapped out of it, returning his gaze to the quiet forest. 4 years ago, Mark's father died adventuring. His mother was filled with grief and hopelessness at this news. She became a shell of her former self, drinking every day until vomiting, and crying herself to sleep most nights. Mark was just an impressionable 14-year-old kid at the time. Images of his mother getting the bad news, shaking in grief, and vomiting after drinking too much were seared into his mind. The pain had become a part of him. Eventually, Mark began drinking too, often drinking more than he planned to. He simply couldn't control himself when he began. The intoxication made the sadness feel good, or perhaps it only numbed it for a while. Mark wasn't sure, but he hated himself for this. Observing the quiet forest, Mark didn't notice a short, blonde girl walking around the side of his house. Her footsteps were almost completely silent. It was of course Anya, who herself had things on her own mind. Anya was wondering why Jay seemed to be cold to her. I haven't been rude to him. I didn't even hit him. It's bullshit. I did not. She threw her muffin down as she said this expressionlessly, walking around the small wooden fence around Mark's house before finding him. Oh, hi Mark. Oh, hey, how are you? Mark said with a smile, though he had forgotten her name, but remembered her face. I'm good, thanks. You're joining the military tomorrow, aren't you? Yeah, hopefully. I'm sure you'll get in, especially with your class. Hey, yeah, probably. Mark looked at his hands. I just hope they don't try to push me harder because of it. Anya shrugged. Time will tell. Anyway, the military escort will still have to visit numerous other villages around the countryside for recruitment. But there is a way you can skip all that. She smiled. Skip it? What do you mean? Sullivan said he'll be happy to make an escort for you to take you directly to a military hub. It'll save you weeks of senseless walking. Mark stopped relaxing and stood up, interested in what she was saying, as he sensed that there was a condition to the terms. That would be great. He looked a little confused as he half smiled. But why? Well, there's a quest of sorts. We need your help, and it will run until tomorrow, so you'll miss the military escort. Mark half smiled, his guard wasn't down, but he reasoned with her for a moment, realizing it was actually a great deal. Oh, awesome. Better to be slaying monsters than walking. He sipped his tea and smiled, looking into the forest again. Anya was glad she didn't need to do more convincing. Generally, guards in the association followed orders without question. However, after working with Jay, she expected more people to be like him, resistant and self-contained. While she disliked these qualities in him, she unknowingly and ironically strived for them in herself. Oh, Mark scratched his head, looking a little disappointed. I was actually planning to do a dungeon run with Jay and Kel today. Anya smiled widely. That's okay, Jay's coming on the quest. And Kel can come too. She tactfully recruited both of them at once. Awesome. Same deal for Kel, right? She was planning to join the military too. Yeah, sure. Anya made a promise she couldn't keep, but was sure her father would allow it anyway. Sullivan seemed to be more concerned about recruiting Jay into the quest anyway. He didn't want more people discovering Anya's class. Knowing that she would become drafted into service of some noble, he aimed to have her party with Jay to level up, making her strong enough to decide her own fate. Great. So, what is the quest about? A small settlement has been attacked by forest monsters. We're going southeast to investigate and exterminate. The quest should be about 4 or 5 days long. It's urgent, so we leave in an hour. Oh, okay, right. I see. Mark finished his tea in one go, realizing he had to be ready to leave. Well, I was already packed and ready to leave with the military tomorrow, so I'm ready to go now. Want me to go get Kel? Yeah, sure. Meet at the Snekerevan Inn in about 30 minutes. Snekerevan Inn, got it. We'll see you there. He smiled before turning to go inside. See you. Anya smiled, leaving the same way she came. Perhaps I will need a tent after all, Jay thought, still scrolling through the market's item list. Oh, but it won't come in time, damn. I suppose there's a chance they have stock here. Jay realized that purchased items take a few days to travel there, since this market hub didn't have a teleportation device. Jay got up, knocking on the hatch door again. Lillian finds something nice. Well, I need a tent, but I need it today. Lillian smiled back in amusement. Well, I can't do anything about that. We don't have any in stock. She looked up in thought, but there are some alternatives. Like what? Just a moment. Lillian closed the hatch in the door, and after the shine of a light escaped under the door, she returned with a large green bag. This is a swag. It's better than a tent since you don't have to set it up. All you have to do is unroll it and jump in. It's a combination of a mana-powered self-inflating mattress and sleeping bag with a waterproof outer layer. She smiled, passing the bag through the hatch. Jay grabbed it. It was about 5 kilograms of swag. Okay, cool. Can I test it? Sure, but you have to roll it back up. Sure, Jay chuckled, Lillian watching as Jay was opening the bag and unrolling it. Sure enough, it was like a large sleeping bag with a thick outer layer, which would certainly keep out the elements. The head hole could be closed up, while a small mesh around its mouth area for fresh air. Better than a tent. Jay channeled some mana into it. The inbuilt mattress rose slightly in response, providing about 5 centimeters of clearance from the cold ground. Nice, nodded Jay. Satisfied with it, he unplugged a hole to let the air drain, and began to roll it up while talking to Lillian. So, how much is it? 70 gold. 70. Jay's brows furrowed. Yikes, that's nearly all my work these last few days. Lillian only half smiled, tilting her head to the side since she couldn't do anything about the price. Jay sighed. Okay, I'll take it. Great. 70 gold please. She smiled. Wow, she has really white teeth, Jay thought to himself as he handed her the gold. See you next time, she smiled before closing the hatch, leaving Jay to pack up his swag. It wasn't too hard to roll it up, only taking Jay a few minutes before he could fit it back into the bag it came in. Nice. Pleased with his purchase, even though it was expensive, he promptly stored it in his inventory. I wonder if I can just store it in my inventory without even rolling it up. Guess I'll test that later. Well, I better get going, he thought to himself. Jay started to walk toward the exit, then paused for a moment, considering if he should buy better armor. Some new armor would be good, but I think it can wait. After all, I have high health thanks to dumping a lot of my points into vitality. He continued to walk out of the Adventurer Association, saying bye to Margaret as he left the building, then making his way down the hill again. I wonder who Anya was going to recruit into the party anyway. Jay wondered as he was on his way to the Snacaravan Inn. Chapter 36. Entering the inn, Jay noticed Mark, Kel and Anya sitting at a table and chatting. Mark noticed Jay walking in as his seat was facing the door. Hey Jay, Mark smiled, come have a seat. He beckoned him over. Oh, hey, looks like Anya recruited you too, huh? Yeah, Mark chuckled, guess we won't be doing a dungeon after all. He shrugged with a smile. Hey, yeah. Jay's eyes drifted to the bar, trying not to reveal to Mark that he wasn't planning on going into the dungeon with him. He greeted the others at the table. How are we all? Ready to go. Good, Kel smiled back. Mark nodded with a smile. We're ready. Ahead of schedule. Anya replied before handing them the details of the quest. Thanks, Jay said, sitting down at the table before beginning reading the details. Looking through the information, a regretful smile appeared on Jay's face. While reading about how a second child was presumed dead, so he wanted to speed things up while Anya noticed Jay's expression. This is why I want to leave quickly, she said to Jay. Yeah. Jay pursed his lips as he thought to himself, so she does care about some people. 2 days walking journey. We could just run and burn our energy, camp one night and arrive around morning. Might save some time, Mark suggested. The others all nodded at this, knowing they would only feel the effects of exhaustion when their energy started to get low, so they can run as long as they have energy. However, if it dropped enough they would be defenseless. Yeah, but we should keep a small amount in reserve in case we run into a forest monster or something. Kel chimed in. Don't worry, we'll kill anything quickly if we run into it. Anya replied, completely missing the point of Kel's suggestion. Jay almost shook his head at Anya's remark. Kel made a good point, and it was clear by Anya's reply that she didn't even give her point any thought. He decided to ignore what Anya said and reply to Kel as he looked her in the eyes. Good point, Kel, he smiled and nodded. How about we hold on to about 20% before we decide to rest? Whoever has the least energy can just tell the rest of us when it reaches that point. Jay looked around him. So who has the least energy anyway? Well, I have 35. Mark was the first to reply. Kel and Anya knew about his class, but Jay still had no clue he was a spells word, so he was the only one at the table who looked confused. Before Jay could question Mark, Kel quietly told hers. 45. This was less shocking to Jay since she carried a wand. Energy determines mana pool size after all, and Kel had clearly dumped all her points into energy. She probably also was starting with a class that had a high base amount. I have 40, Jay said, before looking at Anya expressionlessly. 20 energy. Anya bit her lip, not used to being the one who was the baggage. Jay was laughing internally while Mark replied. That's alright, just call out to us when it gets low, okay? Well, I guess we should get moving, Jay said, putting his hands on the side of the table. Let's go, Mark said, downing the rest of his half-full glass as they all stood up and left the Snacaravan Inn, beginning their journey southeast. As they left, Jay had his minions travel to the east side of town. Once they left the village, he planned to have them follow the group though from a distance, so no one would notice. The track wasn't used very frequently. Some carriage cart tracks made a makeshift road, but the road continued east, while the party had to travel southwest. Finding a walking track on the side of the road, they turned off. Walking along the path, they had to go single file. It had been semi-created by years of footsteps. The hamlet was so small that even carts didn't travel there. The hamlet itself didn't even have a name. Jay couldn't help but wonder what kind of monsters they would be fighting. More precisely, he wondered what kind of bones they had. Wait, what am I even thinking? Jay shook his head, almost chuckling to himself as he caught his own thoughts. Maybe my mind is starting to change, he wondered to himself, since his thoughts were preoccupied by the bones of his enemies. The day went by quickly as the party jogged towards the village, though Anya had to stop the party to rest, since her energy dropped below 20% first. Guys, I need to rest, I'm getting low now. Okay, looks like we made it pretty far anyway, Mark said as they all stopped jogging. Mark and Jay were both smiling at Anya for different reasons, friendliness and slyness. while Kel didn't show or say anything as she went to sit down on a nearby mossy stone. They had run about 15% of the way so far. However, energy would regenerate pretty quickly if they meditated, so they could still make it most of the way today. It would slowly come back even if they were walking, but meditation would progress it much faster, at a rate of 1 energy every 10 minutes when done at the most basic level. They would only get better if they practiced after all. It's been a while since I've tried this, Jay thought as he sat cross-legged though. Thanks to my lesson with Villadar, and my constant use of mana, I feel like I have a much better understanding of it. After Jay began to channel the ambient mana into his body, he felt as if he was full of energy once more. After 10 minutes passed, he checked his energy levels. Energy-25/40. Wow, I'm up to 3 every 10 minutes he calculated since he started at 22/40 guess. I'll only need 30 minutes more, and I'll be back to full. Realizing he wasn't alone, he frowned knowing he would have to simply wait for the others to regenerate, taking 1 hour and 30 minutes. If they were not that skilled with mana manipulation, and he guessed Anya definitely would be. I might as well do some scouting. Jay left the others while they meditated, entering the forest to secure the perimeter. Jay was using this time to check his minions' health as well as retrieve the stink rat teeth they were keeping for him. Once he was far enough away from the others, he willed his minions to return to him. It only took a few seconds before he heard a sound in the forest. 2 skeletons with wolf skulls ran at him at full speed, faster than a human, then suddenly stopped as they reported for duty. Jay had to take a step back, thinking they had way too much momentum to even be able to stop. Where's the other one? A dark blue blur went past some trees to his right. Then before he could even react, his 3 minions were before him. But something was different. One of them, Blue, had leveled up. Jay was speechless at the changes to his minion's body. He even forgot about the rat teeth they were bringing him. Blue was as tall as Jay now, with eyes glowing green staring back at him. They seemed to pierce his soul. From inside its wolf skull, a green, glowing cluster of arteries continued down its spine to form a small lump in the center of its ribcage. Its ghostly eyes weren't the only thing illuminated anymore. The lump didn't physically pulse, but the glowing light it emitted pulsed. Translucent branch-like structures stemmed out from it, arteries and veins covering its skeletal body, radiating from the lump in its rib cage. They appeared to be filled with the green gas. Blair, Jay instinctively spat. As he was trying to look at his new skeleton, a random spider web thread flew onto his face out of nowhere. He picked it off and wiped his face a few times, before continuing to inspect his creature. The spine was surrounded by tiny bone plates, making it look more like it had an armored centipede as its backbone. The horns on its head had disappeared now, though at first Jay assumed they would only grow bigger as it leveled up. He could only speculate about the purpose the horns originally served. As Jay analyzed it, he realized it was at half health, so he healed it up. This only resulted in the green gas flowing into the tree-like branches of arteries, covering its skeletal structure to glow a little more, seemingly resupplying it. Its bones got thicker too. Jay could see they had somehow not only lengthened, but thickened too. But where did it get the extra bone mass from? The skeleton was now more imposing since it was the same height as Jay, its eyes meeting his, not to mention its blue wolf skull, which previously seemed to be too big for its body, but now seemed to be just the right size. Parts of its joints were now strengthened by black fibrous tissue strands running over them, though they still had a sickly green reflection in the sunlight. Despite its size, it was much faster than the level 2 skeletons who could already run faster than a human, appearing as a blue blur in the forest. Now its claws were larger, almost looking like finger claw armor. Its finger and wrist bones were reinforced with the black fibrous tendons too. It could probably crush a skull in its hands, he thought as he looked over it. The new form of skeleton looked truly menacing. A thick-boned, blue, wolf skull skeleton holding 2 blue swords stood before him in all its glory. Jay analyzed the level 3 skeleton. Chapter 37. Perennial creature level 3 blue. Type undead. Base damage -4. HP -45/45. MP -10/10. Skills. Corundum bite. -4 pierce damage, 5 crushing damage. Corundum claws. -/bleed, 5 flat damage over 3 seconds. Can stack 2 times. Knife hand pierce, 4 damage. Ignores 50% armor. Bone eater. Consumes the bones of its adversaries, rebuilding itself. Scrimshaw level 1 passive. Can use bone to create objects. Undeath passive. Immune to cold, poison, hunger, stress, fear, pain. Shade vision passive. Can still see clearly in the absence of light. Description. An abomination, its existence spits in the face of life and death, and they spit back. Flee if possible. Execute with extreme prejudice, burn the bones. Wow, quite the boost. He looked over the stats, and that bone eater's skill must be how it got larger. It seems like the bones it consumes change into the same type of silk wolf bone as the rest of its body. Satisfied with the skill, Jay was glad that his minions wouldn't need an endless supply of silk wolf bones. Now any physical damage done could be repaired. If its arm was ripped off, it could simply eat some bones. Of course, Jay would still have to mend it to restore its health points. Jay considered what this meant. So even if it had no arms or legs and was just a skull, it could be full health after I mend it. Conversely, even if its body was in peak condition, it could only have 1 hit point left. Interesting. I suppose the latter scenario would require powerful magic attacks of some sort of non-physical nature. Of course, under most conditions, both its body and life force would both be damaged at the same time. Thinking about these things as he scratched his chin, he was looking up at the treetops. That was when he noticed something strange. The treetops had unusual white tips on top. He wouldn't have noticed if he didn't look up, but Jay sometimes looked up when he was deep in thought. He squinted. Apparently every tree in this forest had white tips, but Jay suddenly froze when he noticed that they weren't white at all. They were covered in spider webs. Some of the trees were even connected together by the webs. Well, this is interesting. Jay began to follow the connections of webs, as they seemed to travel in a straight line, linking the treetops. He looked up as he followed the path, while he had his skeletal escort with him. Blue was in the lead as Red and Lamp both walked on his back. Left and right sides a triangle of skeletons with Jay at the center. Oop, shit. Jay tripped on a branch, but caught himself before he ate dirt again. Blue looked back for a moment, but seeing no threat it turned forward again. Jay noticed the skeleton's odd behavior. Creepy, he thought, since he didn't command the skeleton to look back. Perhaps it's getting smarter too. He wondered, periodically glancing at Blue as he continued walking cautiously through the forest, following the silky path above. Gradually, as he was getting deeper into the forest, the white caps of the trees were slowly getting lower, covering more of the tree, until it covered so much that the trees were dying. More sickly trees passed by, then dead trees, then hardly any trees at all, as the forest had been thinned out in this area, since no sunlight could get through the thick webs. They eventually found themselves in a clearing covered in white, each step leaving a black hole as the soil poked through. While the web clung to their feet, however, there was a single tree at the center, which had no webs on it at all. Jay slowed down, moving a little more cautiously. Now that he was out in the open, he felt like he was being watched. Nevertheless, he proceeded towards the tree. So much for scouting, he thought, feeling a little bad for not looking out for the others, as he was moving closer to the tree in the middle of the field. The tree was a ficus macrophylla, a sort of tree that had large surface roots. Jay wondered why it wasn't covered in webs, since everything else was plastered in white silky threads. Walking around it, he found that there was a sort of entrance, a dark cavity inside the tree, while a trail of silk leading in. Jay walked up to the hole. Silkwoods level 1 dungeon. Unlocked. Enter Silkwoods. Yes/no. Jay couldn't believe his luck. A level 1 dungeon, out here in the middle of nowhere. He looked back across the field for a moment, standing in the entrance to the dungeon. Probably an hour more till Anya is recovered. I got time. A sly smile appeared on his face as he entered the dungeon. Looking around, Kel saw Mark and Anya. Mark was sitting on a black log, while Anya sat on another mossy rock, though she didn't see Jay. I wonder where Jay went. Kel was the first to finish meditation. As a pure manacrafter, she regularly practiced meditation, finishing only 20 minutes after Jay. She didn't let the others know, but at the start of this journey, she was practicing magic in a nearby forest, which expended some energy, though she still had more left than Anya even after the journey. Might as well keep practicing, she thought to herself as she formed a grey orb on the tip of her wand. Before it hovered in front of her, it was about the size of a human head. Looking around, she found a stick, tossing it into the orb. It slowed down as it went through it before dropping to the ground. Kel was a time puppeteer. She tossed a stone into the orb, yet this time instead of slowing down, it sped up, shooting off faster than any arrow, implanting a few centimeters into a tree nearby. She continually did this, trying to switch from slowing to hastening time as quickly as she could. Next, she had the orb float over the top half of a plant. Okay, here it goes, she breathed in slowly, then out again, as she focused harder. The orb turned from a smoky gray to a light red color suddenly. The plant began to shrink as the orb released heat. Kel was making the plant go back in time. The further back time went, the more mana she had to use, and the harder it was to focus. After the time manipulation, the plant shrunk a few centimeters, and had 2 less leaves than before. She would have a hard time fighting in a dungeon with these skills, but having the ability to manipulate time wouldn't somehow make life easy. Time-based Manacrafter classes weren't considered unique. There was even a guild of time mages in the capital city of the kingdom. Many of these mages played a support role in dungeons or chose to research time rather than pursue power. Of course, there were always legends of peerless time mages, though the truth behind these stories were ironically lost to time itself. Kel exhaled as she inspected the plant now. It's time to go back, she smiled, knowing it was easier to move things forward in time than backwards. She repeated the process. This time the orb turned a dark gray color as the plant inside it grew back to normal size. Kel kept pushing her magic as the leaves turned yellow and fell off. Eventually it withered since it didn't get enough sunlight, at least from its own perspective. What was left was a dried out twig that was oddly attached to the top of a green plant. She did this a few more times until there were stones embedded in multiple trees around the trio, while a few random small plants with dead twigs on top were near the rocks around them. A piece of moss was also her victim, turning into a grey, dried up circular patch in the green canvas, which was the rest of the mossy rock. Satisfied with her contribution to the forest, she had a sunny smile as she went back to meditating again. It was humid. There was a sea of ficus macrophylla trees, yet none of them had any leaves. The sky in this dungeon was permanently overcast, casting the land in shadow. There was no wind and no sounds. A silent forest. Jay had Deathwalker's sentry equipped, ready to warn him of any danger, while Blue was looking around, turning its wolf skull head left and right, as it too was autonomously scanning for threats. Jay looked confused as he peered around the Silk Woods dungeon. Where's all the silk and the leaves? Chapter 38. In the upper parts of the Snakeravan Inn, a fat merchant rubbed his hands together cunningly. He imagines mountains of gold as he prepares for tomorrow. Boy, he calls out to Hess. Sir. Did you finish polishing and cleaning all the goods? Almost, sir. What? You should have finished by now. Bertram sighed. It needs to get done, he said with a poisonous voice as Hess left the room with his head lowered. Leaning back in his chair, he had a puff from a cigar. Clearly, he wasn't as angry as he led Hess to believe, but for some reason, he had an extremely short temper with Hess, while he would never yell angrily at anyone else. Perhaps because he knew he could get away with it. Bertram turned his chair and looked out the rose-glass windows of the inn. He knew that a military escort was coming, bringing with them even more naive adventurers. These were Bertram's prey. Losler was the third village the military escort would stop at before traveling to numerous others in the region. They will have been traveling for 3 days by now, and would need to rest and resupply for a day or 2 here at Losler. I'm going to make so much money this year, he smiled, blowing out smoke. Maybe the soldiers will even buy a few of my better weapons after I reveal them. He snickered. Bertram planned to use the same trick he did with the Losler adventurers, sell them overpriced, low-quality weapons. Then the next day display much better weapons, while allowing them to trade the old weapons for a small price reduction. Having worked as a trader for most of his life, Bertram knew what people were like. He planned to display the better weapons on the very last day the soldiers were planning to leave. This would force them to make an impulsive decision and buy his goods. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. It's so easy being me, he laughed, before taking another puff on his cigar. Creaks of wood sounded throughout the empty, dark forest, echoing back and forward. Jay and his skeletons crept through with their swords at the ready, He felt like he had been watched since before they even entered the dungeon. Something wasn't right here. Even the air felt strange. It felt thicker somehow. He felt as if his body and footsteps were being held back or slowed down by it. Yet when he looked at his feet, there was nothing there. The party kept walking cautiously along a dark dirt path that winded through the trees, still in a triangle formation. Jay noticed his steps kept getting harder to take. It was as if something was pulling him back. Is the dungeon doing this? Maybe I'm just tired, he wondered. Suddenly, Jay's shield squeezed his arm. Looking left, he only caught a glimmer, a sliver of something white disappearing into thin air. What the? He raised his shield, ready for the attack, yet after waiting a moment nothing happened. I guess not. He lowered his shield slightly. He squinted into the sea of trees looking for any signs of movement, but found nothing. With his shield slightly lowered, he slowly kept walking through the forest. As the trees continued to create croaking and knocking sounds, Jay thought this was a little too tense for a level 1 dungeon. The anticipation was starting to get to him. The sounds of creaking would continue as they walked, causing hairs to rise on Jay's neck. Jay's shield squeezed his arm periodically, causing them to stop, readying themselves for an attack. But every time, nothing happened. This is annoying. Jay shook his head, completely lowering his shield now. He felt like he was being teased. Shaking his head out of frustration, and because it was a level 1 dungeon, he just decided to just ignore the warnings from his shield, Deathwalker's sentry, and keep walking at a normal pace. Stress response activated, plus 5% melee damage. At this point, he didn't really care if he got sneak attacked or not. He would gladly take a hit to get this over with. Throwing caution out the window, he marched forward with audacity. His shield started squeezing his arm more frequently now. Stop it, he said as he ignored it and kept walking down the dark path. Blue seemed to want to keep stopping to prepare for an attack, but its will was overridden by Jace. Its master's will reigned supreme, of course. Suddenly, a skeleton was attacked. It was Red, who was behind Jay. Finally, Jay sighed, turning around as he was ready to stab and slash at anything to relieve the tension. Looking at Red, Jay finally understood what was going on. A white spider with crimson-red eyes had pounced on Red. Its piercing legs were wrapped around Red, while its dagger-like fangs sunken into Red's rib cage. But to little effect. It was pumping venom into the rib cage cavity, but it harmlessly trickled out and ended up as a useless mess on the ground. Red was quick to respond to the attack. It had already raised a sword against the spider's abdomen, but it couldn't slash or pierce, because of the spider's legs wrapped around it, holding its arms down. Jay's eyes bulged, glad that he wasn't currently being pumped full of venom. But since he was frustrated, he didn't hesitate as he leapt at the large white spider. Taking a step forward, he slashed one of the legs around Red. The spider didn't shriek or retreat, but instead chose to fight more aggressively, clutching Red tighter as it pierced on another part of Red's body with its fangs, pumping more venom harmlessly onto the bones. To Jay's surprise, his sword cleaved straight through the leg. He looked at his sword for a moment, realizing how sharp it was. Well, I guess it is a level 1 dungeon after all. I guess I've gotten much stronger without realizing. He chuckled to himself. The fight now seemed trivial. The realization dawned on him that he was level 7 in a level 1 dungeon. Since he realized it was going to be easy, he took time to analyze the spider. Ethereal spider level 2. Type, Arachnid normal. HP 17/17, MP 5/9. Skills. Poisonous bite. -2 pierce damage, -1 poison damage over 3 seconds, can stack 2 times. Class. Detain an enemy. Enemy becomes constricted. Lasts 5 seconds plus 1 seconds for every 1 strength higher than the enemy. Constricted. Unable to attack with clasp appendages. Fade. Under certain conditions it can become ethereal. Non-functional in direct sunlight. Ethereal. Becomes invisible and non-physical. Ether Silk Craft, unique. Unique skill of the ethereal arachnid type. Produces ghost silk, which it can make invisible by supplying mana. Condition for fade. Must be on top of ether silk to use fade skill. Description. Most creatures that wander into spider territory are never seen again. Still, some creatures survive. However, fewer survive wandering into an ethereal spider territory. Many of its victims don't even realize they're trapped until it's too late. Reading the description, a shiver went up Jay's spine as he was thinking about entering this dungeon as a level 1 adventurer. Before he shook his head. Probably shouldn't think about endless hypotheticals. But seriously, this dungeon would suck. Getting sneak attacked by a level 2 spider while being covered in web. Pretty dangerous. He shook his head at how harsh this dungeon was. But I'm not level 1 anymore though, am I? He proudly said to himself. The spider only has 17 health. My swords can kill it in 3 swings. Jay smirked for a moment before leisurely snapping his fingers, causing Lamp to run around behind the back of the spider. He felt like being harsh back to the dungeon was like a sort of cosmic justice. Standing behind it, Lamp slashed its sword across the spider's abdomen, causing a large tear to form. Lumps of green and black slime fell to the ground, though the thorax still had life in it. Lamp smashed it with the old buckler Jay gave it, but the spider continued to thrash at Red with reckless abandon. With a final attack, Lamp plummeted its sword right into the center of the spider's thorax, creating a cracking sound as it ended it in an instant. 30x. Jay looked smug. This is gonna be so easy. He checked Red's HP, confirming his assumption poison won't even do anything to the undead. With a chuckle, he went to loot the spider corpse, but froze for a moment as the world changed. Suddenly and without warning, the ground changed white and this area was completely covered with silk. The spider had died so it could no longer supply mana to it, causing the ether silk to become visible. Wow, the world around him became completely white. There were webs all over the trees and the ground. Curtains of silk hung in front, blocking the path ahead, while a covering of silk was hanging from bare branches above, causing this part of the forest to become even darker. Looking down, Jay realized why he felt like the air was thicker. His shirt had hundreds of strands of silk over them, while his shoes had massive lumps of silk stuck to them. They had progressively clumped up as he walked. Clearly, the silk had been what had made him feel like the air was thicker previously. The silk had a different feel to it when it was invisible, but now the webs felt like any other normal spider web. Jay began to pull them off. Ugh, annoying. He used one foot to stamp down on the silk attached to the other, trying not to touch it as he formed a ball. He tried to kick it away, but it remained stuck to his foot. Sighing out of frustration, he willed Red to come over and remove the silk ball. Now the skeleton had a ball of silk stuck to it instead. Jay made Red stick the silk ball inside its rib cage for the meantime, getting it out of the way, so Red could be combat capable. Looking around, Jay almost laughed as he noticed Blue. Blue was covered in curtains of silk since it was in the lead. Its head was completely wrapped. Taking the silk assault head on, Blue collected most of the silk since it was in the lead, though Blue's upgraded strength made it seem like it wasn't affected by it at all. With a few rakes of its claws, Blue scraped large clumps of silk off its skeletal body, adding it to the ball inside Red's rib cage. Jay shook his head with a smile, humored by his skeletons, but also a little annoyed by the dungeon so far. The silk was frustrating, and the tension build up while waiting for the spiders to sneak attack was irritating too. Though it wasn't physically hard, it was more of a psychological drain from the tension that the dungeon's atmosphere created. However, Jay still preferred this dungeon over the stink rat marsh. Being covered in silk was much better than being covered in the stinking marsh gunk. The trade-off was that the spiders would ambush them. Walking over to the spider corpse, Jay looted the body. Ghost Silk X3. Dash rare crafting material. Ghost silk, huh? No poison sac or fangs. He expected to get something completely different from the spider corpse, while being a little disappointed since the soap rats gave a lot more variety of loot for their corpses. Teeth, bones and fur scraps. Scratching his chin, he remembered that he still has to get the teeth off the skeletons. Boys, where's my teeth? The skeletons walked over to Jay, holding out their bony hands. Each of them only had 2 teeth each. What the? Where's all the other teeth? One of the teeth then fell off the skeleton's bone hands. Oh, right. He tilted his head to the side, thinking he had been a bit short-sighted. Probably hard to carry anything small with your bone hands. I should have given you guys a bag or something. He scratched his chin with a humorous smile as he imaged them surrounding a pile of teeth, trying to pick them all up. Collecting the teeth of each skeleton, he had gained 6 stink rat teeth, a much smaller amount than he was expecting. Oh well, we can only keep going. We've only got about 30 minutes till I should head back. Let's make this quick, boys. Continuing, he walked deeper into the forest without any fear. They won't sneak attack me with my triangle formation. Naturally, They would attack one on the outside, so I should be pretty safe. He reasoned as he looked up and thought, and I'll be able to feel when we enter more spider territory, because the air will feel thicker. With a spring in his step, Jay continued deeper into the woods. Chapter 39. Walking through the forest dungeon, Jay and his party were sneak attacked 3 more times, though the spiders were quickly dealt with. The ethereal spiders were having a bad day. Each of them failed to deal any damage to the undead, since their main attack was poison, having no effect on the undead. The spider's fangs were made of chitin, a material similar to fingernails. It was no match for the silt wolf bones they were trying to pierce down on. It was like using straw to stab someone. Since Jay was level 7 in a level 1 dungeon, it was effortless to him, like a walk in the park. Though this park was gloomy, eerily quiet, and had no leaves, he was feeling increasingly relaxed as he casually walked through the dungeon, giving him time to think. It won't always be this easy. Jay's smile was slowly replaced with a stern expression. If someone finds out about my class, I'll be hunted down to the ends of the earth. That's right, this isn't meant to be enjoyable. I'm trying to survive. I'm going to survive. He clenched his jaw as he nodded to himself. I've been given a powerful monster class. If the world discovered my secret, the commoners would fear for their lives, while the nobles would fear for their power. Actually not would, but when they discover my class. He held up his sword, rubbing his finger along the blade, as he looked at the cobalt blue sheen. I suppose the nobles should fear me. Treat me as a hostile, and I will happily oblige. His eyes were resolute as he half smiled. I better finish this dungeon and return before the others find out. Jay had his skeletons pick up the pace to a jogging speed. He only had about 10 minutes left before he had to leave. He knew he had to rush the last part of the dungeon, if he was going to make it back in time. After all, he was meant to be silently meditating next to the others to recover his energy. Because of their reckless abandon jogging through the dungeon, 2 more ethereal spiders took advantage of Jay's seemingly foolish strategy, and pounced. However, with a snap of Jay's fingers, the skeletons went into action, and the ether spiders were dispatched in an instant, their abdomens severed in 2, green goo plopping out, while their thorax was pierced through to the other side. The skeletons seemed to be developing an efficient technique. The mass of silk inside Red's rib cage was getting thicker as they continued. Jay wondered what he would do with it. He tried to put it in his inventory, but apparently it didn't count as a monster drop. He could only guess at this point. Perhaps the ether silk and ghost silk are different. One was produced from the spider's ether silk skill, while the other is a monster drop, which counts as a reward for killing it. He scratched his chin. I guess being able to store skills in my inventory wouldn't make any sense. Oh well, he shrugged, wiping more ether silk off his body and adding it to the ball. I'll just leave it there for now. As Jay jogged onwards, the path came to a massive white wall. Blue was the first to try push through, but was stopped by the sheer amount of silk. Must be real thick. Jay paused for a moment, scratching his head. Probably the boss area. He had Blue slash its sword at the wall, while Jay put his hand out, pushing his skeleton forward from behind. The sword easily sliced through the silk, but Jay was puzzled by something. Why isn't the silk invisible? This question stayed on his mind as he entered a large clearing covered in silken cocoons, some of which had hatched, leaving only a yellowish shell behind. They were the size of pumpkins. Jay looked at the structure of the room. There was a column of silk in the middle, probably covering a stone pillar or large rock, which supported the massive dome of silk over the clearing. Not much light got through the silk dome, turning this nest into what seemed more like a dark, cavernous cave. The roof was higher than the trees outside could hope to reach, while the pillar turned out to be one of 4 other pillars, creating an incredibly large, dark area. Based on the curvature of the outside wall, Jay had a decent estimate of the size of the massive silk dome. The whole of the Adventurer Association could probably fit in here 5 times over. Walking into the darkness, their steps were hindered by the silk once more. Deathwalker's sentry was warning Jay constantly now. He held it up in defense as he gazed into the nest. Red eyes greeted them from the darkness, hundreds of them, perhaps even thousands. Jay wasn't sure, but he sure wasn't going to stick around counting them all. This can't be a level 1 dungeon. Jay's jaw dropped. He launched an unstable teeth spell in the middle of the sea of red eyes, so he could try to grasp the number of spiders here. The spell exploded with a flash, and that's when Jay saw something that made his whole body tense up. He exhaled from the shock of what he saw. A massive white spider the size of the Snickerovan Inn was lying there, yet it was lifeless on the ground. Smaller ether spiders, smaller compared to the queen anyway, were covering it. Many of them were covered in green slime. Since the massive spider's abdomen was ripped open, its innards spilled across the dungeon. Lines of green were everywhere, the trails caused by spiders grabbing chunks of flesh and hauling them off for themselves. They were eating it. Jay was motionless for a moment, then the darkness returned. Fuck no. No. No thanks. Jay whispered to himself as he stepped backwards. Deathwalker's sentry was still going crazy, as it was squeezing his wrist without end. Since he just launched an unstable tooth spell at the whole nest, many red eyes were charging over now. These spiders in particular would always respond with unyielding aggression if they were attacked. Phew. Jay couldn't deal with hundreds of spiders, so turning back to the slit he made in the wall, he knew his only choice was to leave not just this dome, but the whole dungeon. First he had to get out of the aggression range of all the spiders. It wouldn't be that hard as long as he wasn't covered in web. If an emergency demanded it, he could always sacrifice his skeletons. This dungeon had proved them to be effective against the spiders, seemingly impervious to them. However, if enough spiders were present, they could be held down indefinitely and pulled apart with enough cooperation on the spiders' behalf. Turning back towards the entrance, 2 spiders were already working to seal up the hole he created. The light was quickly getting dim as more and more wraps of silk coated the gap in the wall. Shit, he back ran over as fast as he could run with his legs covered in web. Blue covered the rear of the party, while Jay had Red and Lamp rush at them. Jay wasn't sure if the spiders were doing this to trap him in, or because of some other natural instinct. But he knew he needed to get out while he still could. Time was of the essence. As the mass of red eyes was getting closer, the spiders were not hindered at all by the webs. Chapter 40. Arriving at the wall, Red was the first to dash forward, quickly disposing of the first spider, while the second spider realized what was happening and used Clasp on Lamp, stopping the skeleton from attacking. Remembering the spider's clasp skill, Jay realized how dangerous this dungeon truly was. Oh shit. Oh shit. Clenching his teeth from the stress, Jay gripped his sword, taking a leap forward to slash at the spider on Lamp. Red helped to finish off the spider on Lamp, freeing the skeleton. 30x 30x. Ah, you bastard. Some green slime splattered onto his face. Jay still wasn't used to the feeling of gruel covering his face, even after everything he had been through thus far. Wiping it with his arm, he realized him and his skeletons could all be immobilized for 5 seconds by only 4 spiders. If they all used their clasp skill, this would be more than enough time for the rest of the brood to catch up and permanently immobilize them, while they sunk their fangs into Jay. This is probably how they brought down the queen. Jay shuddered, realizing this could have easily ended in his death despite being level 7. Are dungeons even allowed to do this? It's supposed to be level 1. He was frustrated, not knowing how strict the natural laws of this world were. No one would have expected that the queen spider, the size of a titan, would be brought down by the sheer numbers of her own offspring. Blue was faithfully covering the rear of the party, but there was still time before the sea of red would reach them. Cut it open, now. Jay yelled at Blue. Blue responded instantaneously even before Jay could finish his sentence. Cutting open the hole again, it made short work of the wall again. The part of the wall that the spiders were trying to patch up was far weaker. He didn't bother to loot the corpses as he jumped through the hole. Stepping out of the nest, Jay took a deep breath in, feeling like he could finally breathe again. His skeletons followed after him. Phew. Jay panted with his hands on his knees for a moment. Close call. Having some time to think and room to breathe, he watched his skeletons exit the hole one by one. It was a tight squeeze for a human, much more so for a large spider with its 8 legs. A devilish grin appeared on Jay's face as he had a glorious idea. A natural choke point. His skeletons form a circle around the hole. Shortly after, the silk wall bulged a little, and a spider started to squeeze through the hole, only to be pierced in its head by 3 swords, before even half of its body could get out. Modern problems require modern solutions, I guess. Jay smiled in amusement, happy to see that his plan was working. The dead spider was then dragged back inside the hole, probably to be eaten by its brothers. Since the Osane swords did 8 damage each, 3 strikes was more than enough to end the 17 HP spiders. Like flies to fruit, more spiders sprawled out of the opening, seemingly raving from the scent of fresh blood. The first few were pulled back in after they died, but as the hole got bigger, the spiders chose to rush out. Another spider went down with 3 swords through its head as more trampled over their siblings' lifeless bodies. Jay had to periodically help in the event that one of his minions missed a sword strike. Things would get bad quickly if just one spider managed to use its class skill on one of the skeletons. 18 spiders were dead now, and the corpses were piling up around the hole, making it harder and harder for the skeletons to coordinate their attacks. Their bodies were causing a barricade of sorts for the rest of the spiders. Jay leveled up from all the experience, but had to focus on the battle, so he could only wait to spend his skill point. He did get attribute points too, but he was most excited about making his skills stronger. As the battle went on, the hole was also getting wider. The tier was ripping open more and more as each spider pushed through. Almost 2 spiders could leave at once if they squeezed, while one could charge straight out. Realizing things were getting more dangerous, Jay had to make a decision. Spiders were pouring faster through the wall, tearing more of the hole open each time. He first looted the corpses, gaining 54 ghost silk. He then quickly backed up from the nest until he was about 20 meters away. Taking out 6 unstable teeth, he began to charge all of them simultaneously. The sized teeth started hovering in his palm and shivering as they were being filled with mana. In a short series of commands, Jay simultaneously had his skeletons run back from the hole, as he discharged all of the floating teeth into it. Jay and the skeletons ran back up the forest path without looking back. 6 explosions sounded behind them, and Jay didn't need to know that he just killed enough of them to temporarily plug the hole with their bodies, injuring them enough to slow them down. 30x, 30x, 30x. A small feast was happening on the other side of the wall. Some of the first spiders who started to eat the others were even ripped apart in the feeding frenzy. Being covered in fresh blood was a dangerous thing. Some of the spiders coming out of the hole now were even trying to escape the others, as they were covered in blood, which made them a target. Jay's guess was correct as he received the experience notifications, encouraged by his spell attack leveling up, though he didn't have time to read the details, so he ignored it for now. Unstable teeth level up. Unstable teeth is now level 2. Okay, I should be far enough away now. Jay willed to exit the dungeon. I'm glad no one knows about this place. Level 1 dungeon, he scoffed, glad that he didn't remember seeing it on the association dungeon map. Perhaps the dungeon hasn't been called for a while, so this is what happens, he wondered. Suddenly, webs formed a dome around him and the skeletons, blotting out all light and leaving them in total darkness. Then a light appeared. Walking towards it, he found himself outside the dungeon once more. It was the hole in the tree he originally entered. The dungeon made its exit for him in its own way. With a deep breath in and a loud exhale out, he was happy with the speed that he carved through the dungeon, even if it did end in horror and no boss fight. He was still a little annoyed that his face was covered in disgusting filth again. Why does that always happen to me? He shallowly laughed at his own affliction as he got some water out and re-wiped his face with it, storing his shield and sword before wiping more of the slime off his face and checking his clothes, beginning his walk back to the others. Seems like I'll make it back in time, he thought, leaving the exit of the tree and walking around the other side, the direction he initially came from. Now that he was walking back, he began thinking about where to put his new skill point and attribute points. Which skill to level first? Chapter 41. Villadar entered his office, drained and worn out after spending hours with Matheson, the young noble. After the Bearing Dungeon, a small number of promising adventurers were picked by the Association for further training. While Matheson wasn't picked for special classes, he still had enough money and power to get what he wanted. That kid will never get it, he shook his head as he took off his mage cloak, which hovered itself over to the coat hook. He should just stick to his melee class. You can't just pay for an understanding of mana. Villadar sighed. He would probably feel the ambient mana if he slowed down for a moment and gave it a try, but I don't see that happening. He shook his head. Plus he keeps bringing those silly gems to class. Villadar smiled reluctantly, as if that will change anything. Adding fire or lightning damage to your sword attacks using gems is not mana craft. He felt himself starting to get frustrated, but realized this would only affect him if he let it. With a shrug, Villadar sat down at his desk. Greetings, Master. A tiny black cube sounded. Hello, he smiled as he picked up the black cube, touching its smooth surfaces for a moment. Despite being a 45-year-old mage, Villador enjoyed playing with the black cube. Sitting it back down on the desk, he began conversing with it. "How's your progress?" The black cube didn't raise its crystal eyes up, since it was just being fumbled around in Villador's hands, so it only replied. 1,216 instances of the routine were executed. Process intensity ran at 100%. Ambient mana sense failed to register 1,216 times. Villador nodded. "I cannot sense ambient mana yet, Master." "It's okay, I wasn't expecting you to without the new materials I ordered." Villador sat down, leaning back while folding his hands together on his stomach. A single crystal eye raised and looked at him. Villador noticed his cube looking at him. He leaned forward and put his elbows on his desk with his fingers intertwined, his chin leaning on his thumbs as he thought for a moment, staring back at his cube. "Since the materials I was hoping for have been delayed, you will have to wait. There's no sense continuing the routines without them." "Yes, Master." Going dormant. Its crystal eye retracted into the cube, forming a perfect seal, and making the surface smooth again. In the past few days, Villador was doing complex calculations while waiting for a special delivery of semi-mana materials. Certain these new materials will allow his cube to sense mana, the first step to the manipulation of it. From there, the possibilities were endless as far as Villador could tell anyway. He lightly smiled to himself. "I wonder who will grasp mana sense first, the cube or the boy." He had really low expectations for Matheson. Walking alone through the desolate winter forest, Jay's minions were no longer following him, since he had them return to stalking mode. "Okay, let's see here." Jay looked at his current skills. Undead Mastery Level 2. Your Undead can reach a max level of 3. Level up is permanent. Current levels 3, 2, 2. He checked his other skill he was thinking of leveling up. Raise Feeble Creature Level 3. Imbue a skeleton with necrotic life, raising it to fight for you. 3/3 raised. Raise. 5 mana. I could upgrade my skeleton mastery, and their max level would be level 4, but only one of them is level 3 at the moment, so it'd probably be better to put my skill point into the raise ability, getting me another level 1. Besides, in the future I'll probably want more than 3. An image flashed through Jay's mind of a horde of skeletons, silently walking through a dark, misty forest. "I wonder how many I can have," Jay thought to himself as he walked through the forest, pushing aside another branch as he walked back to the others. He had to choose between the two skills. Maybe I should save the point. Nah, if I spend it on either, minions could be gaining XP and leveling up. It would actually be a waste not to spend it. I suppose a level 1 minion will be useless for a little while. I should get the other skeletons to make sure it hits an enemy before they finish it. That way it will get XP. The skeletons even that smart. They might not understand the order. Shrugging, Jay made a decision. A new minion seems like the right choice. I'll have to get one sooner or later anyway. Better to get it now, while we're all kinda low level. If it's too slow at leveling up, I'll just get the other minions to let it fight alone. The level 1 skeletons are pretty fast anyway, faster than most creatures, so it should hold its own with one of my... Oh yeah, Jay scratched his head. "I suppose one of my Osane swords will be too big for it. Thankfully I've still got some bone daggers." Jay reasoned to himself, it'll have no problem keeping up with our party either. We're not that fast after all. Certainly not faster than the skeletons. Pausing for a moment, Jay stopped walking as he put his new skill point into the raise skill. Raise Feeble Creature Level 4. Imbue a skeleton with necrotic life, raising it to fight for you. 3/4 raised. Raise. 5 mana. Without waiting, he shifted his ring into its second form. A circle of bones and green gas floated around him. Raise. Holding his hand out, bones intertwined and cartilage popped as a new minion formed before him. Its main body composition was salt wolf bone, however a leftover soap rat skull drifted into its form. While its body was blue because of the silt wolf bones, its head was a soap rat skull. The silt wolf bones were a little thicker than the soap rat bones, so it looked like a buffed up level 1 skeleton. Chimera Research 5%. Puzzled, Jay wondered why it didn't use one of the 5 silt wolf skulls he had, though as the creature formed, it started to make sense to Jay. Oh, I see. It's been a while since I saw a level 1 skeleton. Jay had forgotten just how big a level 1 feeble creature was. He recalled his ability used to say cast on a small skeleton. Perhaps a level 1 skeleton needs a smaller head since its body is tiny. Its height was just below Jay's hip. The soap rat head was already too large for its tiny body, while a silt wolf skull would probably cause it to fall over. Well, that's okay with me. Getting some extra chimera research will only be a benefit. Maybe one of these afternoons I should spend some time desummoning and resummoning, just to get 100% of that chimera research. Making a mental note, Jay decided he would gather a few different bone types just to increase his amount of chimera research. Turning to his new skeleton, he went to give it a bone dagger, but had a problem. Where did they go? Jay was sure he had at least 5 bone daggers in his inventory, the ones his skeletons were using, before he crafted them blue swords. Pursing his lips, he tried to remember if he ever took them out again, but couldn't think of such a time. Surely the magical inventory doesn't have holes in it like an old bag or something. Chapter 42. All his bone daggers had disappeared from his inventory. Annoyed, he hastily crafted another one. Bone dagger level 2. 5 damage slashing, piercing, plus 50% damage from backstab attacks. Lifespan requires essence to maintain its form. Current lifespan, 6 hours. Oh oops. He felt silly as he read his dagger's stats, shaking his head at himself. I forgot to supply them with mana. They deformed days ago. He crafted a second bone dagger for his new skeleton. At least the daggers are level 2 now, probably from my scrimshaw leveling up when I was making my shield. I should probably reforged all the weapons. The level 1 creatures don't have any mana, so I will need to get blue to hold its weapons every 6 hours. Damn. What will happen when I go to sleep? Jay took out his sword and examined it. Arcane arming sword level 1. Silt wolf bone. 8 damage slashing, piercing. Lifespan requires essence to maintain its form. Current lifespan, 96 hours. Okay, since the swords will last 4 days, I can just get blue to switch weapons with it when I sleep. The level 1 will be bad at fighting due to the large swords, while blue will be a little weaker too, but only when I'm asleep. Thankfully this won't last for long once it hits level 2. It will have its own mana supply, and can keep the form of its daggers. I estimate this will only need to be done for 1 or 2 nights, as it will probably level up in the next few days. You can go. He waved his hand at the level 1 skeleton stick with the others. He added as it slinked off into the woods. Searching through his inventory, he found 5 bones in it, his deformed daggers. He added them back into his ring, then with a nod, he marched back. It wasn't long before he came back to the path. It didn't take as long as he thought it would to get back onto the track that he had initially ventured from. It seems that following the web trees slowed me down more than I realized, he thought, since the walk back was much faster. Looking up and down the path, he saw his companions. 2 of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, while one had already stopped meditating. Whispering quietly, he greeted Jay. "Ho, where'd you go?" Mark inquired. Sitting on the same black log as he was idly snapping some twigs, a small pile of broken twigs had formed below him. He was looking bored as ever as he flicked bits of broken twigs around. Mark had finished meditating quickly since he was a spellsword having a natural affinity for energy and mana. I finished my energy regeneration, so I just went to have a look around, do some scouting, stuff like that. Oh, right, I suppose I should do stuff like that too. Mark looked into the forest. Find anything cool? Nah, saw some cool looking mushrooms, but mostly I just spent a lot of time walking into spider webs. Jay did a sneaky smile as he turned to look into the forest too. Other than that, it was quite uneventful. I see. Well, thanks for looking out for us, smiled Mark as he threw the unsnapped twigs down, jumped off the log, and put his hands in his pockets. So Mark was curious about something. He whispered to Jay, "Anya's pretty cute." Immediately, Jay could tell what he was getting at as he started shaking his head. Jay sighed as he thought to himself, Mark doesn't know about our classes or anything. Even Anya doesn't know that I don't trust her. Jay looked into the forest as he made up his reply to Mark. She's alright, but this life we're living as adventurers, it's not suited for relationships. Jay was satisfied with his reply. It was reasonable, but in truth and in different circumstances, he could picture something happening with her, but this was not how things turned out, and not the life either of them had chosen. Jay even felt it could be unethical to have a relationship, since he knew he was essentially, in the eyes of the nobility, a dead man walking. Mark looked a little awkward. He already regretted asking. Yeah, true. He couldn't think of anything else to say, but he hated awkward silences. So, you're a swordsman, right? What kinder sword have you got? Mark perked up. Jay slyly smiled. Finally, we get to talk about something we both love. Pulling out his Osane sword, he let Mark ogle it for a moment. A smirk appeared on Jay's face as he showed Mark, knowing the superiority of his sword, compared to the trash that Bertram was selling. Wow, nice. How's it handle? It looks a bit short, but man, what a wide blade. Mark analyzed it. And that color is real nice. Do you know what kinder metal it is? And does the blue color add an effect? Is it imbued with something to add cold or lightning damage? Jay chuckled. Nah, I'm not rich enough to afford a gem, but this sword doesn't have a socket anyway. It was just blue when I found it, in a dungeon. Jay covered up a lie. It handles more like a heavy dagger, if you can imagine that. Once it pierces something, it does massive damage because of how stupidly wide it is. Where'd you find it? Mark immediately replied. On the second level of that bearing dungeon. Jay decided to hide the truth about him going to the Silt Wolf dungeon solo. Wow, you guys made it that far. Huh, me and Kel didn't even realize there was a level 2, even though we spent longer there than anyone else. Mark put his hand on the back of his head, scratching it a little. What's your sword? Jay cut him off before he could continue. Well, Mark made an awkward side smile. The guild leader saw some promise in me, so I got this. Mark pulled out his sword. As Mark pulled it from his inventory, Jay was shocked not only by the sword, but the guild leader giving him this impressive gift. The sword was as wide as his Osane arming sword, yet it was long. If you stood it up straight, the guard would go up to Mark's shoulder. It was colored a milky, light yellow color, while the guard, hilt and grip was black. Wow. Jay stepped closer as he scrutinized the sword more closely. It appears to be some kind of polished ivory, or perhaps a white soapstone. But it looks so smooth, Jay thought. There were no pops or dents in the sword at all. What even is this sword? Mark leaned closer as he whispered to Jay. A moonstone sword. Moonstone. Looking at Mark reluctantly. Never heard of it, Jay scoffed. But I doubt it comes from the moon. He shrugged. Though it looks cool. How's it handle? Slices through things pretty easily. But unless I feed it mana, it's pretty heavy, making it slow to swing. Feed it mana. What? Mark gripped his sword, about to show Jay, but was interrupted by Kel waking up. *AHH*. Kel stretched as she stood up on her mossy rock. Morning, boys. Interrupting the conversation, Kel continued. What? Kel just woke up and noticed the others staring at her head. Ah, nothing. You just. You have a twig in your hair. Oh. Kel patted around her dark hair, completely missing the twig as she searched for it. For some reason Mark looked suspicious as he put his sword away. Here. Jay stepped over to pick it out. Thanks. Kel smiled warmly as she lowered her head. So, where'd you go? Kel asked out of nowhere, while Anya opened her eyes after meditating. Chapter 43. I wanted to keep them both here, where I can look out for them. This will be better for them. They'll be stronger in the long run. I don't want to see them leave either. But you know, sometimes the little birds have to leave the nest. Margie said, looking out the window in Sullivan's office. Margie was a sweet old lady with a soft voice. Sullivan found her quite agreeable. Sullivan slightly smiled as he nodded, looking at his desk. I suppose you're right. They'll at least be protected from the safety bearers. And I'm sure they'll be glad to have them. In this world, the safety bearers were an elite team of soldiers, each of them having unique classes. Practically, they were royal assassins at the service of the nobles, securing their power and enforcing their politics. Most of them had anti-mana capabilities combined with strong sword skills. They made short work of most rampant magicians. The safety bearers used to be called the mage hunters, but this was changed to trick the commoners into thinking what they did was a noble deed. However, their role never changed. To hunt down and execute those with potentially dangerous classes, dangerous to the status quo anyway. Jay would meet such a criteria, having a powerful monster class. Sullivan wasn't sure if Anya's class would be considered dangerous too, but he wasn't willing to take the risk with his only daughter. Yeah, I remember the stories Roland used to tell me about that place. before the assassins secured his protection when he eventually left it. A regretful smile appeared on both Sullivan's and Margaret's face as he said that. Roland was a friend of Sullivan's who was forced to flee due to his unique class. He was soon found and given a new home by a mysterious group of mages, mystics and mancers, each of them having their own unique classes. At the time, Sullivan was the only person who helped Roland, so the mages left him with a gift, an ability to contact them if he found more people like Roland. Will you send them care packages, Margie, when they're gone? I will, she smiled, as long as they will allow it. She scratched her head, wondering how she would send something to them. You should put that in the letter. Thank you, maybe we can set up some arrangement to at least send them letters. With a smile, and his smooth but powerful voice, Sullivan sincerely thanked her. Margaret bowed her head and left. Sullivan thought to himself as he sat in his black leather chair, staring into the courtyard. Anya will be protected by Jay while they're there. Hopefully Jay will accept my proposal. A half smile appeared on Sullivan's face. Margaret had been like a mother to him, and a grandmother figure to Anya. Working as the receptionist here since he came to this village, she had looked out for him. Sullivan wasn't defenseless, but was a powerful adventurer. Though simply being powerful didn't translate into running an association branch, he had no clue. The association branch was his reward for serving in the war. Margaret helped him to run it and keep hold of it. Sullivan started making preparations to form a message, one made of pure mana. This was the skill that was somehow imprinted on him for helping Roland. This process would take all of his mana, leaving him defenseless while taking days to recover. It took a toll on his mind and body. Even though the spell was costly, it had its purpose, to contact someone in a mirror reality. So, where'd you go? Kel asked out of nowhere, while Anya rubbed open her eyes after meditating. Kel was questioning Jay about something. I just went to have a look around the forest, make sure you're all safe, smiled Jay. Oh, Kel looked up in thought for a moment. Thanks, she smiled. *MMH*. Anya stretched, getting up from the rock as she noticed something on the ground. What's with all the weird plants? Jay raised a brow. Why are all these plants all dead at the top? She leant down, cupping a half-dead plant in her hand. Oh yeah, weird, Jay said, crouching and looking at the plant. Kel hid a cheeky smile behind her brown hair, not wanting the attention. Oh well, Jay said, standing up, we haven't got time for this. He started jogging down the road before looking back. Anya shrugged at Mark and started jogging, following Jay. The others started jogging now too, so Jay turned and kept going. The path turned grassy at some points and rocky at others. Sometimes they had to jump over logs and walk around ponds. Running level up. Running is now level 2, plus 2% speed. Nice, Jay thought, uninterrupted as he swept through the forest. After 3 hours, they had to stop again. So far, they were about 30% of the way, having traveled 7 kilometers, over mountains and streams, through forests and valleys. The terrain was rugged, while much of the path was non-existent or overgrown, making it hard to travel. If the road was ideal, they could cross up to 30 kilometers in the same time. As the group left traces of civilization, the path got less and less pronounced. Soon, there was no noticeable path, and small piles of rocks were used as markers for the track. Following an unspoken rule, perhaps even a tradition, each of them added another rock to these piles as they passed them. Jay meditated for 30 minutes again, while Cole only took 20 minutes. Waking up first, she practiced her skills for a while. Time passed as she got lost in her practice, and she didn't realize Jay waking up. What a strange class. Jay sat, silently watching her shrivel a plant. Is that some kind of nature magic? Jay asked in a hushed voice, not wanting to distract the others during their meditation. Kel jerked a little, slightly startled out of her deep concentration. Her orb flickered for a moment as she temporarily lost control. With a tiny, smug half-smile, she turned to Jay. Time magic. Tilting his head to the side. Time magic. Jay didn't understand what it was. Other than with the plants, he could only guess. Nevertheless, he wanted to say something positive. Sounds useful. He shrugged. It's pretty easy, but hard to master, Kel said as she went back to practicing. I hope I didn't sound sarcastic just then. Jay thought to himself as he watched her torment the plants once more before he got up and did a few stretches. Wonder what I should do to pass the time for the next hour. Jay took out his book, reading through the pages a few more times. He felt a sense of agreement, even joy, as he read through the first 2 pages, but felt like he still had to digest the 3rd page. At this point, Kel was back to meditating again while Mark had woken up. With a smile, Jay silently took out his sword, showing it to Mark. Mark responded with a half smile, silently taking out his monstrous white sword. They looked at each other's swords once more before Mark spotted some saplings of varying sizes in the forest around them. He pointed at them, drawing Jay's attention. "Shall we?" Mark quietly asked Jay. Jay had the exact same idea. Yes, we shall. Which one first? That one. Jay picked a random plant for Mark to attack. Mark and Jay then spent the remaining half an hour culling the forest, showing off their skills to each other. A small clearing was even beginning to form around the oblivious meditating girls. They were swinging so fast that the only sound was the plants hitting the ground, along with a whoosh sound coming from Mark's sword. The girls finished meditating, synchronized as they were shaking their heads at the newly formed small clearing around them. Anya was still confused by some of the plants being half dead on the tips, but decided to ignore it, since they didn't have enough time. "We're ready, let's go." Anya called Jay and Mark over. "Right, let's go," Jay said to Mark as they both culled one final plant before storing their weapons. Jay took the lead again as they continued to jog. The next few stops were uneventful. They were getting closer and closer while the sun was getting lower. They ran for 12 hours. Eventually the sun went down, so they decided to stop for the night and set up a small camp before finishing the rest of the journey in the morning. A 6-hour trip remained for them tomorrow. "Can we start a fire? It's cold," Kel asked, unrolling a thick mat with a fur blanket on top. "Sure, we'll find some wood," Jay said. "Come on, Mark." The party made a square with their sleeping gear, with a fire in the middle. Jay and Mark had gathered a small pile of wood next to the fire, in case anyone wanted to add some more. Anya pulled out a small tent, setting it up in a flash. Clearly she had camped a lot. Jay was standing by the fire, getting warm before he would jump into his swag. Anya took this opportunity to come and talk to him. A racy brow was on Jay's face, looking curious about why she was coming closer. "They have been a little too close," she whispered. "What?" "I can sense them, looking at us. Your friends." Oh, Jay finally understood what she was talking about. "Thanks. I'll make some room," he hinted and nodded, thanking her for the tip. Jay willed his skeletons to form a defensive perimeter around the camp, but making sure they were far enough away to avoid detection by Anya. This way they would both sleep soundly. Tucking himself into his swag, Jay felt satisfied with his purchase. It was as comfortable as his bed at home. The night was uneventful, at least for the 4 sleeping. Anya had her guard up. Even while sleeping she had vigilant senses. This caused her to wake up a few times as she heard Mark tossing and turning, but she quickly went back to sleep. In the morning, the forest was quiet and cold. A mist had appeared and the fire was long dead. Jay was the only one to wake up with a smile, as he received some notifications. 1x, 15x, 1x, 1x, 5x. Good skeletons, he thought, still smiling as he mentally ordered them to break the circle formation and go back to stalker mode, but this time a little further behind the party, due to what Anya said last night. The party had some of their own rations, packed up their gear, and made sure the fire was truly dead before jogging off once more. Chapter 44. Today the hamlet was finally within running distance. They all packed up their sleeping gear as they prepared to leave. Anya gave a quick briefing before they started the last section of the journey. "We're getting close now. We'll be in 2 teams, me and Jay, Kel and Mark. Me and Jay will be focused on search and destroy, while you two," she pointed at Kel and Mark, "will be on defense and security of the hamlet. The association knows what monsters they are, but they didn't tell us, so that we'd have to figure it out, getting some real-world experience. Since they sent us, this means we're capable enough to handle this. If you have any problems, don't hesitate to retreat and call us for backup. Oh, that reminds me. Here." Anya pulled a crystal out of her inventory, handing it to Mark. It was similar to the one Michael used for announcements at the Adventurer Association, but smaller. Anya began to explain it to Mark. "It's a communication crystal that's linked to mine." She pulled out another, waving it in her hand. "Just channel some mana into it, and I'll hear your voice. You'll also hear my voice, even if you have it in your inventory, as long as you're in range anyway. These are smaller ones, so the distance should be about 1 kilometer, 0.6 miles. It also has a function to make your voice louder as well, similar to what the guard captain did at the Adventurer Association. I was only given 2 of these, so only me and you will get one. Jay squinted at the crystal, wanting to analyze it as she handed it to Mark. I should definitely get one of those, he thought. Wait, who would I use it with? He tilted his head to the side, remembering he had mostly been a loner, and with his skeletons, he didn't really need anyone else. Let's move, Jay said, taking the lead once more. The party had to stop one final time for Anya to rest before arriving at the village. As they walked up the forested hill, the path became more apparent as it had been used more frequently, since they were getting closer to the hamlet. Okay, let's form our parties, Anya said. Jay received a notification to form a party with her, and he promptly accepted it. Huh, she's level 5 now. Not bad at all, Jay thought to himself as he looked towards her. Most adventurers were only level 3 at this point, while more hard-working ones would be level 4. She was level 5 due to her work ethic, combined with being the daughter of Sullivan. She knew the best dungeons to spend her time in. In the meantime, Anya was shocked, her jaw unhinged as she tried to hide her expression from the others. She thought she had caught up to Jay and was even satisfied, but now she felt a little empty inside. A proud smirk appeared on Jay's face, which seemed to say to Anya, "Yep, level 8. Take it in. The numbers don't lie." He shrugged, still smirking as they continued onwards to the village. Where the hell is Jay? Trenley was sitting alone in the Snacaravan Inn. He had waited for 30 minutes already. Getting hungry, he decided to have lunch. I wonder if something happened to him. I hope he's alright. Damn it. Maybe he's just an asshole, making empty promises. There's no way to be sure. I guess I shouldn't jump to conclusions. I will just have to wait him. He drank another sip of his beer as he watched his food being brought over by Tamara. There weren't many people in the pub at this time of day, so she personally brought the plate over to his table. Maybe she knows him, thought Trenley. It was Jay who suggested meeting at this place. The food service came with a smile. "Here you are," Tamara said as she placed the plate down. Thanks, Trenley smiled back. Hey, do you know someone called Jay? Jay. Doesn't ring a bell. Can you describe him? He has a dark green cloak and dark hair and dash. Oh, him. He always comes in here smelling so bad. Tamara's nose visibly twinged as she thought of him. Suddenly, Jay paused. The others behind almost bumped into him as they stepped to the side, trying to see why he stopped. The path was clear, so they looked at Jay curiously. Mark was confused as he looked at the path, then back to Jay as he thought, did he shit himself or something? Jay crouched down as he examined the ground. The path here is weird. It's covered in something. What? I don't see anything, Mark said as he squinted at the road, letting out an unrelated sigh of relief. Jay had sharpened his senses since the Silk Woods dungeon. The ambushes and invisible spider webs had made him more alert than ever. Jay pulled out his shield and sword as a precaution. No, I see it too, Anya said, throwing a rock onto the path, before turning to meet the gaze of Jay's shield. This was the first time Anya saw Jay's new shield. She paused for a moment as she felt the shield looking at her, staring into her soul. She scowled back at the shield in response. I don't like your shield, she said coldly, before ignoring it and looking back to see the rock she just threw, wondering why it didn't make a sound when it hit the ground. The rock didn't bounce, but froze in mid-air before slowly floating to the ground. Grabbing a stick from nearby, Jay waved it on the path ahead. A clear, gooey substance coated the stick. It's like slime or something. The road was covered in a crystal clear slime. The purpose of the slime wasn't apparent. It didn't appear to be a trap or have any poisonous or magical properties. Since it appeared harmless, they pushed on, walking through the slime, as they continued up the path to the small grove of houses. It seemed to get slightly thicker as they walked closer. It wasn't viscous enough to slow their steps, but still coated their shoes. The novice adventurers had expected a greeting, but there was no one around. The only sound was a light breeze traveling through the hamlet. The hamlet consisted of wooden houses arranged in a circle, all facing inwards towards a small flower garden at the center. It looked quite beautiful, though it didn't take long to realize some of the flowers had been crushed, trampled over. It seemed like a mass panic had happened. Something felt wrong as they walked closer to the garden in the center of the houses. It was eerily quiet. They realized the slime running down the hill had come from the hamlet. It practically formed a slow-moving stream out of it. Most of the houses had open doors and broken windows, all of them two-story and similar looking. Slime was periodically dripping from one of the doorsteps of a larger house, creating a slapping sound as it gooped down. "Hello, anyone there?" Anya called out. Her voice seemed to almost echo back since it was so quiet. "Where the hell is everyone?" Jay wondered as he had his skeletons draw closer and scout some of the forest. "Search the houses," Jay said. "Groups of 2. He whispered. Entering the first house with his shield facing forward, Jay had hoped that the shield would spot something, but it didn't see anything. It was midday, though the houses were all dark. The curtains and the remaining windows were closed on most of them. This created some very dark rooms with creeping, shadowed corners. They were dim at best, if not completely dark. Since the hamlet was filled with families of woodsmen, they all had two-story wooden houses with multiple rooms. They had built everything themselves. It really gave an impression of complete independence. The entry of the first house opened into a long hallway with a staircase at the end. There were 4 rooms coming off the hallway. He walked to the first room quietly, Anya behind him with her crossbow pointed forward, making even less noise as she was aiming over Jay's shoulder, ready to fire. Jay peeked into the first room on the right. He was trying to be stealthy, but the floorboards betrayed him as they loudly creaked. Shaking his head with a sigh, Jay knew his stealth tactics had failed. Even Mark and Kel in the next house over would have heard that. He thought to himself as he poked his head around the doorway and peered into the room. Chapter 45. *URGH**. Jay grunted from a disgusting smell. The room was filled with a thicker layer of slime, which had built up a pungent smell in the darkness. Entering the room, a few broken chairs and a flipped table greeted him. Some of the chair legs had been torn off, probably used as weapons. A windowsill hosted a potted plant with a yellow flower, though it was beginning to wilt already, since the curtains had been closed. A cabinet in the corner of the room was half opened. Inside, some jars filled with different colored jams were waiting to be eaten. An axe was lying behind the flipped table, slightly covered in a mixture of black and red goo from whatever monster it hacked away at. Next to it, a hammer too, though it was still clean, as if it never hit the enemy. No monsters were present. Jay squinted at the axe, wondering what it was that attacked. The axe wielder had clearly been unsuccessful as there was no monster corpse around. "Clear," he said, stepping back into the hallway since there was nothing else to make of the room. This room had no door, so that's why he searched it first. He had to make sure it was safe before opening the door on the other side of the hallway. The floorboards betrayed him again as he left the room, making a loud creaking noise. It was as if the house was mocking them. He opened the door slowly. Sadly, it was another ordinary room. The only thing that appeared to be strange was the slime everywhere. He sighed. Clear. There were still 7 houses left to search, and Jay had only cleared 2 rooms. The progress was slow. "This is useless. It's going to take forever this way. But I suppose I should keep my guard up." Jay was tempted to simply march through the house, opening doors with reckless abandon like he did in the Silkwoods dungeon. But he knew this kind of temperament would only lead him to an early death. He closed the door behind him as he continued down the dark hallway. The only light was coming from the entrance to the building. They had left the front door open in case they needed to make an emergency exit. The next 2 rooms down the hallway yielded the same results. One was a pantry while the other was a kitchen, but there was still nothing out of the ordinary apart from the slime. It seemed whoever was here was in the first room when something happened. The first room was the only one with any evidence of a fight. Jay closed the doors before he made his way upstairs to the floor above. He crept upstairs with his shield raised and short sword ready. The stairs creaked as he crept up them, giving away his presence once again. He smiled bitterly as he continued up the stairs. It was much darker upstairs, the only light coming from a small square window at the end of the hallway. Jay repeated the same process as he searched the rooms. Search, sight, clear, closed door. The first 2 rooms were clear again. One room appeared to be a large closet and a storage room of sorts, while the other room was a bed chamber with a hinged window and a small closet. Jay made sure to check under the bed as well as in the smaller closet. No monsters were present. Checking the storage room, there was nothing of use to him. It was mostly filled with old clothes and some sort of woodworking tools. The storage closet room had no slime in it, so Jay simply closed the door and moved towards the last 2 rooms on the second story of the abandoned house. The second last room had a lounge. On the wall were some books on a small shelf. A luminous orb still flickered lightly, confirming Jay's thoughts. Yep, it must have happened yesterday. In the evening, he reasoned, since the luminous orb would have been dark by now, if it went without mana for much longer. Curious about what a handful of people living in the wilderness were reading, he had a look through the bookshelf. The books looked old. They were mostly about which native plants to avoid, signs of monsters, and survival tips, though there was a few different peculiar books about living by one's own means, being self-sustainable, personal responsibility, and self-governing. Maybe this is why they moved out here, Jay thought, intrigued by the books. He shrugged, putting a book back onto shelf. Nothing else was in the room apart from a circle carpet and some wooden children's toys, so he left to search the last room. The very last room was the master bedroom, as there was a double bed in it. The double bed had a small bedside table next to it with a hinged window behind it. The window was partly opened. Jay went further into the room, squinting at the open window, but paused for a moment as he checked under the bed, though nothing was there. It's too cold for the window to be open, he thought as he curiously went over to it. As he crept closer to the window, Anya put her hand on his shoulder. Jay stopped. Looking back at Anya with a raised brow, she pointed at the bedside table. It was dark, so Jay missed it at first, but there was a scrap of paper with a rock on it. Without saying anything, he quietly moved the rock as he grabbed the paper to read it. It was dark, so he had to hold it in the light coming from the window. A shiver went up his spine as he read it. The letters were thick and heavy. Small shards of graphite made smudges all over the paper because of how hard the writer had pressed down. Clearly they were scared at the time. 2 words were hastily scribbled onto it. Run, Rosa. Flipping over the note, it had a single word on the back too. Lie. With a clenched jaw, he showed the paper scrap to Anya. She read it but remained silent, looking back at Jay with a hint of fear as she held her crossbow a little closer. Maybe it was a message to her daughter, he whispered. Jay added, not sure what the lie part means though. Anya only raised her brows and shrugged. Jay dropped the paper as he gripped his sword firmly, stepping up onto the bed as he leant towards the open window. Stress response activated. Plus 5% melee damage. He ignored the notification as he pushed the window open. However, he noticed something on his hand as it entered the sunlight. There was blood on his hand. He only noticed it after it was in the light. What the? He had another look at the note and the rock again. When he first looked at the rock, he didn't realize there was blood on it. Since it was so dark, most of the blood had dried, but there were still congealed lumps of it with liquid blood inside. Frowning, he wiped his hand on the pillows, while Anya looked at him with a hint of disdain. It was only some blood. Noticing Anya, he shook his head at himself, snapping himself out of his annoyance as he continued to open the window. Despite having been coated in blood, gore and goo multiple times, Jay still wasn't used to being covered in bodily fluids. He probably hated it even more now, his past experiences leaving mental scars behind. Jay was already getting sick of the tension and the slow speed they were searching. With a sigh, he put his shield away as he poked his head out. Outside the window, a makeshift ladder was leading up to the roof. It was basically thick planks nailed into the side of the house. There was some dried smears of blood leading up to the roof, staining the planks of the ladder. Jay knew he wasn't going to go up, he simply didn't want to. So he turned to Anya with a whisper. Can you check the roof? She rolled her eyes and nodded as she put her crossbow away and pulled out a dagger. With a quick step, she jumped onto the window sill and climbed onto the roof. Jay waited in the bedroom, shutting the door to the hallway, so he was alone and sitting on the bed. It was quiet for a moment until he heard Anya's footsteps above. Taking the opportunity, he lied on the bed, which caused him to involuntarily smile. It feels softer than it should, probably because of the journey we just went on. He felt like he could almost fall asleep, though he stopped himself as he felt his eyes start to close. With a sigh, he ate some bentussel root, hoping it would give him some extra energy. Mana regeneration buff 1%. Dash lasts for 1 hour. Probably a bad idea letting my guard down in the ruins of a slimy house. He sat up on the bed, taking a deep breath as he tried to resist the temptation of a comfortable bed. Anya followed the trail of blood on the roof. It led her to the spine of the house. It went along the spine until it abruptly turned and created a trail going down off the side. It's not hard to guess what happened here, she thought as she went back to inform Jay, hopping in through the window as quickly as she hopped out of it. She stood on the bed next to Jay. It was too quiet. Jay thought he was beginning to hear creaks coming from other parts of the house, so he was glad she was back. They were both a little tense since this was the first proper monster hunt they had outside of a dungeon. Anya had accompanied guards on their monster hunts, but never played a role in them or was in any danger. At the moment, Anya didn't have any guards, and Jay didn't have any skeletons to help them, which only added to the tense atmosphere of the destroyed, silent hamlet. For some strange reason, Anya felt more relaxed around Jay's skeletons. While they were horrendous, abominable monsters, they were on the same side and protected her. We need to check behind the house. Anya lightly stepped off the bed. With a nod, Jay pulled his weapons out again, opening the door and leading her back outside. The duo made their way to the back of the house, a dirt path leading them between the houses. In the backyard was a small fence circling a vegetable garden. The fence was partly broken and pushed over along with some trampled crops. The plants were ruined, not only due to being trampled, but also because they were covered with a coating of slime. One piece of the fence was completely covered with a blood stain, as if it had been painted red, though no blood trails were leading away from it. Strange, Anya thought as she looked up at the roof, plotting the trajectory of a falling person. Someone would surely have been heavily injured after falling from that height, but impaling on this spike would definitely kill them. After some scrutiny, she turned to Jay. I think someone was chased onto the roof, slipped, fell, and was then impaled here. She pointed to the wooden spike. MN? But no corpse. Jay nodded, crouching down as he examined the vegetable patch. Only human footprints. And they're all traveling back towards the village, he thought to himself. Jay had a strange feeling as raised his shield as he turned to the woods, scanning it with his eyes, and with his shield's eyes, though neither detected anything. He glared into the woods. What is it? Do you see anything? Anya raised her crossbow and crouched, ready to fire into the woods. No, just a hunch. Never mind. As they both stood still for a moment, all they could hear was the breeze blowing through the forest, but neither of them saw or heard anything. Shall we search the next house? Anya asked. Not yet. Jay shook his head. We should wait for the others to finish their house search before moving on to another. Maybe they found something, replied Jay, still squinting into the woods as he searched for any movement. Yeah, okay. Still holding her crossbow, she was feeling a little more relaxed now, since Jay was busy scanning the woods. Shall we wait in the center of the hamlet? Jay responded with an affirmative MHM, as he slowly stood up and left the vegetable patch. What's gotten into him? Anya walked back to the center of the hamlet with Jay following. Chapter 46. Jay and Anya waited in the garden at the center of the 7 hamlet houses. The garden was filled with different kinds of wildflowers, and Jay noticed a small wooden toy sword lying amongst the flowers. It was lost and forgotten, part of it covered in blackwood rot. The kid probably got a better sword, thought Jay. Anya was looking at the various flowers while they waited, bending down closer every now and then to get a better look. These kinds of flowers didn't appear near Losler, so she was observing all of them. Even the weeds were different. Kel and Mark are taking far too long. I wonder if they're in trouble. Jay even expected them to be waiting for him and Anya, so he decided to go find them. Let's move. Jay gestured to Anya. We can't just look at flowers all day, he said, walking towards the house that Kel and Mark went into. Walking into the front door, the house had the same architecture as the previous one, a hallway with 4 rooms on each of the levels. I bet Mark is having a hard time with his massive sword in these small houses, Jay thought as he walked past the first 2 rooms, briefly looking in. Kel and Mark didn't think to shut the doors, so Jay began to shut them as he moved further into the building. The next 2 doors were open, too. One of the rooms had its window smashed inwards by something, pieces of glass all over the floor, but nothing else was in the room. other than the broken glass, a smashed vase, and a lounge chair. Jay made sure the remaining doors were shut before he made his way upstairs. He wouldn't risk something jumping out of a hastily searched room and ambushing them from behind. Kel walked quietly out of a room on the upper level. Noticing Jay coming up the stairs, she flashed a smile at him before making a gesture into the room, signaling Mark who coming out after her. Jay knew how Mark was, that he would probably say "Hey Jay" when seeing him, so Jay immediately put a finger onto his own lips, signaling Mark to be quiet. "I'll take a moment to analyze them to see what was taking them so long," thought Jay, leaning on a wall beside Kel and Mark. He slowly reached behind Mark, closing the door behind him. It made Jay look awkward, but he didn't care. The other looked confused for a moment, but understood what he was doing as he closed the door. The four of them were crowded into the hallway now. "How many rooms are left to search?" Jay whispered. Kel held out her hand with 3 fingers up. Mark was looking at Jay's shield, nodding in approval. He seemed to say nice with his expression, distracted from the question by Jay's shield gazing at him. Jay had a confused look on his face, as he was trying to hide his annoyance. "We've already searched a house, a roof and even a vegetable patch, and they're only this far." He was a little frustrated at their speed, but he realized rushing them wouldn't help, so he remained quiet and helped them. Jay pointed to the next door with his sword out, gesturing to Mark. Mark responded with a nod, holding his massive sword sloping downwards. He intended to do a sword lunge at the first sign of danger. His sword is definitely not ideal, he thought. Jay wanted to lend Mark one of his swords, but remembered that he told Mark that he found it in a dungeon. His story wouldn't add up if he now had 2 of them. Besides, Mark would be able to read the stats and see that it's crafted from silt wolf bone, and requires essence to maintain its form. Damn, Mark will just have to use his big sword, Jay thought. Mark pushed the door open as he held his sword with one hand. The sword had a slight glow as he held it. The mana he was channeling through it made it as light as a dagger. Pausing for a moment, Mark peered into the room before slowly walking into it. It was another bedroom. Mark checked behind the door and under the bed, while Jay nodded in approval. Kel followed next, while Jay and Anya waited in the hallway as they watched the other 2. After the room was secured, Mark nodded to Kel. Kel went around to a few objects, reversing time on them. But so far she found no useful information. Time would only reverse on objects inside the orb, so if something wasn't in it when she started, it wouldn't appear afterwards. So that's why they're taking so long. Mark must be patient. Jay realized they had been waiting for Kel to use her time magic this whole time. It was a particularly slow process as Kel was quite thorough in her investigation. Jay decided to clear the last 2 rooms on the top floor by himself, starting with the right room first. A double bed was inside, with a large cabinet and another hinged window. Jay did the usual checks under the bed and behind the door, before moving to the cabinet. Suddenly, Jay's shield squeezed his arm as he held it in front of the cabinet. He breathed in a little, but was otherwise calm and ready for whatever was inside the cabinet. Jay glanced at Anya as he gripped his sword, pointing it at the cabinet, with his shield still raised. First, he kicked the cabinet, causing it to move back a small amount. He hoped to get a reaction from whatever was inside, making it burst out of the cabinet to attack him, yet nothing happened. Fine, have it your way, he thought. With a sigh, Jay stepped forward to open it, bracing himself for the pain of whatever attack was coming. As he stepped forward and opened the door, yet what greeted him melted his heart. A small girl was shivering in the dark cabinet, clutching a half-filled water bladder with a smiley face on it. She was too scared to yell. All she could do was shiver out of fear, as well as from the cold. Along with her brunette hair, tears were now running down her cheeks as she cried silently. Her brown eyes looked up at him, full of fear. Since Jay wasn't sure what monsters they were after, he still had his shield and sword raised as he analyzed her. Neria. HP 100%. Jay immediately put his shield and sword away, realizing it was a little girl, and not some shape-shifting monster. He took a step back. Since she had no level, it meant she didn't have a class, meaning she was too young to get a class, another sign she wasn't a monster. Neria, Jay whispered, "We're here to save you." Jay held out his hand, but she hugged her water bladder closer, burying her face into it, while leaning against the back wall of the cold cabinet. Neria was scared of Jay. Her eyes were still watery, since he did just have his sword and shield aimed at her. The shield by itself would be enough to scare her. It even made Anya feel uncomfortable. Jay only looked at Anya, his eyes begging for help as he was definitely out of his element. Anya walked over and crouched down in front of the cabinet. I'm Anya. Are you hungry? You look hungry. Here. She held out some jerky. The little girl cautiously reached out and grabbed it before slowly eating it. There we go. Good girl. Anya patted her head. I'll go secure the last room, Jay whispered, then I'll find her a warm coat. Anya nodded, still patting the girl. The last room had a small single bed. It was the girl's bedroom. A straw doll was on the pillow. Jay did the usual checks behind the door and under the bed, but found nothing again. There was a small table in the corner with some shoes underneath and a coat lying across the top. It had a small drawer full of tiny clothes, some small dresses, hair clips, socks, etc. Next to it was a small toy box with various wooden designs in it. Neria's quite well raised, Jay thought to himself, since none of the toys were laid across the floor. The room was quite tidy. He put all the tiny clothes from the drawer into his inventory, planning to give them to Anya later, so she could help her change. Picking up the coat and the shoes, he went to exit the room. Oh yeah, I nearly forgot the most important thing. Turning back to the bed, he grabbed the doll too. He then decided that he might as well grab the pillow and blanket too. If we have to take her back to Losler, this will help her acclimate better. He had a stern expression as he did this, thinking that her parents were probably dead already. Most of her possessions were with him now, excluding the toys from the toy box. Returning back to Anya and the girl, he gave Anya the doll, so she could give it to the girl. Come here. Anya held her arms out. The little girl hopped out of the closet and into her arms. You're cold. Here, put your coat on. Anya grabbed the coat off Jay as she held the little girl put it on, along with her shoes. She's not talking, she said to Jay as she was dressing Neria. Anya had tried to get any information out of Neria, but she would only stare back. It was obvious to anyone she had been mentally damaged by whatever happened here. I see, Jay said with a frown. We'll need to keep her safe while we exterminate. Can we leave her with Kel? Yeah. Send Kel in. Jay left the room and sent Kel in, informing her of who they found, how the little girl wasn't talking, and how she would need to keep her safe, while he and Anya went to exterminate the monsters. Phew, glad I'm not doing this alone. Jay was actually glad that he had the others with him, perhaps for the first time since he got his class. Kel entered the room, introducing herself. It wasn't long before she got a hug from the little girl. Soon enough, the little girl was bouncing between Anya and Kel, getting hugs and pats. Anya stood up, whispering to Jay as she watched the girl. I asked her where the monsters came from. She pointed out the window towards a valley. I'm betting whatever it is, it's living down there. Okay, let's get Mark to protect Kel and Neria while we head out. Sure. As Jay and Anya left the room, they informed Mark. Mark was a little disappointed he wouldn't get to do any monster slaying, but he accepted his duty with a nod. Mark peeked in the room with the girl in it, giving her a wave and a smile as he waited in the hallway. This way, he could monitor the hallway as well as the room. Ready? Jay asked. Anya nodded back. She seemed more vigilant and serious after seeing the girl. Does she want revenge? Jay wondered to himself as they made their way out of the hamlet, slipping between the houses. They started walking down the hill, weapons ready for anything that could happen. Chapter 47. Maybe we should have just gone back to Losler with the girl, Jay thought, walking down the hill. I guess it's more appropriate to confirm if there are any more survivors, even though I doubt it. Whatever happened fast. It seemed like the attack was quite thorough too. Besides, we're here to exterminate. We aren't supposed to be bringing survivors back. This wasn't meant to be a rescue mission. Jay thought there were no other survivors, but he felt it was his responsibility to make sure, so he kept navigating down the hill into the valley. He wasn't sure if he should just take the girl back to save her, but he justified himself in this way. More experience will be good anyway. He encouraged himself as he willed his skeletons to report for duty. He knew they were close, but not sure exactly where they were. Their presence was more like a feeling rather than knowledge. It was getting darker and colder as they descended the valley. The vegetation got thicker, and they had to stamp down the bushes and clamber over fallen logs. After some time, they found themselves at the edge of a ravine. The ravine was quite deep. A 3-story house could be built inside it. Guess we have to find a way down, Anya said. Right or left? Jay looked up and down the ravine, making a decision. Right, downhill. It was at this time that Jay's skeletons had arrived. Here they are. Jay smiled, introducing his skeletons to Anya. That's Blue, Red, Lamp, and I haven't named that one yet. He pointed at the half-sized level 1 feeble creature. Apart from its blue bones, it really didn't seem to belong to the same group of skeletons, mostly due to its white rat skull and short height. Wow, they're blue. And that one's level 3. Anya had wide eyes as she was trying not to yell. You gave them swords now too. This is just ridiculous. Most adventurers are only just reaching level 3. She was shaking her head at how ridiculous this was getting. She was even a little freaked out. Not just that there were now 4 of them, but that they were so much stronger in such a short period of time. Yep, Jay smiled as he walked over to his level 1 skeleton, grasping the small creature's collarbone. Brace yourself, buddy, and find a way up to us when you land, he said as he leisurely tossed it into the ravine. Anya's jaw completely dropped after seeing this. Jay, what? Why? Anya was a little shocked, seeing him treat a level 1 skeleton like trash as he tossed it over the cliff. But she soon calmed down when she saw that the skeleton was completely fine. That was crazy. She shook her head with a smile. It landed with a rattle sound, but was otherwise fine. It didn't even drop its bone daggers. Immediately it scampered off through the crevasse as if nothing even happened, following Jay's order to find a way up. Bones are quite light. If these guys had wings, they could probably fly. Jay shrugged as he walked ahead. He hid a half smile from Anya as he turned to walk, thinking that what he just did was pretty awesome. As they walked along the cliff, Jay periodically peered into the ravine, noting that the bottom of it was all mostly flat. The skeleton he tossed in was no longer anywhere to be seen. It ran at full speed, since it had no hindrances. At the top of the cliff, however, walking next to the sheer drop was dangerous. Jay and Anya had to periodically navigate around cracks in the ground, as well as various rocks, trees, and bushes. After a while, Jay got a notification. 15x. Jay picked up speed. The skeleton just killed something. Anya didn't say anything since she also got exp, but stayed behind Jay, keeping up with him. It wasn't long before they found a way down, some boulders forming giant steps. Tree roots ran over them, providing a natural climbing surface. Anya and Jay had to climb down, but the skeletons easily jumped from boulder to boulder. Jay made sure that one skeleton stayed up on the top of the cliff in case this area was trapped. His other 2 skeletons secured the flat ravine floor. Jay willed the level 1 skeleton to return, since they had found a way down now. Sense any enemies? No, Anya said, squinting at some of the boulders and rocks in the valley. All right, let's move. With the area secure, he made the last skeleton jump down. Blue was in the lead since it was level 3, with red next to it. Next was Jay and Anya, who were holding their weapons casually, followed by Lamp with its old buckler, protecting the rear of the party. Jay didn't realize this, but Anya was periodically glancing at Blue. It's more she couldn't find the words vigilant aware, she thought. Compared to the other skeletons, Blue seems more like an adventurer. Somehow, the leveled up skeleton seemed more lifelike in the way it acted. It creeped Anya out a little. Anya wasn't sure if she should be worried about Jay becoming an unstoppable force in the future. She could only hope he wouldn't turn into a monster as he got stronger. The party walked through the twisting and turning ravine silently, eventually coming to the corpse of whatever it was that the level 1 minion killed. Jay had to grit his teeth as he inspected the corpse, as it was simply disgusting. Whatever it was had no bones, so the remains of its body was a sack consisting of a slimy black mass of flesh, white mucousy goo and blood. It was as indistinguishable as the washed-up remains of a severely decayed whale. He couldn't hold in his disgust as he stepped around it. At least it doesn't stink, Anya whispered, taking out a bolt to poke around at its corpse. She was trying to guess what it originally looked like. After no success from poking it around, she simply dropped the bolt, leaving it with the fleshy goo that was now clinging to it. Walking down the ravine, it was becoming more humid. Soon they noticed something strange. So many leeches, Anya whispered with a frown. Yeah, it's unnatural. Probably due to the monsters. Try to avoid them if you can. Jay was having the same thoughts. At this point, the level 1 skeleton returned. Clearly, it didn't consider the leeches a threat, as the little black bloodsuckers were all over its bones. Now awoken from their dormant state, the leeches were now searching for food, as they wiggled all over the skeleton's bones. Jay made sure the level 1 skeleton stayed a good distance away from them. To make the path clear, Jay was going to use the skeleton. Under command from Jay's will, the skeleton went to the ravine wall and ripped out some small shrubs. It proceeded to the front of the party before it began to sweep the ground as they walked deeper into the ravine. It was quite good at this job, as the level 1 skeletons had long arms compared to the rest of their body, nearly reaching the ground. Anya had a reluctant half smile. While seeing the killing machine sweeping the path for them, it almost makes Jay seem like a king, she thought. Jay picked up the bone daggers as the party moved forward, the sweeping skeleton leading the way. Jay would throw the daggers back to it at the first sign of trouble. It didn't take long for Jay to think of a name for his new skeleton, but he decided to save the naming ceremony for later. The ravine continued downhill and got deeper. The walls got wider at the bottom, and narrower at the top of the ravine. Now it was more like a cave with a skinny line of light traveling along the roof. More and more leeches were swept to the side. The ground was getting more populated by the second as they ventured deeper. Meanwhile, less of the light from above could make it to the bottom of the ravine. They continued for some time, and soon they could no longer see the walls of the cave. Now they were simply following a trail of light in the midst of the shadows. The party stood out clearly as they were the only things in the light. Suddenly Jay paused, raising his sword and shield. His shield just squeezed his arm, altering him of an enemy in the darkness. Chapter 48. If only we had a torch or someth dash. A light lit up the cave as Anya pulled out a luminous orb with a smug smile. Its white-blue light lit up the area around them, reaching about 20 meters away. That was when they saw it, one of the monsters they were here to slay. It had black, slimy, reptilian frog-like skin. Basically, it was like a large, human-sized leech, yet with some startling differences. Its mouth was a gaping hole filled with spiny teeth. Surrounding its mouth were 10 white eyes, most of which were locked onto Jay, though at first glance, they simply looked like white spots. It didn't have any arms, though its legs consisted of multiple tentacles, all of them wriggling around, which gave it silent movement, while much faster than the normal way a leech moves. It was perfectly suited to hunting in a dark cave system. Already speeding towards Jay, it was drawn to him like a magnet. Strangely, it didn't even care about the skeletons in front of it as it charged straight into their blades. Now that it was stopped by the skeletons, Jay took a moment to analyze it. Leech Imp Level 1, HP 5/5. Skills. Clade Vision, sees temperatures rather than colors. Thermal Vision, Anlid Body, passive. Its segmented, boneless, muscular, jelly-like body can bend, squeeze, flatten, stretch, and twist to extreme proportions, making it hard to wound. Requires a moist environment. Immune to crushing damage. 90% reduced slashing and stabbing damage. Pierce damage counts as stabbing damage. 90% increased damage from fire-based attacks. Devour. The leech imp begins to swallow its victim whole, takes 15 seconds. Once swallowed, the victim begins to be digested by stomach acids. After the meal, anything non-organic is regurgitated along with excess mucus. 1 damage/minute. Once swallowed, the victim can only escape if the leech imp dies. Can attack from inside with 90% damage reduction penalty. Anesthetic bite. The creature bites into you, siphoning blood as it heals itself. 1 damage per second. 0.1 HP heal per second. Enough bites paralyze the target for 1 seconds. Scales with victim's vitality. Local anesthetic. Victim feels no pain. Most creatures will not realize they're being attacked. Mucus movement passive. Plus 25% speed in mucus. Create kin. After consuming enough blood, can create another leech imp grown from one of its tentacles. Asexual organism. Really low health but also high damage reduction, Jay said to Anya while still staring at the leech imp. Also, we can talk normally now since it relies on its heat sense vision. Looks like it can't even see the skeletons. That's probably why it charged into them. Blue slashed at it twice, only doing 0.8 damage each time. Jay was glad he crafted the stronger 8 damage Osane swords. It was a level 1 monster, but it would have been hard to kill if Jay was still using his cooking knife. It would have done 0.1 damage. This would be like fighting a monster with 50 health. He definitely wouldn't be able to kill it within the 15 seconds it took to channel its devour skill. From inside the belly, it would be like fighting a monster with 500 health due to the extra 90% damage reduction from inside. These things would be hard for any level 1 to deal with. It's pretty unfair to even call them level 1. I guess my skeletons are pretty unfair, too, though Jay mischievously smiled. The majority of other adventurers would only be level 3 at this point, with 3 to 5 damage swords. Jay was level 8. Monster classes are truly overpowered. Thankfully he had his skeletons with him. They made short work of the slimy monster, only taking 7 hits to kill it. With the combined attacks of the minions, it was dead within a few seconds. Since both red and blue dual wielded the swords, each of them only had to attack twice to end it. 15x. When it died, it turned into a mass of wriggling moving parts for a moment, then slowly stopped as its individual body parts ran out of energy, swimming around aimlessly in a growing puddle of its own mucus. Gross. I guess that explains all the mucus in the hamlet. Do you want to loot it? No. Anya's face scrunched up at the sight of it. She had already left one bolt behind searching through a corpse, and wasn't going to waste another. Whatever this level 1 monster would drop wouldn't be worth digging around its slimy corpse for. Jay had his level 1 minion search the corpse, but it turned up nothing. He tried waving his hand over the corpse and picking up any items from it using his inventory, but to no result. Perhaps it drops nothing. Jay thought to himself, I guess it's a non-dungeon monster anyway. He pursed his lips. Let's keep going. I'll contact Mark. They should know what we're up against. Jay nodded as she pulled out the crystal. She channeled some mana into it, but after a few moments she had a frown on her face. It usually lights up a little when it works. Damn. We must be too far. It doesn't feel like we walked that far though. Oh well, we can't do anything about it. I'm sure they're safer than us anyway, so let's move on. Sure. She put the crystal away. Journeying through the darkness, walking along the light path, Jay's shield soon squeezed his arms multiple times. Leech imps started appearing while his shield kept squeezing. The first 3 were dispatched easily by red and blue, but afterwards there were 5 at once, all much faster, as they traveled over their kin's mucus-covered dead bodies. Jay was forced to join the fight with Anya backing him up, while each skeleton was fighting its own leech imp. Slashing at the slimy creature's long neck, Jay's sword seemed to have little effect as the leech imp's body almost seemed to slide around the blade. Its skin was tough, stretchy and slimy, similar to an octopus. 0.8 damage. The creature lunged back, snapping onto Jay's arm. Jay expected to feel pain, but it only felt like a cold slime was touching his arm. The lack of sensation made him surprised and disgusted, as he tried to control his panic. It was as if his own body wasn't warning him that it was being consumed, like it was complying with being eaten. Ugh. He tried to pull it off his arm, but it seemed like his skin was more likely to rip off with it while the creature's body merely stretched. Anya wouldn't fire at the leech imp as Jay was moving a lot, and she didn't want to risk hitting Jay. Getting slightly more panicked, Jay began to endlessly and ferociously slash at its black body. Meanwhile, the mollusc's coat was doing its part at protecting Jay. The poison damage coming off the coat wasn't reduced by the leech's natural defenses at all, as it slowly killed the leech. The coat did 1 damage over 3 seconds. This made it as if someone was attacking the imp with a 3 damage sword. Damage numbers quickly popped up until it eventually fell off, dead. The worst part of these is that you don't even feel them. He had this thought as he looked back at Anya. She shot a bolt at the leech that the level 1 skeleton was fighting, though since her concentration was somewhere else. One of the fat black slugs had crept up behind her and was now latched onto her lower calf muscle, getting a free meal. Sneaky bastard, thought Jay as he sprung over to help Anya. Not wanting to alert her, Jay jumped at it, stomping on its body as he slashed it with his sword. Anya's eyes bulged, trying not to scream as she realized what Jay was doing. She was the most vigilant person in the whole party, and yet she was now being eaten alive without even being aware of it. Thankfully, Jay had noticed. This could be dangerous if enough bite us without us realizing, Jay panted. We definitely don't want to get stunned here. The sneaky leech died in a few moments, Jay and Anya both stabbing it to pieces as it squirmed from the pain, though still not letting go of Anya's leg until it was dead. Blue, Red and Lamp had all killed their leeches by now, but like clockwork, 6 more leeches appeared from the darkness, their sucker-shaped mouths lined with teeth drooling slime as they silently approached. How many more? Jay quietly said as he sprung into action, slicing at another leech. The 6 new leeches died quickly, though Jay was bitten again. After the leech imps all died, the smaller leeches on the floor all scurried off, seemingly disappearing into the darkness. It was as if Jay and Anya had reclaimed territory from them, and now they were fleeing. Cool, Jay thought, watching the tiny swarm of bloodsuckers wriggle off into the darkness. The party continued onwards into the dark, deep ravine. The sun wasn't directly above the ravine anymore, so it was like nighttime at the bottom of the ravine. As they walked, they began to find some unusual items lying on the cold cave floor. The first item was a wooden axe with a stone head, the next were shoes and socks. Then some time later they found some pants too. Jay held up the pants, raising a brow to Anya. She didn't say anything, but only gave a curious gaze at them, shrugged, then looked back into the darkness. It's weird. It doesn't seem like these would come off in a struggle. Why would someone drop their weapon, take their shoes and socks off, then their pants too? We didn't find any clothes in the village either. Maybe the villagers were taken here and someone left a trail. But the leech imps don't seem smart enough to take prisoners. Jay scratched his chin in thought as he walked, voicing his thoughts to Anya periodically. The leeches started appearing on the ground again, a signal that they were entering more leech territory. So Jay got ready to fight, yet without his shield. Instead, his shield hand nursed a few teeth, slightly vibrating as he channeled some mana into them. This time, he would test his spell against their natural defenses. Chapter 49. No, no, no. If I want to go kill some monsters alone, I will do it alone. These stupid guards are just holding me back. Matheson yelled as he threw a luminous orb against the wall in his manor. With a bright spark it shattered to pieces, temporarily lighting up the room as if a lightning strike happened nearby. My young lord, please reconsider. We can't protect you if you go into dungeons alone. Besides, the nervous butler rubbed the back of his hand with the other. We can just have the soldiers get your exp, while all you have to do is wait. It's safer No, I need combat experience. I don't want to be another clueless noble who doesn't even know how to swing a sword, still suckling the gold out of their mother's tit like a baby. I can't even sense mana yet because everything is done for me. I'm sick of it. He kicked over a suit of armor, while the butler begged him, please reconcile. I'm going and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't care if I get less money. Now prepare a hearty meal and some travel food, or rations, or whatever those peasants call it. I'm going to be training in a dungeon this very night, whether you like it or not. He yelled right in Hodley's face. Hodley had worked as a butler his whole life. Scared of Matheson's temper, he scurried off into a different corridor of the large manor. Hodley let out a sigh as he found safety, finally out of his master's glare. He had served Matheson's father in the capital years ago, but Matheson's anger was even fiercer than his father's. Hodley grew more and more frustrated every day. Matheson simply couldn't be contained. He did what he wanted. He had no self-control. Living in Losler was a punishment for the both of them. For Matheson, as he spoke rudely at a noble's banquet. Hodley was also punished for simply being in the banquet room at the time. He wasn't meant to be there, as it was considered rude to bring your own servants to someone else's banquet. Hodley didn't want to be there, though he was forced to enter the banquet because of Matheson's threats. This single incident caused various repercussions for Matheson's father, so both of them are now exiled here in Losler. Matheson's budget for his fine lifestyle was tied to his presence in the Losler manor. If he were to leave, the budget would be reduced or even pause until he returned back to it. It was a somewhat ingenious idea of his father, as Matheson would be forced to either remain here, living like a child still holding onto his parents, or become a man, making something of himself and forging his own path. Of course, Matheson didn't realize this was his father's plan all along. Matheson wasn't physically forced to stay there, but as a noble without any skills, he was purely dependent on the budget of gold that his father provided. It was like an invisible shackle. Matheson hated it, feeling suffocated, but one day an opportunity came. He turned 18 and got his class. While he lived in comfort, he felt an internal struggle. He was restless, knowing he truly wasn't free, and this feeling got stronger every day. For his independence, he decided he would become an adventurer, slaying monsters to earn a living. Adventuring was now his way out of exile. In this world, adventuring was something that the peasants did, while nobles would be trained to fight by skilled officers in the military, before going on to command the troops below them. Matheson knew he would be looked down upon by the nobles if he became an adventurer, and he didn't care. To him, being independent was much better than being like a child given an allowance. He would still have his self-respect intact even if he were to earn less than his father's allowance. Matheson started training himself, not taking any shortcuts and using his guards. Doing push-ups in his manner, Matheson repeated to himself as he trained. He did a push-up between each word. No. 1 is going .2 own me. He repeated this each time, and created this as a workout mantra for himself. Eventually he started applying it to every type of exercise he did. Because his mantra was 7 words long, this led him to doing sets of 7 repetitions. He didn't realize it yet, but this number of repetitions would create the perfect balance between lean and bulk muscle. As his training progressed, he became better at dealing with pain. Clenching his jaw, he repeated the mantra numerous times while doing different workouts, even becoming happy when he found new muscles to work out. He could work out for many hours during the day due to his class giving him energy. Slowly but surely, he was learning to control his anger and channel his rage into his workouts. Each day he did more workouts, each afternoon he ate like a king, and each night he slept like a log. Slowly but surely, he was disciplining himself, and he didn't even realize it. Though this was just the start, he still had to practice his sword skills. Tonight, he would start going to dungeons by himself. Hoadley even started to notice a change in the young master. Despite Matheson's increasing muscle, he had less outbursts of anger. Perhaps it was due to being tired, or because he channeled his anger into exercise. While he still seemed angry all the time, it was like it became more regulated. Hoadley wondered if he should report this to Matheson's father. 4. No, 6 again. Wait, there's 8 this time, Anya said as she fired her crossbow at a leech imp, the bolt causing it to bend over backwards, though its tentacle-like feet kept pulling itself towards them, dragging the top half of its body with it before it sprang back up to normal again. Should we fall back? She asked after seeing this. Anya was beginning to panic, walking into a monster lair after finding the massacred village was getting to her. It was clear by now that the village had been massacred, consumed by these leeches. She wondered why her father sent her on such a mission. No, not yet at least, Jay said confidently as he had his 4 skeletons form a wall of death between them and the 8 leech imps, though the wall wasn't wide enough and some of the imps went around the sides. Without a second thought, Jay began to charge one of his teeth as he prepared an unstable teeth spell. Since it was a spell, it wouldn't count as slash, pierce, or stab damage, so Jay could bypass their natural defenses with a single spell. It was the perfect time to use one, since the enemies were all pushed together as they tried to get past the skeletons. For whatever reason, they still couldn't see the skeletons. They were treated like vines or roots that the leeches merely had to push past to get to their meal. The leech imps seemed mad. They continued to push against the skeletons, even as they took damage. The unstable tooth spell was ready, the tooth floating in his hand with a faint green glow, visibly vibrating because of the mana forced into it. Squinting at the imp leeches with a smirk, he released the unstable tooth. It flew towards the leech imps with the speed of an arrow, creating a line of green light in the darkness. *BOOM***. It exploded against the flesh of one of them, causing a horrible crater in its body. Blood and mucus oozed out of the hole. Oh yeah, I forgot that spell leveled up, smiled Jay. The explosion was much bigger than before, and it released even more shrapnel of teeth, all of which pierced the nearby leeches. The initial explosion instantly killed the leech, though the fragments hitting the other leeches only counted as pierce damage. This is what Jay concluded after the following damage numbers he noticed. 615 x 0.10.10.10.10.1 The leech that died ended in another desperately wriggling mess on the ground, squirming and squirting mucus everywhere. Unfortunately, since the dying leech leaked slime everywhere, it made the other leeches faster. Okay, maybe we should back up a bit at least until we get out of that slime area. Anya nodded, not wanting to be anywhere near the leeches or more of the slime which they had been walking through for most of the day. As they were trying to back up, they paused in shock. A wall of leech imps were around them. They were surrounded. Anya nearly walked right into the line of leech imps. The circle had formed around them, and it was slowly but surely getting smaller. Shit, Jay pulled out 5 more unstable teeth, beginning to charge them all. Anya desperately loaded and fired more bolts at anything she could. The skeletons continued to hack, stab and slash away at leeches. The leeches that surrounded them were different. They had red stripes on their bodies, and they didn't recklessly charge at Jay and Anya. Instead, they patiently moved forward together and seemed to be quite organized. There were approximately 35 red-lined leech imps, while about 10 more normal ones were pushing through the encirclement to try and attack Jay and Anya. The leech imps that formed the circle were letting the normal ones past. They had a single red stripe traveling down their bodies, starting at the mouth. Stay in the middle. Jay gestured as Anya stepped between the group of skeletons and Jay. She continued to fire her crossbow from cover, though it could hardly be called cover, standing between a single human and 4 skeletons. Many of the normal leech imps were dead now, killed by the skeletons. The skeletons wasted no time, and quickly moved on to slashing at the leech imps with the stripes. The 5 teeth Jay was charging had taken a while since there were so many of them, but Jay was getting close to firing them off into the crowd of leeches. In the time it took Jay to charge the teeth, Blue had already killed one of the red-lined leech imps. After the first one died, the red-lined leeches suddenly all stopped moving forward. It was as if they were waiting for something. The last few normal leech imps that had pushed through the red ones, and had been dashed to pieces by now. Only the red ones were left, still forming a circle around the new target of Jay's minions. Jay took a moment to analyze one of the red-line leeches. It was level 2, nearly the exact same as the other ones, except for having more health, as well as an addition to its name. Leech Imp level 2, Royal. What makes it royal? Is it because it's level 2? Jay was curious as he guarded Anya. He was wondering about this, but his thoughts were cut off when he heard something strange. A voice from the darkness came from outside the circle of leeches. Chapter 50. Please stop hurting them, a girl's soft voice cried out. Jay paused, surprised from hearing a young woman's voice in here, a dark ravine filled with deadly leeches of all places. Surely everyone was dead by now, he questioned Anya to make sure he wasn't crazy. Did you hear that? The voice. He asked Anya as he looked around for the source of the voice. Since the red-lined leeches weren't attacking or closing in anymore, he had his skeletons temporarily stop attacking. Because of what the voice said, they seemed to freeze like statues in mid-attack, still ready to continue the slaughter after the slightest signal from Jay. Do you see anyone? He asked. No, I don't see anything. Shouldn't everyone be dead by now? Suddenly, the red-lined leech's circle formation moved and opened on one side. Anya aimed her crossbow at the entrance to the circle as a girl with a hooded coat entered. She stayed just far enough away from the light, so that all Jay and Anya could see was the faint white skin of her hands and face. The clothes she was wearing blended into the darkness and almost made her look like a floating head. I'm sorry, she said, please just leave. She hid her face under the hood. What do you mean you're sorry? What did you do? Don't you want to help? Jay asked. The girl looked down, hiding her face. Why aren't the leeches eating her alive? Jay wondered to himself as he began to get suspicious. He held a hand behind his back, holding something from the girl's side. We're here to exterminate the leeches. We can't just leave. Not after what happened to that hamlet. Anya replied, blood requires blood, and this infestation has gotten out of hand. We can't let this slide, and neither will the association. The leeches here must be culled. Jay squinted at the girl, nodding in agreement while raising his shield. He was still wondering how a young woman was standing there, asking them to leave while surrounded by monsters. It seemed like they even obeyed her. After being annoyed by not knowing, he lowered his voice and asked directly, why aren't the leeches attacking you? The girl in the hood looked to the side into the darkness. I was just there harmless, and my family, since everyone else is dead after what happened. She began to cry, lowering her head. She wasn't making any sense to Jay. It seemed like her mouth couldn't keep up with her thoughts. Jay didn't hear the next part, but she whispered this to herself. The blood of my family runs through them, so they are my family, and no one will hurt them. Jay continued, we came here to save any survivors. What happened to your family, and the other families? And how come they aren't attacking you? Don't you want to come with us? We can leave right now. Jay questioned the mysterious girl. He wanted to analyze her, but she was too far away. It almost seemed like she didn't hear him. Perhaps she didn't care about what he had to say, as she started spiraling off into her own thoughts, as she whispered things to herself. They're here to kill my family. I won't let them die again. It was my fault, so I have to protect them this time, she whispered to herself. The circle of leeches closed again as the girl sunk back into the darkness. She started crying, and Jay heard the crying sounds. But he felt his hair start to stand on end as the crying sounds turned into a maniacal laughter. The red leeches all started moving again as she laughed from behind them. The circle was closing, so Jay responded with his skeletons. They became lifelike again as they began to hack and slash endlessly once more. Stress response activated. 5% melee damage. Anya, I have a plan. Follow me closely, Jay said. He was planning his escape while the girl was mentally spiraling, whispering to herself. The moment she appeared, he had started to charge some unstable teeth spells. Since his experience with the Silk Woods dungeon, Jay knew how changing and volatile even the dungeons could be. This quest had already changed since the village was massacred, and he wasn't taking any chances. The slightest suspicion meant danger in situations like this. His 5 teeth had charged now, running towards the skeletons. He flung the teeth at the leeches they were fighting. 3 of them died instantly, but 2 remained alive. The gap in the wall wasn't big enough for him to pass through. Jay had the level 1 skeleton. Running towards it, he stepped on its head. It was easy since its skull only came up to Jay's hip. The skeleton proved to be a reliable stepping stone as Jay sprang off of it. He then planted another foot on Lamp's head, leaping right over the skeletons, and the red-lined leeches successfully escaping the encirclement. Jay nearly lost his balance as he landed since the luminous orb was with Anya. Landing in the darkness was risky, and even a sprained ankle would mean death. Anya followed shortly after, landing perfectly since she was much more dexterous than him, and had the orb with her. This looked like magic to the leeches, since their heat vision made the skeletons look invisible. It was as if Jay and Anya both used the air as steps. The leeches turned into a loose mob now as they chased after Jay and Anya. There was still at least 30 of them left, most of which were level 2. Thankfully, they weren't very fast since there was no slime around. Silent, but not fast. Ugh, stop them. The mysterious girl's voice cried out from the darkness once more. Jay brought out more teeth, charging 5 more as he ran. Anya kept reloading and firing her crossbow. The skeletons continued to hack and slash, while they were at the sides of the mob of charging leeches. The skeletons were much faster than the leeches. After all, they could run much faster than a human, without all the organs, blood and flesh weighing them down. They could catch up to Jay if they wanted, and quite easily too. But Jay had them on murder duty, running along the side of the swarm, and they sliced at the leeches. Slowly but surely they were thinning out the crowd of leeches. It wasn't a very heroic tactic, but at least they would survive. People only became legends after they died, and Jay wasn't ready yet. Leeches started dropping off one by one, though this conversely created a problem for Jay and Anya. The dead leeches create pools of slime, which made the other leeches faster. Shit, Jay thought, noticing the paradox he was in. He temporarily had his skeletons stop attacking, but this wasn't the end of his problems. The leeches they killed on the way into the ravine had ended in pools of guts and slime, and the slime increased the speed of the leeches. Each time they passed over a leech corpse, the masses of leeches got closer. This is a problem, Jay said, noticing the horde was closing in. He flung 5 teeth at the ones in the front, killing 2 of them, and heavily injuring another. But the 2 new dead leeches only helped the others to get closer. Jay had to think of a solution, or they would have to fight their way out of a leech stomach. First, he had his skeletons go to the rear of the pack and kill them off from behind. This way, the pack wouldn't be able to get a speed boost, and their numbers would still be slowly reduced. They continued to run, but Jay knew there were still enough puddles of slime ahead for the leeches to catch up. A sly smile appeared on Jay's face as he remembered something. Red cum. The cobalt blue skeleton with red flakes on its bones promptly ran from behind the mass of leeches and appeared next to Jay. Without a second thought, Jay stuffed his hands into its ribsage and pulled out a thick, large wad of silk. The ball of silk was quite condensed since they squashed it up there, but if it was pulled apart back to its original state, it would probably be enough to reach all the way back to the hamlet. Jay ripped pieces of the sticky silk off as he periodically tossed it at the leeches. The silk was effective at slowing them down, as strings of it were getting twisted into the tentacle-like feet of the leeches. Soon they crossed another corpse of a leech, so Jay tossed a large piece of the silk onto it. Something strange happened as the silk mixed with the slime. At first, it seemed to dissolve harmlessly into the slime, yet it had a staggering effect as the leeches crossed over it. The slime had turned into an incredibly viscous, thick and sticky goo. Instead of speeding the leeches up, it now slowed the leeches down even more so than when Jay was simply tossing pieces of silk at them. The pool of slime turned into glue. Jay started smirking as he looked back. Let the cull begin. This is the end of this video. Hope you enjoyed.